Yeah, Vice Mayor McGill. Yeah, okay, your head moved. All right, Councilor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
Yes, I move that city council members certify by recorded vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I call this our regular 6:30 regular business meeting to order. We'll have a moment of silence. Right, thank you. Is there, Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move.
Second.
Okay. Ms.
Mayor
Thomas?
Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That carries 5-0. Counselors, are there any announcements?
Yes, Mayor, I have one.
Okay.
Sorry, I just getting off mute. This fall, with the support from the City of Charlottesville's Climate Protection Program, C3 is hosting energy clinics at various city parks and locations. Is aimed at helping homeowners and renters save money, save energy, and help us reach our community climate goals by accessing public funding set aside for income qualifying city residents, seniors, and veterans. Attendees will learn where opportunities to save energy and money reside in their home, while what funding streams are available for energy efficiency improvements, like new heating and cooling systems, attic insulation, and more, and how to sign up for free one-on-one consultations and/or energy assessments. Their next fall clinic, the first fall clinic coming up is Wednesday, October 6th from 4:30 to 6:30 at Tonsler Park. There will be free snacks and drinks, and there's no need to RSVP. And there will be more happening throughout neighborhoods in the.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, there are two things that I'd like to mention. One is that I was pleased to meet last week with Hansel Aguilar, our new executive director of the PCRB. He arrived last week and is getting up to speed and is going to help us get up to speed and get the PCRB ordinance finished and procedures worked out. He's an impressive guy, and I think we'll all enjoy working with him. The second thing I wanted to mention was last week, the Greenbrier Neighborhood Association had a Zoom call Zoom meeting to talk about the future land use map. And Alex Akafuna of the Neighborhood Development Services team was on the call, and Missy Creasy was there providing all kinds of useful information in the chat. And it was a a good event, and it would not have been possible without their assistance. So the Greenbrier Neighborhood Association has asked me to thank Alex and Missy publicly for their help. Those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements? All right, Dr. Bonds is here to give us an update on COVID in the Blue Ridge Health District.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. This should be a fairly brief update since you just got one 2 weeks ago. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Oh. Try one more time here so you get the right view. No. Share that screen.
Okay.
There you go. Should be able to see my slides now.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So here we are today. I actually think we have the beginnings of good news. Today, we're beginning to see a slight downturn in our current infection rate. Really, for the first time last week, we did not have any triple-digit days with regards to cases. They were all below 100. And if you look at the graph down below, you can see that we're beginning to trend in a downward fashion here. So generally, I think we may be past the worst of the peak, at least with this particular surge. We are still seeing primarily the Delta variant. I've shown you this graph before. The darker colors are Delta. As a reminder, we don't genotype everyone, but we do a fair amount in our health district because of UVA, and we're still seeing predominantly Delta. We have not yet seen any substantial change in new variants, showing new variants either. We continue to vaccinate, as you can see in Charlottesville. 63% of total population have at least one dose, so at least some immunity, and 57% are fully vaccinated. So that's the total population and includes individuals that are not eligible for vaccine. If you look just at adults, you'll see that number is considerably higher. 71% of adults have at least one dose and 64% are fully vaccinated. So we're getting closer to where we need to be. The new news that's come out is there are boosters now available for those who were initially vaccinated with Pfizer. You need to obtain your booster 6 months after the completion of your second shot. And so people who started last year in the winter and early spring are now eligible if they got Pfizer. So who should get a booster? This is not a universal recommendation that was given by the CDC or the FDA. People who should get a booster, that is, should sign up to get one right now if they're past 6 months, are adults age 65 and older and adults age 50 to 64 with underlying medical conditions. And I've listed those underlying medical conditions 3 boxes over under individuals who may get a booster. Additionally, residents who live in long-term care settings, adult residents who live in long-term care settings, should get a booster shot. So that would be individuals who live in assisted care or skilled nursing or a memory care unit, but also those who live in other congregate type of settings. So individuals who are in group homes that are adults should consider getting a booster at this point in time. There are 2 groups who may get a booster if they feel that they are at high risk. Adults age 18 to 49 who have underlying medical conditions, and I've listed those here below. They're all the conditions that we know that put you at higher risk if you have a case of COVID-19. You're more likely to be hospitalized if you have these conditions and more likely to die. And then finally, another group that may get a booster if they feel they're at higher risk are employees. And here we're talking about first responders, individuals in a healthcare setting or an educational setting, individuals who work in the food or agricultural business, manufacturing, corrections, U.S. Postal Service, or public transit. This is a really challenging category. It really is requiring an individual to weigh their risk of getting COVID based on where they work. I think if people have questions, they should really talk to their healthcare provider and describe what they do to see if that would put them at higher risk of coming in contact with individuals who have COVID-19. So we are offering boosters right now at all locations. We do ask that you schedule an appointment so that we have enough Pfizer on board there, but they are available everywhere that we are vaccinating. I showed you this map last time. This is the census tract map showing the percentage of adults who have been vaccinated in various census tracts. I remind you that the lightest ones, the white one that's 19% is actually the census tract of UVA. And the other lighter ones around them, particularly the 24% and the 44%, include a lot of student housing. And we believe that students listed their home address for vaccination rather than their school address. There are, despite that, still some areas where we are seeing lower vaccination rates than we would like in the Charlottesville area. And we continue to do outreach to those areas, providing mobile events and showing up at community-sponsored events to encourage vaccination. Our expanded sites, we are vaccinating at the health department every Friday. You can either make an appointment or walk in. If you're getting a booster, we really do ask that you make an appointment though. We continue to vaccinate at Fashion Square Mall and the old J. Crew store, and of course, Move to Health at a cut above the rest every Thursday. Our homebound program remains in effect. It's a great partnership between UVA and Charlottesville Fire. And as a reminder, you can get your vaccination and you can get your smoke detector checked. We will do boosters this way. Our mobile unit provides vaccination all over town. It is on the mall on Mondays, Moby on the Mall, and you can stop by there and pick up either your first or second dose of vaccine, or you can get your booster. Please schedule your booster. And then, as I've said, many place-based clinics. We do have a new site that will be opening, we believe, on October 12th. It's going to be in the old Seminole Square Big Lots location, which is where UVA was vaccinating out of last fall. This is actually a vendor-run vaccination clinic. It's a contract that our central office, BDH, has with an emergency response organization called Ashbrit. We will have the hours and appointment information available and put out a press release at the end of the week, providing all of the details. But we wanted to make you aware that we are standing up a large-scale site to handle what we believe will be a fairly large volume of vaccinations. It is primarily geared towards providing boosters, but this particular vendor has agreed to provide all 3 vaccines. And they will also provide either first or second doses if you need them. They can vaccinate both adults and children, and they will have translation services available. So look for the announcement of the new community vaccination center. Again, it will be at the old Big Lots location in Seminole Square Mall. There are 2 upcoming events that you may have heard about on the news that we believe will change the demand for vaccination. The first is the FDA Advisory Committee meeting on October 14th and 15th. This is to review the data that has been submitted to support boosters for those who received Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. They're also going to talk about mixing and different vaccines for the booster. So, for example, they will discuss whether adding Johnson & Johnson instead of an mRNA vaccine is an appropriate way to receive your booster and whether there's additional benefit that might come from this. This will be emergency use authorization again, and it will still, even if it's approved by the FDA on that date, will still have to go to the CDC Advisory Committee. At the end of the month, on October 26th, the FDA has tentatively scheduled the review meeting for Pfizer use in children 5 to 11 years old. The data has been, they've announced results via press release, Pfizer has, but so far the data hasn't actually made its way to the FDA, although they anticipate it should be submitted anytime now. They wanted to go ahead and get this meeting on the books. It could be delayed if there are any questions about the data or they need to review anything additionally. And again, this would be emergency use, but I think it'll really relieve many parents in our community when they're able to get their younger children vaccinated and hopefully relieve some of the burden that we're seeing on our school and educators. Just a reminder, we continue to provide lots of testing with the increasing vaccine mandate and with the outbreaks that we've seen. Testing has been in very high demand. We do testing every day at one of our localities across the health district. Additionally, every day in the Charlottesville and Albemarle area, there is testing available either through UVA Monday and Tuesday nights, or through a partnership with Next Molecular on Wednesday and Thursday at the Fashion Square Mall, or Fridays run by the health department at the Fashion Square Mall. You can see there is lots of testing available. We're not filling up at this point in time. So if you need testing, if you're symptomatic, please give us a call. We can schedule a time, or you can drive up to any of these locations. And then finally, just a reminder of our hotline. We are still getting a large volume of calls to our hotline. We're working to try and hire additional operators for this surge, and we do have Spanish speakers available. And of course, vaccines.gov, just a reminder that the health department's not the only place that you can get a vaccine. So if you're looking for your booster or you've decided to get your first shot, you can go to vaccines.gov and find either a clinic or pharmacy that's near you that can provide your booster. And that is my presentation tonight. And let me stop sharing. So I would to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Dr. Bonds. Counselors, are there any questions? No. And I think the mix up in the schedule, the alternating between Louisa and here, and I think when our original meeting, maybe Mr. McKay wasn't available, which is why they're back to back like this, but we shouldn't see you again until November. But thank you for being here. I had a question. I was reading earlier about it's, they are now saying that there's it appears to be a 2-month spike for these variants. And so that would put us in mid-October, if that is the case. And just what's the, we'll be in winter, flu season, cold, possibly, like what are you all, what is your approach for that?
Yeah, so you bring up a really great point. I think it's really important that everyone get their flu vaccine this year, and now is the best time, starting in October, to really go get your flu vaccine. So if you haven't gotten it, please go to either your primary care provider or your pharmacy, or you can come to the health department and one of our flu clinics and get your flu vaccine. And of course, the best way always to deal with these is to get vaccinated for COVID. We have not yet seen the other variants that have made the news appear in large numbers in the state of Virginia. We're really not tracking that at all at this point. So far, the vaccines seem to be doing their job at keeping people out of the hospital and preventing death. People who are hospitalized, for the most part, are people who are unvaccinated. So really the best strategy right now is to get your flu shot, get your COVID shot. At the health department, we've brought back a lot of our case investigators and contact tracers. We'll plan on leaving them on staff for a few months in case we do see another spike of a similar variant to Delta. We will have the large vaccination center. So if boosters are available, that CDC community vaccination site can do up to 1,000 vaccines a day. So it's really capable of producing a high volume there. That's really our best advice is get vaccinated.
Okay. And just wondering, because this summer, I think some of the mixed information that went out is the reason that people kind of laxed. And then if we start seeing this downward trend, by the time we really get, into that curve, it'll be headed back up again based on what the history. And I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that this isn't a time to, relax the physical distancing, mask wearing, or, vaccine and consideration of it if you have not received it yet.
You bring up a really great point, and I think it's critical that in addition to getting vaccinated, people continue to wear a mask when they're in an indoor space and continue to socially distance. We see lots and lots of events. People really want to get back to their normal activities. And I certainly understand that. It's been a long, long 2 years. But I really encourage people, if you are going to go to an event, please wear a mask when you're indoors. Please try and keep your distance. Really think carefully about where you're going and what activities. And if you're at high risk, you may want to think about outdoor activities. Lots of great things you can do outdoors in the fall.
And even outdoor, I sent UVA World Health Organization article that just said you're in close proximity to people at like football games and things like that. And so consideration of wearing a mask in those at those times that they recommended.
Sure.
So that we are getting CDC maybe doing some different things, but I think that translation from when you're in and when you're out is one of the things that people are having a challenging time with changing course based on that.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And again, if you're at high risk, really the best thing to do is to wear your mask.
All right. My only other question is in the census tract, that's the 19%. Do you have the racial makeup of those who are making up that 19% of those vaccinated?
I don't, that particular report is generated by the state for us, and they don't break the census tract data down by race and ethnicity. I will ask our data person internally if that's at all possible. Clearly we have the data because we're able to tell how many people are vaccinated in that census tract. It's just whether we can manipulate it at a local level. So I'll work on that, and I'll try and bring that information back to my next report in November.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, any questions, comments? All right.
As always, appreciate your time here.
Thank you, and we will see you next month. And everybody knows how to get in contact with you if you have any questions in between.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy your evening. All right. Counselor Hill, do you have for the boards and commission?
Yes, I have a motion. I move that City Council approve to the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority Board, Rosia Parker.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes. Did you hear me? Oh, you're muted. Your microphone's on, Ms. Thomas.
I did get your vote. Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right, thank you. That carries 5-0. Next up, recognition or proclamations. Okay. I have one for domestic violence awareness. Whereas the problems of domestic violence are not confined to any group or groups of people, but cross all economic, racial, and societal barriers and are supported by societal indifference. And whereas the crime of domestic violence violates an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity due to the systematic use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, economical control and/or abuse, with the impact of this crime being wide-ranging. And whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate domestic violence on their own, we must work together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent such violence, support victims, survivors, and their families, and increase support for agencies providing services to those community members. And whereas the Shelter for Help in Emergency has led the way in the city of Charlottesville in addressing domestic violence by providing 24-hour hotline services to victims, survivors, and their families, offering support and information, and empowering survivors to chart their own course for healing. And whereas the Shelter for Help in Emergency commemorates its 42nd year of providing unparalleled services to women, children, and men who have been victimized by domestic violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved, in recognition of the important work being done by the Shelter for Help in Emergency, I, Nakia Walker, Mayor of the City of Charlottesville, on behalf of the Charlottesville City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 21st as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge all citizens to actively participate in the scheduled activities and programs sponsored by the Shelter for Help in Emergency, and to work towards the elimination of personal and institutional violence against women, children, and men. Is there anyone here from the Shelter for Help in Emergencies that would like to speak? No? All right. Well, thank you all for the work that you do. All right, next up we have, that's where that went. Sorry about that. Next up we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda. 1, resolution appropriating VDOT funds for VDOT Highway Safety Improvement Grant for Washington Park to Madison Avenue Trail, $88,350, second reading. 2, resolution appropriating funds for Virginia Department of Social Services Temporary Aid to Needy Families Grants, $257,479.76, second reading. 3, ordinance amending and reenacting the transient occupancy tax of the Code of the City of Charlottesville, 1990, to conform the city's process for collection and reporting of transient occupancy tax with changes in state enabling legislation, second reading. 4, ordinance amending and reenacting the meals tax to clarify that meals tax reports are due from the sellers to the city every month, second reading. 5, resolution considering an off-cycle budget request from the Buck Squad, $50,000, second reading. 6, resolution appropriating funds for the Charlottesville Victim Witness Assistance Grant, $257,024, first of 2 readings. 7, resolution appropriating funding award for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Employment and Training, $112,708, first of 2 readings. 8, resolution approving city space as central absentee precinct for the November 2nd, 2021 general election. This may be enacted on 1 reading with 4/5 vote. 9, resolution approving the appointment of an ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act coordinator, 1 reading. 10, resolution ratifying the employment contract for the clerk of council and amending the contract to provide 120 days advance notice of termination, 1 reading. 11, ordinance to approve the formation of a joint entity known as the Blue Ridge Cigarette Tax Board at SEC, 1 reading.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, I'll turn it over to you to see if there's any comments from the public on matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to address council on any of those 11 items on the consent agenda, please click the raise hand icon. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Each person will get up to 3 minutes. And let me just, okay, now we have a hand up. First hand up was Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I just want to speak on one of the items on the consent agenda. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so the second reading for the Buck Squad, I really want you all to definitely consider everything involved with the Buck Squad. Call me what you want. I've had my own conversations with Herb Dickerson about them getting this money. I've had my own conversations about situations that have happened where they've been present and nobody's done anything to de-escalate certain situations. So I want you all to really think about that. Again, what you think may or may not be a good program in these community members are not wanting this. So please stop making rational decisions for community members if you're not physically talking to the community members who are dealing with and who are suffering from whether it's shootings in the neighborhood or fights in local parks or whatever. If you're not having these conversations, if you're not going to the scene of any of these situations, then please don't be making decisions. Don't think because you give money to a Black organization that you're helping the people who are suffering the most. You are not. All of you have definitely not helped in more than one way the Black community. I think the mayor has been the only one that's been adamant about pointing out certain things in these neighborhoods because we've known people that have been directly affected by it. The rest of you have not. So that's my spiel. I don't care who don't like it. They know how to get in touch with me, and I hope that they are listening. They should not get this money. There's other programs that we could spend that money on to invest in giving children something more to do, into getting kids out of the street and into more positive programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Fox. Mike, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you, councilors. I'm Mike Fox, legislative lead for the Virginia chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America.
And I'm Katie Fox, and I'm the red flag lead for the Virginia chapter of Moms Demand Action.
And we both live in Crozet. Our organization is part of the Virginia Community Violence Coalition, and we encourage council to approve funding for the Buck Squad. During the pandemic, frontline violence intervention and prevention workers have risked their own health and safety to mediate conflicts, to prevent violence, and respond to crisis mental health needs, as well as delivering food and other essential services to people who lack access to them. Even as demand for community violence prevention and intervention services remains at record highs, overall support for this work has been limited by the economic impacts of the pandemic. As the nation grapples with the ongoing conversation about how to end mass incarceration and other criminal justice issues, now is the time to support effective community-based approaches to reducing violence. Thank you for taking up this important issue and for your service on City Council.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, our next speaker is also signed up under Community Matters, so I just want to check in and see if Shanna Larkin wanted to speak to an item on the consent agenda. And you should be able to talk to us now.
I can hear you. Sorry.
Good.
I consent.
Okay, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
My name is Shada Murray, and I'm here to represent the voices of hundreds of UVA parents who are concerned about the escalating violence in Charlottesville. Every weekend from Wednesday to Sunday since August, I hold my breath when I open up Facebook and see alerts.
Ms. Larkin, are you,
Yeah.
you're on our agenda for the next
Safety.
matter section? Yes.
Oh, okay.
So unless it's an item that she just read, then you would be able to speak at that time.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure when I was supposed to speak. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to Shana Murray in a moment. Mayor Walker, I don't see any additional hands.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the,
Just, should we want to do motions and then make comment?
well, you can comment now.
Okay.
It's,
No, I just wanted to respond. Obviously, there has been some feedback, and as a council, we've heard from some folks, and I know a few of us had gone out and shadowed with the Buck Squad, and after receiving some feedback after our last meeting, Vice Mayor McGill and I met with some members of the Buck Squad just to articulate some of the concerns that were raised. I was hoping that someone was going to come and speak on behalf of the group during this time, and they have presented with council some formal policies that they want to have to address some of the issues that took place under former leadership. And so I think the main question, I think for me right now, is just ensuring that we are treating this organization like any other outside organization that we provide funding to, so that there is some level of accountability, obviously given even some of the concerns that have been raised. And so I just wanted to raise that, and actually do see that Ms. Hayes's hand is up at this point. I'm not sure, Mayor Walker, if you wanted to have her weigh in or not.
and are there any more comments from counselors? And then we can make the motion. And then if there's any further questions and you want to bring her on, then that's fine.
So my question actually was to Ms. Robertson, more directly to Ms. Robertson, in terms of just with the way that the resolution is written, does this ensure that council can have the same levels of accountability for the funding as we do with any other outside organization? And some of those even that we've done more recently with off-cycle budget requests.
Yes, we drafted the resolution very similarly to other resolutions that you've used for similar purposes. So, I don't think there's anything about the resolution that would preclude you from seeking accountability or for following up to make sure. But if you wanted to make the resolution stronger, you all could certainly discuss that among yourselves and give us further direction.
I just wanted to make sure that we, even passing this resolution, we would still have the ability to basically exercise the same things we've done with other organizations.
Well, I think that you can certainly ask, but this particular resolution doesn't impose any conditions or reporting requirements. But at least on the last handful of resolutions that I've been involved in, you haven't done things that way. It can be done that way, but it hasn't been done that way recently.
And I just want to correct that, because the last allocation we did off budget cycle, they are under contract with Human Services. Chip, Mr. Boyles and I have discussed this, and they have monthly reporting requirements, unless that has changed, because I didn't think they should have monthly, but they had monthly, and so we talked about that. So I just want to clear that up, that they do have, the last organization, they do have requirements.
And I was just saying that that's just not necessarily because of the resolution.
Okay. And that's what I was trying to understand, that we could still have that consistency despite whatever's on this resolution right now. And it seems like with Mayor Walker's example that is the case.
Yes, it's been done outside the context of the resolution.
Thank you.
Since we are talking about the conscious capitalist, I made sure the entire time that I was talking to that group and to staff about that group, that they were providing updates. And so that we went in it with the understanding that they would be providing those updates. I talked to the city manager about that. I thought it's, we were giving them funds for programs that they hadn't, established before, and to make sure that they were successful. Now, that did translate at some point to them giving monthly updates that no other organization is having to give. And I didn't understand why it became a monthly versus quarterly or twice a year. We wanted it to be more, because right now, most of the organizations are only required to give a year, the annual update, and it's really just the information they submit when they're requesting new funding. And I have said and even when I was, talking with them about that, I thought that for us to ensure that the community needs are getting met, that I even asked for it, even though it wasn't required, for us to look and, monitor that group a little bit more, just to make sure no one came in at the end and said that they were not doing the things that we wanted them to do. That's primarily why I made sure that they understood that. So I wasn't part of these conversations about the Buck Squad. So I just wanted to correct, to make sure that Miss Robertson's statement, I didn't want people to think that they were being asked to maybe ask things that other groups were not. I think all of our performance and management office, I think that needs to be up and running. And I think everybody that we give money to should have to provide, as I have said, since 2018.
And that's why I'm raising it at this juncture, because it wasn't clear to me what process, and I was aware that those follow-ups were being done, and there was that expectation. And I think we should have that same expectation with this organization.
Or any organization that we give, not just those two.
Yes, right. There's just a more of a formal process when you go through like the Vibrant Communities Funds versus these off-budget cycle requests for council. And so just going through the packet again this weekend, I just wanted to make sure, and obviously just given just some of the feedback. So, okay. Did anyone else have any other?
All right, so do you want Ms. Hayes to come on now, or do you want to make the motion?
It's up to the group. I'm fine either way.
Okay, so Ms. Hayes, Mr. Willer.
Yep, just a moment. Ms. Hayes, you're on with council if you'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that the Buck Squad was made aware of some concerns, and we worked quickly to address those by deploying a accountability and grievance policy that was posted on our website, and we've been making strides to be more visible. Our past leadership is no longer working with the organization, which was also a concern for a lot of people with the Buck Squad. And please keep in mind the newness of the organization. So there are still a lot of areas where the organization will need to grow, and the request for the funding will help us to probably hire someone that can regulate that. We've been in touch with FAR and CHRA just this week, talking about monthly reporting to try to make sure we're regulated or held accountable to a standard, and we plan to do that. We plan to be very visible about the expenditure of the funds if we're granted the off-cycle request. So I just wanted to weigh in to let the community know that, there are some new concerns that the group has not been aware of that has just recently come to light. And we've been working quickly to address those and, try to make the organization, overall a good organization, which, the intent is there. But, there are some kinks being, so new, less than a year old. So I just wanted to relay that. And we have communicated with the council about the grievance policy and accountability policy that has just been enacted. So, happy to answer any other questions, but we are, trying to be as transparent as possible and trying to, in good faith, serve the community in the ways that we set out to, saying that they're trying to reduce gun violence. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willer, is Ms. Johnson attempting to make a comment on an item on the consent agenda, or is this?
I'm not sure. Why don't we check in? Joy, did you want to comment on this item? And you'll have to unmute your microphone.
Oh, so I know that Joy Johnson from Hardy Drive. I know that CRHA and FAR had a meeting. I don't know what the update is. I just heard from the young lady who just spoke. about that. And I guess that has to go back to the safety committee and the fall board, because it wasn't just one individual that I understood that there were some issues with. So, and I don't want to get into the particulars on here, but hopefully the people who were in the meeting last week is working on that. So.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay. And I would like to pull items 5 and 11 for a separate vote.
So I moved to adopt the consent agenda minus items 5 and 11.
I still second it.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right, that carries 5-0. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt item 5, considering an off-cycle budget request for the Buck Squad in the amount of $50,000. With obviously just the conversation we had earlier around levels of accountability and reporting that are requested.
It was 5.
Didn't you say 5 and 11?
Yeah.
I just said item 5.
Oh, I only heard you say 5.
Item 5, I thought, we want to do them both together. Okay. And item 11, to approve the formation of a joint entity known as the Blue Ridge Cigarette Tax Board. If we're going to do them both together.
I'll second that.
All right. And
Mayor
my
Walker.
comments, before we vote on that is, we've been talking about since the former 3 members were on council, the potential of increasing the cigarette tax. And I would like for you all to just consider who that then tax. And I know that we, discuss it from a public health platform, but most people are not going to stop smoking because there's an increased tax on it. So the amount of money in the con section for why, to pro or con, whether to do this or not, on the first year costs and the ongoing administrative costs, I'm not sure why we would spend that amount of money when it's such a small percentage of our overall budget to begin with. And if that increases, you're talking about the majority of smokers being the most vulnerable members of our community. And if it was something that would possibly prevent them from smoking, that would be probably a reason to do it. But we know that increasing taxes has not curbed consumption of nicotine in the past. And so that's my statement here. And I think that it should be something that we should reconsider. And Mr. Divers has his hand up.
Hi, Mayor Walker. I just wanted to comment that there's no chance to raise the cigarette tax rate at this point. When the General Assembly authorized localities to start forming these boards, it capped everyone at where they are now. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So we've talked about, in our budget conversations, even our cigarette tax rate versus the county, which I don't remember in this moment, but that, people may just drive a shorter distance to pay so if that's not the purpose of it, maybe I misunderstood what I was reading. So what would be the purpose?
I mean, the purpose of it really is regional cooperation, saving labor that the treasurer's office currently expends in administering it, and kind of sharing costs with our neighbors. That's the real benefit of it. We also think that this is just kind of the way things are going to go in the future. Currently, and in the past, cities have been allowed to administer their own cigarette taxes. In the last session, the General Assembly expanded that to counties, with the caveat that it really, really wanted this to be done on a regional basis, because they didn't want the wholesalers to have to deal with 100 and some odd localities and different stamping requirements and things like that. Right now, it's just sort of a strong recommendation. We feel like it won't be long before they kind of insist on it.
Mm-hmm. But that could be another couple of cycles of General Assembly before. So
could be.
So is there any benefit investing this money in here now versus waiting?
Well, I mean, other than sort of the good faith that the other localities have put into the process, we're not obligated to do anything, certainly, because we already have our own cigarette tax, and we can still administer it. I think in the interest of kind of regional cooperation, I think there are some benefits to be gained in, we'll probably have some enhanced enforcement of cigarette taxes, whereas now when we're doing it by ourselves, we don't really have the capacity, to do a whole lot of enforcement. I just think it's a good way to do it. David Blunt, who's with the TJPDC, who has helped quite a bit in, kind of crafting this stuff, is online. And I think he's got some comments, or he could probably offer some insight.
Just real quick, could you just remind us of what the annual revenue that we bring in from the cigarette tax while he's talking? Thank you. Hi, Mr. Blunt.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Walker and members of council. Just to reiterate a couple of things that Mr. Divers has indicated. I think we're expecting that as this moves along, and right now we have 6 counties that have so far agreed to establish this board. We know of one additional county in our greater region, and even one town that is showing some interest in participating. I think that when we actually get the board established and start collecting the revenues, I think that we are going to see some efficiencies in terms of the administration of the tax collection effort. As Mr. Divers had said, you're then dealing with one entity if you're a wholesaler or a distributor in terms of submitting your revenue and submitting your reports. So I think it would be, from their point of view, will be simpler. But then, I think that, as we move along, we're going to see, probably a smoother administrative effort, throughout the region, and that would, hopefully lower the cost that you may have in the city right now for administering the tax. You're not going to be, having to be responsible for purchasing stamps. You're not going to have to secure them. You're not going to have to store them. So I think there's also some of those types of issues as well.
Looks like in the last budget, they budgeted $550,000 for cigarette tax.
And that was the projected or actual?
Projected.
Okay. Do you have
the actual was? I don't have. I mean, the last number I've got. Let's see. In 19 and 20, it was 641,000.
It was 602 in FY21 was the actual.
Thank you.
And so the making this investment, you expect that amount to increase by how much?
I mean, we don't know right now. We're expecting kind of neutral impact. I think long term we probably will see an increase. I think when you have a combination of things, our neighboring localities are going to now institute cigarette taxes. I think, you know, if people are currently leaving the city to buy cigarettes, they have less of an incentive to do that. I think we'll have, you know, just kind of better tabs on what's going on is gonna increase, you know, taxes, but we don't know how much.
But I thought you said that it was capped, the current rates.
I think the rate is capped, but I think we'll have a better chance at enforcement and collections.
Mayor Walker, if I could chime in, the legislation that Mr. Divers referred to earlier, in giving the authority for the first time to most of the counties in Virginia, they are capped at a 40-cent rate. But also included in the legislation was, as referenced, legislation that caps any locality that already was implementing a tax. If it was greater than 40 cents per pack, then it would be capped at the current rate that was in effect on January 1 of this current year.
Okay, does this regional effort, does that, whatever the highest rate in that region, are we then able to cap it at that rate, or every locality has to remain?
Every locality has their, I mean, counties are capped at 40 no matter what, because they didn't have the authority to institute a tax previously. So the highest that they can go is 40. Any locality that had a cigarette tax prior to that, which is cities, are capped at whatever they were in January, and we were at 55. So we can't go higher than 55.
What the counties are doing, Mayor Walker, at this point in time, those that I had mentioned earlier that have adopted an ordinance and the accompanying memorandum of agreement, that was kind of step one. They're going to come back in the next month or two and they will adopt, assumingly, they will at least consider where to set the actual cigarette tax levy for their particular jurisdiction. So it may be 40 cents in one locality, it may be 20 or 30 in another. I can tell you we've already had one of the jurisdictions that has agreed to sign on to be a member of the board that has adopted its local levy, and it actually went with 15 cents per pack.
Okay. Thank you. It's helpful and, you know, information, but I still think, for me, you know, my original thoughts and in terms of the expected, you know, making this investment into the regional board and what the benefits to the city. So I still have those, you know, but thank you all for the information. All right. Councilors, any other questions or comments? No. All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
No.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne.
Just a brief comment. I don't have an issue with the cigarette tax, and I think the Buck Squad program is something really important, that model. But I would say, just given it, I would just want to have clear lockstep assurance that CRHA and FAR are all on the same page in terms of what they're doing. And just not being 100% sure to that, you know, I'm going to vote no for that reason, hoping that, you know, that partnership can evolve and become successful. And again, I say that this being something I want to support, but I just want to be 100% sure that CRHA and FAR are on the same page with anything they're doing going forward. For that reason, I'm voting no.
Do we want to separate the votes for items 5 and 11, given that?
Yes, I think that'd be best.
Okay.
So is there a motion for item 5?
I'm so moved.
I'll second it as just the one.
Okay. Mayor Walker,
No.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
No.
Counselor Snook,
I just want to say I share Michael's concerns, but I'm going to vote yes because I'm optimistic that it'll work out.
All right, that carries 3-2. Number 11.
Move to adopt item 11.
I'll second that as well.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
No.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
And that carries 4-1. Before we leave, there's a, Mr. Wheeler, did we miss the hand that's up? Was that a consent agenda item or is that for the next?
The hand just went down,
Is
so
it
I
down?
believe it's for the next
Okay.
item.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you all. Next up, we have the city manager response to community matters and to counselors.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. This will be fairly quick as most of the questions at the last meeting were regarding the police chief. And those I think will be answered. It has its own agenda item later tonight. There have been some questions regarding the housing voucher program and numbers there. And we're trying to schedule Mr. John Sales to come to one of our council meetings and make a presentation on the voucher program. Not just the program itself, but the numbers. Finally, coming up for a future meeting, which has come up at the last couple of council meetings, is a request for a road name change. I originally thought that it was for an honorary road name change, but it is for an actual changing of a roadway. So we will come to council for your direction on how to move forward with that, and then come back to you with the final approval. Those are the only items that I have right now, Mayor.
And Mr. Bowles, Mr. Sales recently gave an update on to us about the program. That's just been in the, well, Mr. Sales' hand is up, so maybe we can, but I just think he recently gave update. Am I incorrect? That was just months ago, right?
He did, and there were some additional questions from that had been asked from one of the commenters.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I think any time is great, but I think if maybe Ms. Khan didn't have that information, and maybe if we can just, unless we want them to do the report that close together, then maybe we could just have her questions answered or send her the report in, or both, and maybe that'll be helpful. But I am, again, if everyone feels that it's time for them to, give that report again, then that's fine too.
We'll be glad to do it whichever way works best.
All right. Mr. Willer, could you check and see if Mr. Sales' hand is up because of the
John, you're on with council.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, council. My hand is up to address the questions from Ms. Khan a couple meetings ago. So the question was how many vouchers expired before families could lease up a voucher. So the typical HUD standard is 60 days that we provide a family to search for housing. Then we can provide 2 additional extensions of 30 days apiece. So we have been providing 90 days since COVID, since last year, March of 2020. We've been providing 90 days initially, and then up to 2 extensions for a total of 150 days. So since that has occurred, 3 families have been expired in 90 days, 8 in 120 days, and 3 in 150. So out of 117 families.
Okay.
You're looking at 14 families
14.
that have had to turn in a voucher. And I will say it's more than the searching that's an issue. It's the barriers that are in place of individuals getting housed. So you're looking at criminal backgrounds from some of the private landlords who are pretty strict. So an assault from 15 years ago could negatively impact you from finding housing. It hasn't been a financial barrier because we've been providing security deposit assistance. So that hasn't been an issue, but it's really the barriers that are in place from the private landlords, which we really don't have any way to change that. We work with landlords, try to provide references for the families that have lived in public housing or have come from another landlord. But it's really up to the private landlord to decide who they will allow to rent their units.
Okay.
The city could play a large role in that. So when you're making decisions with like SUPs and providing funding, you could make these housing providers open up their pool. So say, hey, you have to be a little less restrictive when it comes to how you qualify a candidate.
Okay. Well, I think sharing those suggestions with Mr. Sanders would be very, and Mr. Ikafuna would be very helpful to make sure that if there's any amendments to our affordable housing, policy of the comp plan, that we can get it in there, or just for us to know when things, when things come up in the future.
Will do.
Thank you.
If there's any other questions, please just let me know. Thank you all.
Thanks. All right, any other questions or comments? Okay, next up, we have the community matters, and I will turn it over to Mr. Wheeler. We have 8 pre-registered speakers and an additional 6 on the wait list.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you are on the waiting list, please go ahead and raise your hand, because all 8 of the people who signed up in advance are on the webinar, and we expect them to speak tonight. You can get in line by clicking the raise hand icon. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Each person will get up to 3 minutes to address council. And our first speaker is Shana Murray. You're back on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shana Larkin, and I'm here to represent the voices of hundreds of UVA parents who are concerned about the escalating violence in Charlottesville. Every weekend from Wednesday to Sunday, I hold my breath when I open Facebook and see an alert about a shooting that's happened in the city. I text my kid frantically to see if he's okay. This is my life every single weekend, worrying, watching, and waiting, hoping the next stray bullet doesn't get my kid or anyone else's. Because up until 2 weeks ago, the statistics were pointing in that direction. There are students reliving the night at Boylan's that can't forget it. They are now afraid to live in the city they love. My student lives at the Standard. 70% of your student body lives in the city. When this council talks about UVA as a separate entity, you all need to be reminded that a large number of students live and work off grounds, and that UVA is the largest employer in your community. Last year, Jim Ryan's email stressed the UVA community needed to be responsible and protect the community at large from the virus. The students abided by the rules the council laid out. They did what they were asked to protect the community. I'd like to ask you what you're doing now to protect the community. This year, there have been more warnings and alerts than any other year, more shootings, and we're only in October. I want to thank Chief Longo for meeting with parents and for the extra time and patrols he's running. I would also like to ask that Jim Ryan keep his promise he made at the Board of Visitors meeting to make safety priority 1. Finally, I'd like to thank Chief Mooney. I'm extremely grateful he has taken over command. Since he has taken over CPD, there's been a dramatic decrease in shots fired in the last 2 weeks. He's stretching his department thin to put more patrol in place and make police presence known. I appreciate knowing CPD is working overtime. Their presence is deterring crime from happening. It is making a difference. 7 firearms removed recently from the hands of criminals. That's 7 less guns out of the hands of people who would potentially hurt or kill someone I or you love. CPD and UPD must work together. There must be a cooperation and sharing of technology and communication. They both need to work together. I know both of the current chiefs understand this. I hope that you as the city council understand how critical it is that these two departments work together to keep every single person safe. I've listened to these meetings in the last several weeks. I've read the articles. I've been paying attention. This council needs to start taking the safety of the entire community seriously. You need to start to support the men and women at CPD every single day to protect the community. This police department is down to a skeleton crew. They are underpaid, underappreciated, demoralized, and leaving in record numbers, all while we sit back and watch the record numbers of violence and shots fired climb. I implore the city council to do their job and hire police officers needed to fill the hole. Work in conjunction with UPD. Hire a new chief of police who is willing to work with everyone in the community, including UPD. And finally, to wake up and realize that someone you love could be the next victim of assault or gun violence. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Willard, just before, just go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Our next speaker is Connor O'Donnell. Connor, you're on with the council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. I should be quick. I just want to talk about the Barracks Emmett improvement plan that you all, I believe in April, the UV architect Alice Rosher gave an update. And it involves a multimodal pathway going from Barracks Road towards Charlottesville. But what I want to focus on specifically are the intersection changes at Barracks and Emmett. Heading westbound on Barracks, the proposal is to change the 3 lanes into 4 lanes with a dedicated right turn lane, which I believe is going to affect traffic coming eastbound on Barracks Road. Unfortunately, I can't share my screen with you right now, but one issue I want to highlight as the area grows is the turn lane on Barracks eastbound crossing 29 is currently the right turn lane and straight turn lane are shared as 1 lane. And I believe that that lane, the double left lane, should be, sorry, this is hard without showing you the map. There are 3 lanes going eastbound and there's 2 double turn lanes left. And then the right lane is shared as straight onto Barracks or right onto Emmett. So basically what I'm trying to say is that moving westbound on Barracks, by opening that up to 4 lanes exiting Barracks and restricting to one lane entering Barracks going eastbound, it's really going to cause a negative traffic flow. By having 4 lanes exiting Barracks, you're obviously saying that there's a significant amount of traffic that travels that way, but only 1 lane going towards the city is going to create a clog there. And one of the other problems is that the Kroger parking lot entrance shares the same lane that moves both forward onto Barracks and right onto Emmett and backs up significantly. So there are just overall a few problems with that. And I think with the redevelopment will exacerbate those. I'm currently a master's in urban planning student, and I do plan to work on a project for this specific piece and submit it to you all. And I know that the plan for this development is already pretty far forward. I just moved to the area right off Barracks Road. So every day that I drive this, I'm sitting in about 5 or 10 minutes worth of traffic in this specific spot. And I do believe it will get significantly worse if the proposed plan goes forward, specifically just the turning lane changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Little, who will be followed by Peter Gray. Emily, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emily Little and I live at 807 Moore Ave. I have 3 children that will be attending Buford Middle School in the future. I would like to show my support of choosing a zero energy design at Buford and Walker schools. I think that the Charlottesville City Council should support the school board resolution to authorize the design team to proceed with the design plans for the school reconfiguration. But with my support, I would like to request the city prioritize and fund the design elements needed to make the buildings zero energy. I think that the school reconfiguration is a beautiful and generous commitment and gift to the children of our Charlottesville community, but we must look past their futures as middle school students and to beyond, where their children are middle school students. And the only way our children are going to have the option to have their own children is to tackle the mitigation of climate change now. I'd like to make 3 points. The first is cost savings. Every year, the school district spends $30,000 in electricity and energy bills for Wockert and Buford. That is money that goes out of this community to fossil fuel companies that have no regard for our children's futures. We could be instead saving that money and putting it into education opportunities for students. Power purchase agreements could make solar easily financially available for the schools. The second is really about Charlottesville being a leader on climate action and mitigation. The city made a promise to be a leader on climate action, and there's still actually not really a lot of action happening on that front. The city set a goal to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030. That's not happening. The pandemic has understandably slowed things down, but climate change has not slowed down. And it feels like, from a citizen's point of view, that Charlottesville keeps kicking the climate action plan down the road. We don't have time. We don't have road. This needs to be done as soon as possible. And having a school that is net zero would be a great first step in keeping climate promises. Thirdly, we have to give our children hope. It is hard enough even for an adult to conceptualize what the future might be if our climate continues to change at the rate that it is changing. When I looked at students striking for climate in front of the freedom of speech wall on September 24th, I see fear. They know that the timeline for making big enough climate actions is shortening. And by the time they are starting their lives as adults, there may not be any time on that timeline left for change. Their school should not be a place that is adding to the destruction of their future. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to look at our students and say, your futures are important, and so we helped you build a school that will reflect that. We have to do these things at the local level so that we help humanity have a chance to have a future and for our children to have a future. To quote Whitney Houston, I believe that children are our future. Treat them well and let them lead the way. As the students striking in front of the wall spoke, build them a climate and environmentally friendly school that supports their future.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Gray, who will be followed by Chris Meyer. Peter, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. In June, I alerted you to a disturbing pattern of interference by a small number of members of Planning Commission in the development of the future land use map and comprehensive plan. Today, I call your attention to the reality that this interference is ongoing. Since the spring, we've seen the following sequence play out several times. First, RHI uses their best professional judgment to create a proposed plan and map. They share these with Planning Commission, where a small number of members instruct RHI to go against their professional judgment and make revision to them that the members personally want to see. RHI then do what they've been told, and when they share the next revision with the public, they realize just how extreme the Planning Commission directions were in the eyes of the public. RHI then produces a more nuanced proposal that is closer to their original professional judgment, which of course gets squashed again. And they aren't even subtle about this. These Planning Commission members are on record reprimanding RHI for not doing exactly what they were told when they sought to overrule RHI's professional expertise. This cycle keeps happening over and over again, and it reflects an alarming abuse of power on the part of a small number of unelected Planning Committee members. Astonishingly, the September version of the plan omits important developer-related details that were present in earlier versions. For instance, things like maximum building heights and units per lot. Why would the city pay $1 million to have experts in their field produce a plan where vital details are now missing? I can venture a guess, given how this process has transpired so far. Regardless, omitting these important details severely limits the public's right to participate in this process. For instance, the general residential category in the new version caps all building heights at 2.5 stories, except that this limit may not matter at all for affordable units, quote, depending on the site characteristics and context, unquote. This is a meaningless phrase. The affordability bonus in this plan refers to, quote, certain levels of affordability, unquote, but refuses to make firm affordability requirements. On all the important developer-related issues, affordability, density, height, parking, this new plan simply ignores all the earlier affordability requirements. How is that an acceptable step forward? We've been told to wait and that all these details will magically appear in the forthcoming neighborhood zoning plans, but it is impossible for anyone to engage in a healthy dialogue about how this plan will promote affordability when these crucial details are curiously absent. At some point, you, council, will be asked to vote on this plan. As City Council, you deserve to vote on a strong and principled plan that promotes long-term affordable housing in Charlottesville. If you walk away from this historic opportunity by approving a plan that promises good things but literally refuses to provide the details, you will be doing your constituents a real disservice. I humbly ask that City Council please do whatever it can to allow RHI to exercise their professional expertise free from interference and create a plan and map that includes specific requirements on affordability, height, density, and parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Meyer, who will be followed by Martha Smith. Chris, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, I live at 124 Oaklawn Court. Thank you, councilors and city staff, for the time and effort you're all contributing to make our city a better place. Also, I want to welcome the Charlottesville City Schools' new superintendent, Dr. Gurley, who started today and I think will be presenting later. This evening, I'll be speaking to the reconfiguration funding item on your agenda, an item that I want council to move forward and finance. I'll start with my appreciation for prioritizing school funding and upgrading our school facilities in your recent budgets. School infrastructure funding was not prioritized by previous councils before you all, which left the city's school system with a huge deficit in building modernization that you inherited. I'll note that while city school modernization was not being prioritized prior to your terms, just one local private school, STAB, between 2006 and 2019 raised more than $90 million. While not exactly an apples to apples comparison, when I compared the city's 2007 to 2020 CIP budgets for school related allocations, I was only able to calculate $34.8 million allocated to school investments. So the private school basically outspent the city by $45 million, or $45 million, sorry, in the same time period, basically. The bigger point I believe here is that there's plenty of money in this community that is supporting education, just not always the public system. Additionally, I'd also like to bring your attention to a petition supporting reconfiguration on change.org, started by a number of concerned parents in the community. At this moment, or at least earlier this evening, there were 123 signatures and growing on this petition that specifically notes a number of the reasons why this plan should move forward, and that are very similar to those all listed in your presentation later this evening, being done by VMDO. Thus, I heartily urge you to approve VMDO moving forward with final design based on the nearly $75 million budget, and recommend additional final design for Walker to be updated in the near future. I am clear-eyed that this will mean that the council will need to raise revenue in order to afford that cost. Unfortunately, again, this is the case because of previous council's budget decisions, which left you all in this challenging financial situation that you're all dealing with. I'll note that many parents like myself are willing to work with you and our state representatives to secure the ability to raise sales taxes and through a subsequent ballot initiative and get it approved if this will help the city raise revenue. Now, again, please approve the reconfiguration as next step so that we can finally put a stop to the proverbial kicking the can down the road on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And our 6th speaker is Martha Smith. Martha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Martha Smythe. I live on Rutledge Avenue in Charlottesville. I wanted to let all of you know that I support the development of affordable housing for our hardworking neighbors. So do all the residents I've spoken about the comp plan and the map. Many of us residents are distrustful about the way our city has handled this issue to date. For a few examples, developers have been allowed to proffer the smallest permitted concession, minimum numbers at 80% AMI, then renege in favor of paying the city a nominal fee. Has the money been spent on affordable housing, its construction, maintenance, or enforcement of standards on rental units? I've learned that the state permits larger proffers for AMI and larger fines than the city has assessed. Why hasn't the city pursued those to fill Charlottesville's affordable housing coffers? The past has proved that density does not, by itself, produce affordable housing. Vacant lots and derelict buildings that are not yet being improved are scattered about the city. These are a sensible place to start building affordable housing. If we add oversized parking lots and perhaps unused stores at shopping centers to that list, we might meet the immediate need for affordable housing. A recent proposal from the consultants, I'm speaking of RHI, recommended adding ADUs and enlarging or dividing existing homes where possible. Many homeowners favor this because it generates minimal disturbance to neighborhoods and potentially leaves the properties in the hands of current owners who care about them. However, there are not as many opportunities as one might think because of the size of many lots, well under a half an acre, the placement of the current homes on those lots, and the topography, steep hills and large trees included. What assurance do we have that these spaces would be affordable? None of the consultants' recommendations lead to increased home ownership, just more rentals. Yet planning commissioners speak of wealth building and ownership to the press. Is that a goal? Then let's adjust the plan. The consultants have not provided data about the cities that took this approach. The cities they name, Minneapolis, Portland, and Austin, are far larger than Portland and Charlottesville, and no results or data from these communities have been produced. In fact, they have sidestepped this question when asked. I have not heard any references to using newer construction materials and methods that lower construction costs or cause more rapid building. Those materials also minimize utility costs greatly and reduce maintenance costs for renters and owners. Why not? Granted, it's not a land use per se. Oops. Okay, well, I want to thank you for giving me time to speak and urge council to develop land use plans that ensure urgently needed affordable housing for our hardworking neighbors while protecting our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Bauer, who will be followed by James Groves. Mary, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm here in my capacity as chair of the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission believes that affordable housing and policies that promote such are critical to the development of a more racially just city. We've taken a position in strong support of the Livable Seaville letter, and we noted that it would be difficult to identify policies more closely derivative of and linked to white supremacy than our current zoning laws. We shared with you in a letter dated September 20th our recommendations for legislative priorities for this General Assembly session, and our recommendations were entirely related to housing and are very specifically the same recommendations issued by consultants hired by the city in its extensive report. We recommended that the city support enabling legislation to allow rent control and just cause evictions as recommended by the consultants. And we also advised that the city either codify the right to counsel in eviction proceedings in an ordinance if it is determined that that is permitted by law, or seek a change to state law if it is determined that that is necessary. That too came from the consultants. But I would like to raise one issue in particular related to right to counsel in eviction proceedings. After substantial research, we recommended some time ago that the funding needed to establish reasonable access to counsel in eviction proceedings based on pre-pandemic and thus very conservative data was $460,000 in the first year, with increases over time as more people learned about the right. We understood it, City Council and the City Manager agreed that they would set up this program, and the City Manager was authorized to operationalize this. And indeed, some city councilors went on social media and announced that the Charlottesville was the first city in the South to adopt right to counsel. Since that time, however, the program that has been negotiated thus is so far from adequate as to question whether those earlier statements were made in good faith. At this moment, as we have been told, the city is contracting to provide $300,000 over 3 years, a mere $100,000 per year. This would allow for the representation of about 100 tenants woefully short of the 700 who were in proceedings pre-pandemic. City residents deserve to understand how this happened. How did we go from an announcement that we were adopting the right to counsel to a place where this really tiny amount of money was allocated and no effort made to codify the right? The commission specifically asks for a response on this topic as to how this happened and asks you to revisit this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our next speaker, the last one of those who signed up in advance, is James Groves. James, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm James Groves and a city resident. I want to draw attention to a topic that deserves the council's consideration, and that topic is the future of the city's gas service. The topic is time sensitive for 2 reasons. First, because of climate change. Second, because of comprehensive planning and potential citywide rezoning. In 2019, the City Council voted to adopt the goal of a 45% reduction in community-wide greenhouse gases by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. That vote acknowledged the time sensitivity of climate change. Now, as the Planning Commission puts its finishing touches on our comprehensive plan, it appears that the council will be asked to endorse a plan that seeks to promote affordable housing through new home construction. The council needs to think carefully about whether it wants such homes to be outfitted with gas. New homes could stand in our community for 75 to 100 years. And if those homes are outfitted with gas appliances that emit carbon dioxide during use, it will be difficult to reach the city's stated carbon reduction goals in 10 and 30 years. Others have acknowledged that the time for gas is past. In 2013, Denmark implemented a gas ban in new buildings. Now, nearly 50 California communities are implementing bans. By 2030, New York City intends to implement a ban. Last month, the City Council of Richmond, Virginia, signaled its intention to eliminate gas when it passed a resolution that stated, quote, "The council hereby commits to working with the city's administration on an equitable plan to phase out reliance on gas and shift to accelerated investment in city-owned renewable energy, and hereby recognizes that the continued operation of the city's gas utility is an obstacle to the city's goal of net zero emissions," end quote. As you consider the city's path forward, there are early steps to take. First, eliminate the subsidy currently provided for the installation of new gas service. No new gas lines for free. Second, end the city's rebate for conversion to on-demand gas water heaters. As a licensed professional engineer here in Virginia, I stand ready to provide guidance on this issue. Please reach out with any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Walker, next we'll go to the hands that are raised in the audience. We have 7 hands raised, now 8. So we have our 8 slots for the next speakers. First up is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
First off, I want to respond to Mrs. Sheena Larkin, the mom from UVA. First off, UVA students did not take all precautions during COVID. They were having several gatherings that was outside of the state mandates at the time. So don't act like those rich, privileged kids were doing what they were supposed to do. They were not. Second off, Chip and Mooney, if you wanted longer back, why didn't you just say that? Utilizing parents to come on here and give comments, that exposes your whole plan, which we already been exposing anyway. Now on to some real business. Where's the Human Rights Commission, Mary Bauer, since you were on here talking about affordable housing? Where are you advocating for Black leadership? This falls under, not only does it fall under a civil rights issue, but the dialogue on race. Did you do any research? Do you know what that stood for at all? Black leadership is being mistreated, not just the chief of police, but the previous city manager, the previous deputy city manager, the previous chief before that, and the previous city manager before that. Need I go on? And why is the Human Rights Commission not speaking up for Brackney? Is it because you, Mary Bauer, and Catherine Worrell have your own issues with her? I mean, because all you got to do is look at the meeting where you all tried to come for her too. See, this is about white people ganging up on Black leadership when Black leadership don't do what you want them to do. Chip was hired to stabilize the city. Michael Payne read a whole joint statement that all counselors, except the mayor, because ain't no way I know she supported all of that fully and truly, and maybe she did, I don't know. But she's seeing now, Chip was hired to stabilize the city, and he's not doing that. And let's talk about Ashley Marshall. Did she fully accept the job initially, or did you make a phone call to her, Chip, asking her to take the job after she had denied it? Which one was it? This city, from an equity and civil rights standpoint, you are the absolute worst. And I hope that this gets national attention, worldly attention, and I hope that you're all exposed on the role that you play. Heather Twitch, you twitch every time I talk, baby, and you know that you are so far up in mess, girl. Girl, you so far up in mess. Did you promise Baxter that he would be a deputy city manager? Did you promise him that? Shake your head, no. Definitely not. All y'all secrets coming out now. All of your secrets. Heather, are you working with Emily Policia to try to get Chief Smith gone like you were with Baxter for Richardson? Because, I mean, it surely seems like this is your type of work. This is right up your alley. Chip and Lisa Robertson told this man not to meet with cars, and it came out in the last meeting. And none of you all are coming down on what Chip has done that hasn't stabilized. He has not stabilized the city. He hasn't hired anybody but Sam Samuels and the NDS person. And you said in your offer that you hired him with the offer to stabilize Charlottesville and give it the governance that it needed. And then he turns around and fires the chief with no cause because white boys aren't happy. And you and white people are okay with that.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Our next speaker is Lori Shirk. Lori, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, sorry. I'd like to just have you turn your attention to this audio briefly. Sounds like a war zone, doesn't it? That's from a home security camera right here in Charlottesville, capturing the sound of gunfire on a Wednesday night, almost 4 weeks ago, a mere 500 feet from the apartment from where my son and 600 other UVA students live. Twice, stray bullets have entered apartments in his complex. And as this fall semester got underway, he reported hearing gunfire every single night. Just 6 weeks into the school year, UVA has issued 11 safety alerts about off-ground incidences, including armed robbery, aggravated assault, gunfire. Shoot, a fellow student was even struck by a stray bullet. You go back and combine all 5 years and there weren't 11 alerts, and none of those had firearms. Students are terrified to go about their daily lives, and we call upon the university and the city of Charlottesville to collaborate on solving this escalation in crime and acting with the sense of urgency equal to the threat level. Last week, President Ryan announced that this issue is now his #1 priority. Chief Longo has been working overtime toward that goal, but he can't succeed without the full cooperation and commitment of the Charlottesville Police Department, since 2/3 of our students live in the community. In the past 2 years, there's been little to no cooperation between UPD and CPD. In contrast, in the brief time that Acting Chief Mooney has been at the helm, the cooperation is evident, with noticeable increases in police presence in areas experiencing the greatest threat. These patrols have been uniformly welcomed, and we're grateful for Major Mooney's swift response to this crisis. The relative calm of just the last 2 weeks is evidence that the police presence is a deterrent. Thanks to the skilled work by officers and detectives, 7 firearms are now off the streets and out of reach of those intent on terrorizing not only UVA students, but residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. This year, Charlottesville has experienced double the number of shots fired than all of last year. The singular focus on reforming a police department in the image of a small but vocal group of activists has come at the expense of the safety and security of all its residents. Your police department has been demoralized, gutted, experienced officers leaving in record numbers, violent crime units being eliminated. All the while, elected and appointed officials have been wasting time pointing fingers, blaming and shaming this directionless, unsupported, understaffed, and underpaid police force. A new permanent police chief needs to have a backbone to empower officers to do their jobs and end this crisis. No college in America should sound like a war zone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Cruz, who will be followed by Greg Weaver. Susan, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Cruz, and I am the Executive Director of the Community Climate Collaborative, or C3. I'm a city resident. I have 2 boys in Charlottesville City Schools, and I am an occasional transit rider. I want to touch on a few topics this evening. 2 years, 3 months, and 3 days ago, you set a climate goal to reduce our community-wide emissions by 45% by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. 2030 is now just over 8 years away, and the systems change necessary to reach carbon neutrality will take decades to complete. Tonight, I think you'll be hearing from someone else about a letter encouraging our cities to move our city school buildings toward net zero energy. It is unlikely that our city will renovate these buildings again before 2050, the year when we are set to achieve carbon neutrality. Now is the time to support the change that is needed to reach our climate goals and ensure a better future for all of our students. C3 supports this investment in our schools, and I hope you will too. On another topic, last week, C3 released a new report, Transit, Equity, and Climate. Our report outlines the importance of a robust electrified transit system to build a more just and cleaner community. It includes 14 recommendations to improve our current system, including equitable access to transit and reduction of transportation emissions. Recommendations like doubling ridership, improving bus stop safety, and increasing frequency to no greater than 30-minute intervals between bus arrivals. C3 will be bringing these and other recommendations to you for action later this fall. These are the types of decisions that should be guided by a climate action plan. The community is still waiting for that plan. 2 years and 3 months of waiting. We aren't even certain of our progress, as it has been 5 years since our last greenhouse gas inventory. Until these are complete, you as a council will be making these decisions one at a time. It is in all of our interests for council to prioritize the development of an ambitious climate action plan. Until it is final, I encourage you to keep our ultimate goal, not of 45% reduction, but of carbon neutrality in mind as you make the structural and systemic decisions that will help or hinder our ability to get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Gregory Weaver, who will be followed by Nancy Carpenter. Gregory, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Greg Weaver. I live in Fry Spring. Just as Susan just mentioned, 2 weeks ago, the Community Climate Collaborative released their Transit Equity and Climate Report. This report takes a comprehensive look into the state of transit in our city, what it would mean for climate inequity if the city took significant action on overhauling transit, and actionable steps the city can take to address the current system's inadequacies. Last Wednesday, C3 had a webinar in their report at which my wife and I asked the panel whether they had heard from any of you or from any county supervisors about the report. D'Anthony McKeel from the county was on the call, but otherwise C3 very diplomatically said that while they know that they have strong support of this work from members of both bodies, they hadn't heard from anyone else directly just yet. I too know that there are supporters of leading into transit work among you, but I wonder if they haven't heard any acknowledgements from you, how many of you have taken the time to read the report or even or even the quickly digestible executive summary. It's my duty to nag you on this because climate change is here. It is happening. 2 Fridays ago, you heard from Charlottesville High School students at the Youth Climate March demanding action on transit and on density. They demanded you step up in these areas specifically in order to meet your own greenhouse gas benchmark. They know, as the rest of the city and I do, that taking action on these issues is not like homework. You can't wait till the last minute to start it. In fact, we have already procrastinated. The deadline has already passed. Our work is late. If we're generously at a grade B future now, if climate is not a #1 priority, yes, we will get a failing grade and there's no chance for makeup work. That might be a cute analogy, but I hope you recognize it is a real one with harsh truths. We all know that increasing ridership is key to getting people to choose to ride instead of driving their car to lower emissions. Key to getting necessary funding to make the changes in the system to encourage people to make the change in how to get around. With the rest of my time, I want to focus on the lowest hanging fruit in C3's report, their suggestion to move swiftly to invest in increasing safety at bus stops. 37% of the surveyed respondents rated bus stops unsatisfactory or unacceptable, and over half listed bus stop enhancements as a top priority for improving CAT services. This shouldn't shock you if you've ever ridden the bus. If it does shock you, please work writing into your schedule this week. It is revealing. In my own travels over the past few weeks, I've noted things like 9 p.m., Chariot Shamrock westbound. Can hardly make out my wife's face in the darkness. West Main at 11th Street Southwest. Giant bush could be replaced by bench. No stop I've seen has benches with back support, making it difficult for the elderly and disabled. West Main at the Standard. Sidewalk thin. Bikers dodging joggers in their lane, dodging pedestrians. 10th at Page northbound. No cover, no trees, sits in the blazing sun. Every stop should have protection from the elements. Every stop should have adequate lighting. Every stop should have seating that works for those of all ages and conditions. Global warming is not waiting and has not ever waited on us. Start taking action today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Carpenter, who will be followed by Thomas Penny. Nancy, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I had several things on my mind, but these Moms for Cops that Mike Wells, amped up to make these public comments about the safety or lack thereof in the UVA area just kind of didn't sit right with me. Apparently, these Moms for Cops don't understand the history, the troubled history that Tim Longo has with the communities in this city. I think if they really want to get behind something and not use Mike Wells's talking points, even down to, parroting his local activist comment, they should talk to Jim Ryan and tell Jim Ryan to come off some of that endowment money that UVA has and start building housing on grounds, back on grounds for some of those students. Get those 3rd and 4th years out of these neighborhoods so that housing can once again become connected back to people who live here full time. Okay, there's a lot that is very charged by what they said. It's a little bit the caucasity of the fragility speaks to me a lot about what they said. And as far as that sound bite, I don't know what that was, unless I saw the clip itself. It sounds like, scratching on a old chalkboard. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about really was giving the Office of Human Rights, really looking at that ordinance and giving them some capacity to but to weigh in on some of these rental situations, because the criminal history can also be considered under fair housing under certain circumstances. It can be considered a racist action, because a lot of the criminal histories that I see and the people that have to deal with, like somebody said here on the comment, 15 years ago, you have an assault, you haven't done a damn thing since. And yet that can hold you back from getting a housing option that can also be, translated into, racial profiling because of our carceral system and who, we've decided to, make examples of, and all, everything that has been talked about over the course of the last couple of years since 2017. So basically, I'm discrediting what the Moms for Cops said, but I'm also saying that Jim Ryan, needs to stand up and do something right for this city. If you want to talk about students that have safety issues, talk to students at VCU. Perhaps they may have a little bit more insight into what's going on. I have found Charlottesville to be somewhat one of the safest cities that I've ever lived in. Anyway, thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Penny, who will be followed by Janice Redinger. Thomas, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Penny, and I'm the president of Donahoe Hospitality Services. Donahoe is the operator and one of the owners of the Draftsman Hotel. We based the decision to build the Draftsman on perceptions of the city in advance of the events of August 2017. Although we found the events of the white nationalist rally deeply troubling, we believe much of the anger and hatred was brought to Charlottesville by external forces. While we acknowledge more work remained to rebuild trust and address institutional barriers to equity and inclusion, we were hopeful that local elected officials and city leaders would be responsible stewards in pursuit of justice, equity, and true inclusion. Though I may not have all of the information surrounding the termination, I can say the optics are not good. At a time when there are national calls for police reforms, the optics are a city manager with some degree of support from council members fired an African-American female police chief that was reprimanding officers within a majority white police force without support from the mayor. While the public may very well not have all the information, they never do when it comes to personnel matters. Based on the history of Charlottesville, especially the recent history, it invites heightened sensitivities. It is for this reason I believe such a decision required significant support within the African American community prior to moving forward, including members of the business community. We all have a responsibility for strengthening relationships within Charlottesville across racial and socioeconomic lines. I welcome the opportunity to have a meaningful discussion around repairing the damage this has caused and bringing the community of Charlottesville together. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our 15th speaker is Janice Redinger, who will be followed by Tish Tablin. Janice, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thanks, Brian. Mayor Walker, councilors, thanks for having me. I'm Janice Redinger. I'm a city resident and live in the Belmont area. Just wanted to comment on a couple of issues. I'm really hoping that you all, as well as Chip Boyles, will not hide behind privacy or personnel or some such nonsense when you discuss Chief Brackney later on, especially when each of you has dragged her reputation through the mud, and especially when you have told conflicting stories. Each of the 4 white councilors, I'm sorry to describe you that way, but all of the 4 except for the mayor have remained virtually silent in the last 2 meetings when the mayor has attempted to engage you in this discussion, although you have felt quite free to comment to the media. You may feel like you're doing the right thing, maybe following Lisa's advice, maybe trying to stay out of the fray or fly under the radar. But the reality is your silence is complicity, and it actually conveys the loudest message of all, and that is that you don't care and you don't care to govern. You should care deeply that Chip wrote an op-ed that suggested reasons for firing that are inconsistent with a no-cause contract termination. And you should care deeply that he admitted in the same op-ed that he should have, but didn't even bother to have a conversation with the chief about his concerns. That is truly unbelievable. Is that what the kind of manager we expect from our city manager? Is that how employees are going to be treated? It's astonishing to me that a city manager would fire a department head with less consideration than you will probably give Bellamy Brown for a volunteer board appointment. And you should care also that he mocks the mayor in his notes when meeting with her. And by the way, as an aside, kudos to the city for actually providing them to me. I think that there is a pattern of open disdain and disrespect towards Black women. We've all seen it on display. You, as counselors, have an obligation to ensure that CHIP is fair. You are his employer. To put your heads in the sand and only say it's his decision is an abdication of your responsibilities to this community. And I look forward to your fulsome discussion later on. Secondly, and I'll try to whip through this, as to Bellamy Brown, he should be removed, not because of the content of his words, although I don't think they were anything more than a personal grievance, but because he has demonstrated malice towards the chief, he has celebrated her termination, he's claimed credit for it, and he has failed in leadership on the board. He has expressed condemnation for the chief based on what he says was a year-long investigation of his, which we all know is a lie, and because of the PBA surveys, some of which he read from the pulpit of the PCRB. Is that the kind of due process Bellamy Brown intends to dole out as the PCRB chair? He has completely undermined the integrity and credibility of the board, and for that reason, he should be removed, along with his sycophant, Jeff Frazier. Not one thing of substance has been done under his chairmanship, not one. It's one thing to be incompetent, which is bad enough, but to actively harm the board is beyond the pale. Please remove him.
Thank you.
This is not a First Amendment issue.
And our last speaker at this part of the meeting is Tish Tablan. Tish, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for letting us speak tonight. My name is Tish Tablan. I'm a city resident in the Belmont neighborhood, and I'm also a parent with 2 children at Jackson Via Elementary who will be attending Buford Middle School in the next handful of years. I'd like to share with you a letter from representing over 24 community businesses and organizations in support of zero energy design at Buford and Walker schools. And I'll read to you a little bit from that letter tonight. We have a tremendous opportunity before us right now to make a once-in-a-generation investment, modernizing and revitalizing aging school buildings at the Buford and Walker school sites in a way that will yield long-term benefits for our students, our educators, our taxpayers, our community health, and our planet. We support the new conceptual designs for Buford Middle School and Walker Preschool, selected by both the Charlottesville City School Board and the multi-stakeholder community design team. The redesign of these buildings will give us a unique opportunity to meet financial, community, and climate goals by making zero energy design a priority. We're asking City Council to support the school board resolution to authorize the design team to proceed with the plans at a projected cost of $75 million. And we ask the city to prioritize and fund the design elements needed to make the buildings as close to zero energy as possible. We outline in the letter reasons to support zero energy design for our schools, which include annual and long-term cost savings. So I'll remind you that zero energy also means zero electricity and zero gas bills for those schools. We have the opportunity to go solar with no upfront costs. So the cost of those solar panels do not need to be included in the building costs. And we will see annual savings and long-term savings by doing so. And that's how 90% of the schools that have gone solar in the state of Virginia have funded their solar arrays. This also gives us a chance to demonstrate our climate leadership and meet our climate goals. Buford and Walker schools can be the first zero energy schools in Central Virginia and among the first in the state of Virginia. And the other ones that have been designed were designed by VMDO. We have the ability to do this. We think investing in Buford and Walker in high quality zero energy schools can also help us simultaneously meet our equity and our climate goals, with the student populations in these schools having greater racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic diversity than the city as a whole. And I'd like to just spend my remaining time lifting up the organizations that have shown their support for this, which includes city residents, city parents, and city students, including 2RW, Carter Myers Automotive, Charlottesville 350, Charlottesville Renewable Energy Alliance, Charlottesville Youth Climate Strike, Citizens Climate Lobby, Community Climate Collaborative, Cultivate Charlottesville, Generation 180, Indoor Biotechnologies, Kids Climate Club, Local Energy Alliance Program, the Piedmont Environmental Council, Shift Sustainability Consulting, SunTribe Solar, Sunday Solar, and U.S. Green Building Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was 16 speakers, Mayor Walker.
Thank you. Councilors, comments?
I was curious, and I understand it can't be done now, but for the next meeting, Mr. Boyles, if you could give us an update on the program that Ms. Bauer was referring to and just kind of where we are, and also what the other regional partners are doing in contribution to that adopted right to counsel.
Yep, we sure can.
Mayor Walker, there is one thing that one of the speakers mentioned in particular, Ms. Smythe, about the questioning the fact that there is, or asserting the fact that there have been no studies of how cities such as Portland have responded to an upzoning, such as what is being proposed for Charlottesville. There's a very interesting article that was done for, I think it was Shelter Force, that cited the example of Portland, and what they found, they actually did have a fair amount of data from Portland. And what they had found was that the consequence of upzoning in Portland was, first of all, that there were very few teardowns and new structures being built, that what was happening slowly, that what was happening mostly was duplexes and an existing building being converted to a duplex, or there would be an add-on to an existing building to make a duplex. But most of the sort of the catastrophic projections of what's going to happen in the event of an upzoning simply weren't happening. So there have in fact been studies. They are in fact known to the planners who are involved in this, and that's part of why they are proceeding in the direction they're proceeding. That's the only comment I had on what folks have said tonight.
All right. Any other comments? No. All right. So, of course, I'm going to start with the one that impacts the most, even though all of these do. Impact, especially our most vulnerable citizens. But I'm going to start with the two UVA parents and the fact that, again, none of you understand. And I don't know where you all spend your time, but if it's in America, then even understanding a national of how we get from a President Obama to a Trump, to a Joe Biden, and then Lloyd, Heather, since I know you all are very active in the party, understanding what comes after this administration. At a state level, the governor's race and why they're close. And all of that is centered on racism that I know you really understand, and you all understand what's important, but you can't, and maybe you just don't really know how to articulate it because it doesn't affect you. But to have two UVA parents come on and praise the leadership for getting rid of the chief. Ms. Shirk's comment says police chief. It doesn't say safety of the students. It says police chief. As if we couldn't possibly be concerned about the safety of the community. Because had they been paying attention, this has been a topic of discussion. While something like the Buck Squad is in front of you, while something like the Conscious Capitalists have been in front of you, is because I have been talking since I've been here about how the community heals the community, right? That's how we got here. Chief Brackney's greatest fault here is not wanting to over-police the community to lead to mass incarceration, not allowing people who committed crimes to go be in the community able to commit crimes, which is what their comments allude to. I sent an email to Jennifer Davis, CC Jim Ryan on it, which he didn't respond. I met with him, talked to him, but it was addressed to her. And I talked about the Daily Progress article that talked about a reinterpretation of the MOU and the expanded jurisdiction that the article referenced. I didn't make it up. It was written in the article from a reporter who apparently had gotten that information from one of UVA employees. What I said was that expanding the police chief they hired which they should have never hired, if they were concerned about how he treated this community, but they didn't care. And I talked to her about that when they hired, when she called me and said we needed to present a unified front on this, and told her based on all the information I had, based on being a member of the community that has been targeted, I would never present a unified front. I sent this message last week to say similarly that at no point should Longo's jurisdiction be expanded. Now, if you all understand racism, putting a police chief who has terrorized the community back in charge of it, and if that was your goal, then you're on it and it's public. But if it was not, you should be more concerned about his practices in policing than expanding his jurisdiction. Now, if Mooney wants to come on, we can talk about this because we've talked about it before. As other citizens have talked about before, increasing police patrol has not curbed violence in the neighborhood. One, which I never do because we need to focus on home, we can talk about increased violence across the country during COVID, because you're talking about people who already have severe mental health challenges and having to deal with them through poverty. Now, white families can't even stay at home with their kids because they're not used to taking care of them. Like, it's just simple stuff like that. Yes, I said it, Heather. You heard me. And you can comment on if you like, because you struggled. We're talking about people who have been abused by the systems in this country forever. You can send however many police into the neighborhoods, and all you will do is increase incarcerations. And I thought as a nation, I thought as a state, I thought as a community, we were working on solutions that decreased incarcerations. Does that mean you allow crime to be rampant? No, but just as the parents who talked to us on South First Street, who wanted some relief, we need to give them that same energy that you all are giving the parents. And the answer for neither the UVA community, because we can start talking about what those students have gotten away with over the years, if we must. But we don't want to have those conversations, do we? Because white people are afforded the opportunity to get the help they receive. A police chief, former police chief who terrorized this community will never be the person that helps heal it. And the only thing he can bring to this community is increase incarceration. Lloyd, you've made comments in the past about being a defense attorney, defending people, being in court with people under the tenure of that police chief. But you're not going to make them publicly, right? The only people who are affected by these type of decisions are the most vulnerable members of the community. This isn't, as they are trying to characterize, that because it's not you all, because you all get the privilege of not, one, sharing your thoughts, and of course, being white and for their safety, while I am not, according to the two parents that spoke. What we need to do here is, one, you all should not allow people to come on here and praise Mooney, because Mooney hasn't done anything. It hasn't been long enough to do anything. If you got 7 guns off the street, Lloyd, how many guns are still on the street? Do you want to answer that? People who live in these communities understand that that is just the tip of the iceberg, not just in the Black community. You all have the Rugby Avenue example when they were white, how much access to firepower they had. They didn't get the time that Black people have in their little precious house on Rugby Avenue, but they had a lot of firepower. And so here, what we should be talking about And what I told JJ Davis today, who responded and told me that my assessment of Longo is inaccurate. And I told her the same thing I'm telling you all. You don't get to sit in the comfort of your white privilege after I've lived in these communities and tell me who he is. I understand who he may be to y'all, how he may interact with y'all. That is not our experience with him, nor will it be if he's allowed to expand anything. So that's my first comment. God, again, the shame that you all apparently don't have the capacity to feel. I just don't understand. It is freaking beyond shameful. And those kids who came and spoke to us from Human Services, I am hoping that each and every one of y'all, they were all white children. They're in a much better position to help heal this world than any of y'all adults are at this moment. I hope that the two parents have spoke, which I doubt, but I hope that there are more kids like them that won't end up in power and make the foolish decisions that you all make because it don't affect you.
I'm struggling with this being about any one person because I think we've had this conversation before. We all have a shared goal of having safety throughout this community. I think the heaviest part of this is like knowing that there are children in some of these communities that have no choice. And it's a heavy place to be, to see that those children have no choice. But whether you're the mother of a 20-year-old or a 2-year-old, you're the mother of someone and you do not want your child to be inflicted by gun violence.
Heather,
and I think we have, I'm sorry, I'm speaking now. I'm sorry.
I don't care if you're speaking.
Now.
Did you hear me say something different to counter what you said? Don't nobody want you to get on here and talk about this from your white fragility perspective.
Okay, this is why I don't talk. You asked why no one's talking. I'm not talking because every time I open my mouth, that's what you throw in my face. And so I'm not going to talk anymore.
Yes, you should have learned something different by now. I will mute myself. Go ahead, knock yourself.
I think I'm done. Thank you. This evening, we were talking about providing funding to an organization that isn't a traditional law enforcement interception. Clearly, there's mixed feelings about that in the community, but we have to be able to attack this from many different angles. And it can't just be traditional policing. It has to be from people who have relationships in these communities for it to stop, which is the reason I still leaned in and support on this, despite the fact that I think there's still work to be done with these organizations. I just don't know what the other answer we're looking for is. We can't just sit around while these things are happening. I have more to say. I just cannot engage in this kind of dialogue.
If you heard me say anything that led you to sitting around, because I think if you admit nothing else, you know I work my butt off every day, all day. So this is not about anybody sitting around.
You seem to claim that the rest of us are sitting around and you've put it in writing.
This is about making sure that whatever decisions are made by the city manager and the person who you all have allowed for him to put in charge does not terrorize the same community that you claim to care about. Because right now, if you are making those kind of decisions, and history shows, if you want me to send you some more reading materials, if you want me to give you some local examples, once white people start having concerns, their concerns will trump anybody else's concerns, and it will not be a holistic response. That's how we ended up with mass incarceration in the first place. Okay? So all I'm asking is for us to ensure that those parents who came in with very one-sided concerns apparently have been getting information from the University of Virginia that slights the former police chief as if she was the problem, does not become the focus. And that we make sure that the community, that there's a healthy response, which if you want to help, that $50,000 is a drop in the bucket. You would need to triple the police department contribution, which is at 19 million. And every time you make a decision, it needs to be double, triple, quadruple the investment that led to the destruction. So if you are in the business of decreasing violence, you have to be in the business of eradicating poverty. And every decision you make has to lead towards that. You have to be in the business of not, or what Ibram would say, being anti-racist. Okay? And your decisions would need to be anti-racist policies. And the time that you all think that you can take on needs that the community have, you have to move with a sense of urgency. As if like we are moving with a sense of urgency because those parents are complaining and UVA was complaining. You got to move with that same sense of urgency and responding to the community needs and giving them the resources that they need. Don't act as if the same response that they are getting, that you even have poured into the community. Ms. Marshall, are you on camera? You have a comment? No? Okay. Are there any other comments? Okay. So it's 8:46, so 9:01. So 9:01 for the public. Thank you. All right. Call this meeting back to order. Next up, we have a public hearing on approving the long-term lease of a portion of McIntyre to the Botanical Gardens of the Piedmont. It's a public hearing and a second reading. Turn it over to Mr. Boyles.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, since this is a second reading, over the past decade, City Council's been discussing and planning a botanical garden to be established within McIntyre Park. This began back around September of 2012. And most recently in September of 2017, final site plan approval was made. And then at your last meeting, the first reading of a lease agreement with the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont, which is a nonprofit and a newer name, but the same group that has been discussing this with the council. The proposed lease, of course, is with this nonprofit. Included in that is an Exhibit A with the set of rough boundaries. The exact boundaries will be defined later as part of the written deed. The proposed term of the lease is for 40 years, which is the maximum amount allowed in the Commonwealth. As I said, the leasee is a nonprofit. It also allows the city to put public utilities that include a pedestrian trail and bridge and some stream restoration projects within the lease area. And the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont is allowed a 5-year period to commence construction of the Botanical Garden itself. Then they have 3 years to complete this construction. At that point, the city could, they have a clawback feature that they will be able to take the lease back if necessary, or to review that for any types of extension. It's very important for the nonprofit to obtain a lease so that they can complete their fundraising efforts. The city does not have any funds in the CIP for this project, and therefore this would not be a project that would go to construction under city management for any number of years. So we're not sure if and when that could occur. And so a nonprofit partnership is probably most appropriate. From a financial standpoint, about the only thing that the city would have involved is Parks and Rec has agreed to do parking lot maintenance. Of cleaning the snow off of the sidewalks, making sure the parking lot is maintained properly, and then monitoring it for wear and tear. With that, I'm not sure if there are any questions or if you'd like anybody from the Botanical Gardens to provide any additional information. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Council, or do you have any clarifying questions before we open the?
I do not.
Ms. Davis, is there anything you would like to say before the public hearing?
No, ma'am. Jill, anything?
I would just like to further the remarks from Mr. Boyles. The layout of the master plan for McIntyre Park East requires the city to fund infrastructure adjacent to the Botanical Garden, such as the parking lot and the utilities, before the garden construction can begin. However, there's no funding to accomplish this infrastructure in the CIP budget for the next 5 years. Approval of this land lease places the garden in a position to begin a capital campaign to fund its construction without the need to wait for the city to fund the required infrastructure improvements. We currently have a very generous challenge grant that needs to be met dollar for dollar within 6 months. This land lease agreement will provide the confidence our donors are waiting for to invest in this community asset so that we can meet this challenge. With these funds, it's the garden's intent to complete the next 2 design phases, the site work, and begin to install the children's garden, all within the next 3 to 5 years. In our current rustic state, we've hosted a story hour for the Jefferson Madison Regional Library, a work training opportunity for WorkSource students, and gave tours to representatives from the Women's Initiative, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, Master Gardeners, and to a class from UVA in just the past month. Just think of how we will serve the needs of the community as a fully functional botanical garden. We know that we can build this high performance public space to benefit and include the entire community, as well as attracting tourists and visitors to local businesses. Environmentally, the garden will strengthen the local ecosystem and help curb pollution. Economically, it will attract tourism and contribute to commerce in our region. Socially, it will support the fabric of our greater community as an education center and a new social hub that is public, open air, and free. But most significantly, research indicates that physical and mental health outcomes are improved for city dwellers of all ages who have regular access to natural environments. So public gardens such as Botanical Garden of the Piedmont play an important role in sustainable community development. So we ask that you please vote to approve the land lease agreement and help the garden to grow. Thank you, Mayor Walker, and to the other city councilors for this opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions at this time? All right, Mr. Will, I'll turn it over to you. I'll open the public hearing at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to address council on this public hearing item, please click the raise hand icon, which I need to activate. Hold on just a moment. Now you can raise your hand. If you'd like to address council on the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont lease, please click the raise hand icon. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Our first speaker is Aaron, and I'm going to let you pronounce your last name. You've got 3 minutes with City Council. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Councilors and Mayor Walker. My name is Aaron Eichhorst, and I live on Belmont Avenue. I have the privilege of serving Charlottesville City Schools as the coordinator of fine and performing arts, and I am also the director of the Reflections Middle School art program for Central Virginia. I'm an artist as well as a gardener, and I'm speaking this evening with the hope that you approve this request to change the city's MOA to a land lease agreement with the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont. The land lease agreement will release the city from the obligation of funding infrastructure costs and allow the garden to proceed with the construction of their nationally recognized designs. In my role as the Fine Arts Coordinator, I have seen up close the benefits this space has had on students and local arts programming. In June 2021, after a year's hiatus due to COVID, the Reflections Regional Governor's School resumed its summer programming. And as we began planning for our program, we were in search of an outdoor space that would allow students to experiment creatively in response to their sensory experiences. The Botanical Garden embraced our ideas and warmly welcomed 40 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students, allowing them to explore their grounds and create site-specific sculptures which were on display until August. This positive experience has nurtured the relationship with the city schools and forged a creative partnership that continues to develop in such projects like a Trailblazers art installation recognizing the Charlottesville 12, a creative collaboration by elementary and middle school students, which will be installed along the trails of the Botanical Garden. It is exciting to realize that we are just in the early stages of a meaningful partnership with this local resource. Please approve this request to change the MOA to a land lease agreement and allow the Botanical Garden to move forward with their plans, bringing more accessibility to the site as they manifest their vision. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone else would like to get in line, please click the raise hand icon. Next up is Nathan Walden. Nathan, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Great. Hi, my name is Nathan Walton, former executive director of Abundant Life Ministries, a community development nonprofit right here in Charlottesville. I'm also a resident of the Fifeville neighborhood. I'm in full support of the Botanical Garden's hopes to change their MOA with the city to a land lease agreement and I would like to speak to the ways that this organization benefits the Charlottesville community. In my role as director of a nonprofit that serves local youth, I've seen firsthand the impact that the current pandemic has had on some of Charlottesville's most at-risk children. One thing that the pandemic has highlighted has been the vital role that outdoor space can play in the social and intellectual development of kids, not to mention their safety amidst a rampant virus. This is one of the reasons why we at Abundant Life have been so grateful for the Botanical Garden and the opportunities that it presents for youth to learn in and from nature in a safe environment. The current pandemic has only exacerbated the need for Charlottesville City youth to experience quality outdoor programming and engagement, and expediting the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont's ability to provide such opportunities is essential to effectively supporting the city's youth. As executive director of Abundant Life, a ministry that serves local youth, I've appreciated the intentionality with which Botanical Garden leadership has sought the feedback and involvement of our staff and our community and our organization's constituents. They have complemented this collaborative approach to partnership with quality resources and quality programming that enable youth to not only learn about nature, but to do so in ways that further their creative development and their imagination. As the father of 2 young girls under the age of 5, I've also personally witnessed the impact that the Botanical Garden has had on my own kids. They simply love the space and area, and the future land development plans that the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont team has in mind will take the space that they have to the next level. The additional financial investments that the shift to a land lease will engender will allow the Botanical Garden to maximize what their space can offer and increase the creative potential for providing quality programming for Charlottesville City youth of all ages. Not to mention, this shift will benefit the city because of the financial obligations that the Botanical Garden would be assuming. I deeply hope that this request will be granted, not only for the sake of the Botanical Garden's development, but as a communal gesture of stewarding the development of this city's kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see any additional hands.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Councilors, are there any further questions or comment? All right, is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we adopt the ordinance approving a long-term lease for a portion of McIntyre Park to the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont. Enthusiastically.
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second it.
All right, Ms. Davis, is your hand up?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to briefly flag that in the draft before y'all, there are just a few typos really where we didn't update the sections. So it's in paragraphs 8D, 21, 23, and 24, where we refer to, for example, section 8A, and it should be 7A. There's no substantive change on the lease whatsoever, but I did want to flag it and hope that we could correct that in the version that is ultimately signed.
Yeah, so that'll take care of it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Okay. All right, Ms. Thomas.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snow.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. That carries 5-0.
Thank you all. This is a great public-private partnership, and you guys are carrying a lot of the weight, so thank you. Looking forward to seeing what happens.
Thank you all
so much. We appreciate your support.
Have a good evening. All right, next up, we have a ordinance, the continuity of governance ordinance, and it requires 4/5 vote. Turn it over to city manager.
Thank you again, Mayor. In March of 2020, Council approved a continuity of government ordinance due to the increasing COVID pandemic. This ordinance, after a renewal, is set to expire on October the 18th. It's staff's recommendation to extend this for the maximum amount of an additional 6 months, with the hopes that we will come back to you for a termination prior to the 6-month period, but having it in place. It would keep all of the same orders that are currently in place of as long as there is a state of emergency. All of our public bodies will continue to meet virtually. And in addition, it does allow the waiver of some of our fees and time limits that would run through October to be placed, but it keeps everything else, or actually keeps everything exactly the way it is now for an additional 6 months. And so we'd be glad to try to answer any specific questions. But just because I would just remind you that just because this is for 6 months does not mean we will recommend to enact it the full 6 months. It's just that we will come to you when we do feel that the new COVID numbers are in a place that we can start to meet in person again.
All right, thank you. Counselors, any questions? Comments?
Do we have to take a vote just to allow for it to be one reading? I'm sorry, I missed something here. Can we just do it with a 4/5 vote?
That's a Lisa question, but I believe it's just a 4/5 vote.
It's a 4/5 vote, and if you look in the ordinance, towards the end of the ordinance on page page 142 of 170, spilling over onto page 143, that's spelled out in detail. So it's in there.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And my only comment would be the same. Of course, everyone should know by now that I believe that we should not be meeting in person, but I also have stated before that, concerns about in-person schools. The school board is on here, but I've stated it, before. I've also thought that we needed to have more restrictive measures in place for businesses and organizations. So I will say that, and citizens have asked if we are meeting virtually, then what's, going on in the world and the message that sends. So I would just ask, that Dr. Bonds presented that the numbers are decreasing, at this point, and whether that's a 2-month point from today or 2-month, time we are in end of November, December timeframe, then based on the past that that virus should be, the number should be heading upwards again, and just making sure that we are clear with the public, even if a lot of people may not like it, of why we are making the decisions that we are making. Right? Is there a motion?
I move we adopt the ordinance to enact temporary changes in certain deadlines and to modify public meeting and public hearing practices and procedures and to address continuity of city government operations associated with the COVID-19 pandemic disaster for a 6-month period ending through March 18th, 2022.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That carries 5-0. Next up, we have a resolution approving the Charlottesville City School Board to proceed with a design concept process for a school reconfiguration project. And I'll turn it over to Chair Torres.
Thank you, Mayor Walker, Councilor, City Manager Boyles. Thank you for your time and attention tonight. I'm here on behalf of Charlottesville City School Board to again bring forward our request to move forward with the conceptual design plans for Charlottesville City Schools configuration project. The resolution you're considering tonight was passed and approved unanimously by the Charlottesville City School Board on September 23rd, 2021. And I would like to now introduce the superintendent of Charlottesville City Schools, Dr. Gurley, and he will introduce our presenters tonight. Thank you.
I hope everyone is doing well. I am Royal Gurley, and today was my first day, and so I'm very excited about being here. And so before I introduce our presenter, I do want to say I want to thank everyone who's participated thus far to help us get our project going. I'm really been appreciative of all the feedback from our community members and other stakeholders. And so with that being said, I do want to introduce Wick Knock from BMDO, and I think he will be leading our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Gurley. I'm going to share my screen here and see if we can successfully get going. Perhaps. Nothing like fumbling this. Well, I feel like I'm sharing the screen with you guys on it. There we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. So I'm excited to be here. Any moment we get to talk about making great spaces for kids is a great moment. Thank you for sticking with us in a long meeting. Really excited for Dr. Gurley's first day and to begin to work with him on this project and get his input and his stamp on it. This may be the last time that we talk to this council on this project. So I really want to thank both Councilor Hill and Mayor Walker for their attention as part of the reconfiguration group and for their 4 years on council. Thank you for a thankless job. With that, I want to get into a little bit about what this project's about. Essentially, it's about improving our system by reconfiguring where our grades are. And it's about improving our facilities by redesigning them to better meet the needs of our students and our teachers. There's lots of reasons to do this project. This is the moment to intervene. Early childhood sets the foundation for learning, lifelong learning, and middle school is the point where you either get it or get left behind. We know that the transitions we have in middle school right now are really disruptive to that. And we also know that our pre-K resources can be a lot more than what we have. They're scattered among our 6 schools. By consolidating them in one point, in one place at the Walker campus, we can also allow for the expansion of pre-K like everyone has been talking about as a goal. Also, our spaces are just old and they're not meeting the specific needs of these age groups. We've got issues with indoor air quality. We've got issues with energy use. One of the speakers earlier tonight quoted $30,000 in annual energy use at Walker and Buford. They left off a zero. That's $300,000 is the number there. So not only is this a great chance, one of our biggest chances to meet our climate commitments, but it's also a great chance to have better spaces to attract and retain teachers that we so desperately need and staff in our school systems. Why now? Our buildings are obsolete, really. We haven't had a major investment. Our buildings are well maintained, but we haven't had a major investment since we built CHS 47 years ago. We said we would do this. It's been really 20 years that we've been talking about it, but 13 years that we've been talking about it in earnest and studying it. And we know that time is money. The more we delay this, the more inflation gets us. When you're talking about a project of this size, a couple of percentage points of inflation is millions and millions of dollars. Reconfiguration is also the best way to create capacity across all of our campuses. We'll have more capacity because you can put at the elementary schools, because you can put more 5th graders into the same size classroom than you can pre-K for the teacher to student ratio requirements there. And it also gives us the opportunity to potentially open up some space at CHS if central admin could move some people over to the Walker campus. And finally, tomorrow is today. The decisions that we make today to keep this project on track allows us to achieve reconfiguration in 2026, 5 years from now, by staying on track today. When I presented those bullet points to you guys 2 weeks ago, Mayor Walker had a great point, which was, where's equity on that list? It should be the top one. And she was absolutely right about that. I went back and tried to work on an equity bullet point, which just didn't seem adequate in any way whatsoever, given how big that topic is. So I thought it was best just to show the demographics of this. According to census data, Charlottesville has 34% of our population as residents of color. If you look at the pre-K population, that number is 84%. If you look at grades 5 through 8, that number is 62%. So significantly higher than the city as a whole, but also significantly higher than the Charlottesville city school system as a whole as well. So again, a great opportunity to impact where we need to do it the most. Same thing on socioeconomic diversity. 24% of our residents are in poverty, again, according to the census data, versus 66 at the pre-K and 56% at grades 5 through 8. So these are the population, these are the people that we are looking to invest in this project. Our process throughout this has been to design in public. We've throughout the process, and we continue to pursue this philosophy that we want everyone at the table. Everything that we're going to show has been public and will continue to be. We never assume that we know what people will accept, and we also know that everything we show is going to be wrong, right? We're gonna keep showing it and keep getting feedback until it's better and better and better until we have it right together in the end. Through that process, we have been doing both virtual, in-person, and one-on-one engagement process throughout the city over the past 6 months that we've been working on this. Throughout that, what we have heard from the citizens of Charlottesville, the first thing is, hey, make sure this really happens, right? Is this really gonna happen this time? That's what we've heard over and over again. After that, we have to prioritize the student experience. We should have spaces that are inclusive, that are safe, and that are welcoming to everyone. And that we're only going to get there if we continue to do a community-driven design process where all voices are listened to and included in the process. What those voices to date have been telling us is that any buildings that remain at these campuses should be thoroughly renovated. We shouldn't build something nice and new and shiny next to something really old. That our square foot per student is important. We should at least meet the state averages for what middle schools are being done. Fresh air and daylight, outdoor space are incredibly important, and that we need to have an appropriately sized learning communities, particularly when we're talking about a middle school of the size that we're talking about, of over 1,000 students. So throughout this process, we're at the end of concept design. We are bringing recommendations before you tonight for a redesign of Buford, with construction started in 2023, for a idea of occupying Walker temporarily in 2026 when we achieve reconfiguration, and then a concept for a future new early childhood center, at Walker that we would do as a step 2. So tonight, the main ask is to set a budget, right? We're looking to replace the $50 million placeholder in the CIP with a $75 million budget item that would start spending in FY24, simply to set a budget. We will come back in March with a further advanced design, more cost estimates, and a request that we commit to spending that money. So there's not a request for allocation of public funds tonight, but setting a budget, which is incredibly important, so we have the parameters to design to. The details of that are listed here. You can see what's needed both to get furniture back in the elementary schools for 5th graders, to get Walker up to a temporary condition, and the big item, $73 million for the concept that was approved by the community design team at Buford, for a total of just under $75 million. And then looking ahead for that early childhood center, $22 million project in today's dollars. And then we'll see when that can get budgeted and implemented. In the RFP that you released 2 years ago, one of the things that you said was you're looking for someone to discover, define, and design to the city's needs, which has been the charge we have taken in this community design process. And this graph kind of shows the design process of expanding and diverging and converging to see where we are. We've looked at things that were as small as $35 million, just a simple little small addition without touching the rest of Buford. We've looked at things that range from $50 to $80 million as options with the working group and with the community design team. We've gone all the way up to $123 million, an $89 million project at Buford, and a $34 million phase one project at Walker, which was just way too much, right? We came back down and looked at, hey, maybe we really do little to nothing at Buford, which we heard loud and clear was not acceptable. So we're back up to the numbers I just showed you, which starts off with that $75 million project starting in FY24. To put this in context, our neighbors have been spending quite a bit around us. Over the past 10 years, we estimate $700 million has been spent in neighboring districts on school capital improvement projects. And on the right there, you can see all of the public school procurements just in this year, in 2021, which range from a $40 million elementary school to a $150 million high school in Alexandria. If this is funded solely through an increase in real estate taxes, we're talking about a nickel increase to the real estate tax, or, and what I think everyone is hoping for is the 1% special sales tax, which would require approval of by the General Assembly this upcoming session, which starts in January, and then a November of 22 approval by Charlottesville voters. That revenue could only be used for school capital improvement projects and would be a dedicated stream of revenue for that purpose. So let's look at Walker quickly. This is the current aerial view of what you have there. And what we're talking about is renovating and repurposing buildings B and demolishing building C while we are occupying building A as the temporary home of a preschool, and then opening up a new early childhood center to sit on the southern side of the site. We talked about this as the Rose Hill option in the community design team because the front door would be from Rose Hill. So some plans on this, an aerial view, and then kind of taking the top off. You can see the classrooms in blue. We worked really hard to make sure that our classrooms can be arranged as much as possible with direct access to the outside. Children learn through play, and it's very important that we can have enough opportunities to get inside and out to support that, particularly at a secure level in the middle of the site. And then even down on the ground level, dedicated play areas around that. So if you come in on Rose Hill Drive, this is what you see. That's building C, the gym of the Walker straight ahead, of the Walker site straight ahead, and the Crow Pool on the right. And it would be replaced with a new early childhood center that would look like this. And then zooming in a little bit on the entryway as to what that project could look like. By building on the south end of the site, what we do is we have the opportunity to use a building to navigate a really challenging terrain and fix some of the accessibility issues. So on the left here, you can see building A, and then we come down to the enclosed, secure childhood play space, and then a building that takes us down to the entryway coming off of Rose Hill Drive. So right now, this is the existing condition. That's building B straight ahead. Building C straight ahead, building B on the left. By demolishing building C, we can build up to the level of building A. Building A sits about 6 feet higher than building C. We can fix a lot of ADA and accessibility issues and turn it into something that could look like this. So the process of renovating B would be a pretty comprehensive renovation. And the connector space between the two could be a pretty vibrant art scene, art space that also looks out into another courtyard between the new construction and building B. At Buford, we have 4 buildings at Buford. The main building is building A, the arts building is building B, building C is the gym, and building D is really almost temporary construction that was put up in 1988 that we're still using that is really worn out and needs to be replaced. Smith Aquatic and the Boys and Girls Club are the 2 buildings at the bottom of the screen with the white roofs. We're talking about a project that would go from this to this. This is the build in the bowl scheme that the CDT talked about, because it would be occupying that space where the trees are in front of building A, which allows us to keep a lot of daylight into building A. And let me show you that from another perspective. So this is coming around from the other side. So now the Boys and Girls Club and Smith Aquatic are at the top of your screen. We would demolish building D and C. We would renovate A and B very heavily, and then add on enough to really double the size, double the capacity of the students and teachers that are there now. So starting off at a top floor, some academic spaces in blue on an upper level, higher than you are now at the entry level. Coming down to the entry level, renovated and expanded arts area in purple, a new admin area that comes up to the main entry level. You can see the distinct learning communities in blue around a expanded library at the center of the school. Coming down, the dining commons and academic commons for students, additional classrooms, some fitness spaces, and then down to the level of the field and the gym and additional art spaces and maker spaces down at that level. So let's look at some of the renderings of what that could look like. Right now, this is your entryway to Buford. It is not to the left where the gentleman that's walking there is. You have to go down the stairs to get to the main entryway. And if you're in a wheelchair, you simply cannot get there. It would be replaced with something like this, where the entryway would be between building A and the new construction, allowing us to kind of change the look and feel of the building as you come in from Cherry Avenue. If you walk down those stairs, this is the actual current front door right now, and then the covered walkways that connect you over to building C. That would get replaced with the new space that looks like this, that uses the building to navigate the terrain. So the elevators in the building would provide an opportunity to connect the levels of the site and the levels of the building, and create spaces like this, spaces that are for and about middle school students, that are spaces for all students, regardless of their academic pathways, to meet, to mingle, to combine. Coming down a level, the academic commons that would come off of as a separate space from the cafeteria for project-based learning and mixed opportunities. And right now, this is what your public corridors look like in Buford now. Quite different than something like this. This is a rendering showing the space off of the dining commons by not building immediately to the west, but building in the bowl. We keep daylight and views from that cafeteria space. We keep the covered dining space, but are also able to build some better and more accessible spaces for students and a more enclosed area for outdoor learning. You've got a lot of this space around Buford right now, and it's just underutilized. It's just we're not able to get to it in the way that we could. So down at the field level, spaces like this could be transformed into spaces like this with outdoor learning spaces. These are the art rooms on the ground and the field level, opening up for project spaces, easy access from inside to outside, really enhance the learning experience. This is the resolution that was passed unanimously by the school board on the 23rd, which I will not read. And that concludes that presentation. Thank you for your attention, and let me know if you have any questions.
Right. Thank you. Thank you all for that information again, and for all the hard work that, everyone from your team, WIC, to school board, and to the public and council members who were on this committee. It's been a lot of years, even before we got to this very public process, and it's been a lot of work. And so just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Ms. Torres, did you have any comments before I open it up to the counselors?
No, thank you so much. And again, thank you to the entire team and to councils, this current council and prior teams that have had input into this throughout the years. Spent a lot of hours with the CDT team this summer. So thank you all.
All right, counselors, I'll open it up for you all for your questions and comments.
It's just no doubt this is the area that we need to be focusing a lot of our resources on, but just want to reinforce with the public, that this does have impacts on other priorities of the council over the next several years. And it's just the reality that we're in, and also just where we're going to get the revenue. And so just ask the community and everyone on here that we all have to be committed to doing everything we can to see how we can uncover some of these other sources of revenue, including the sales tax, including like the private sector. Wherever we can get revenue, it's just going to allow us to more quickly get back to other priorities of the city. So I agree. It's been a tremendous effort from the community and from this design team in conjunction with the leadership here and so many people. So I just the progress that's been made, and I know it was a year delayed because of COVID to even kind of start this phase of the project, but just has been tremendous. But there's a long road ahead from a revenue standpoint to what we have to do, and decisions are going to have to be made. But certainly committed to this project and think it's certainly long overdue.
Counselor Snook, you have any questions or comments?
My comment is simply that, yes, there has been a lot of work done on this and a lot of meetings that I've attended by Zoom. And while I haven't been as deeply involved as either you, Mayor Walker, or Councilor Hill, I think all of the councilors have spent a lot of time looking at this, wondering about this, worrying about this, thinking about it, and trying to make sure that we were persuaded in our own minds that this was the way to go. At one of the last meetings, I can't remember, may have been 2 meetings ago, there was a question of a number of options for Buford, and the degree, virtually all of the options were within a few $1 million of 70 million. That the economical version was 67 million, and the bells and whistles version was at 73 million. There really was no option that was going to be significantly less money than that, so that we would be able to say, okay, we can do that and various other things. We clearly are having to say, we're all in. We're all in for the schools. We are taking, my own view is I want the version that has, as many of the people today spoke, that has the greatest ecological impact as well as economic impact and educational impact. I see no reason to spend $70 million and not spend another $3 million to do it right. To get the geothermal, to get the solar panels, to do the rest of that. First of all, because in the long run, it'll save us money. Second, because it is absolutely the right thing to do for the environment, for all the reasons that we've heard tonight. So although I know it is going to require a lot of other changes and modifications of budgets and of other plans, at least unless we can get the sales tax add-on that we've talked about, I think it's absolutely what we have to do. I'm glad that the financial staff has been able to figure out a way that we apparently will be able to get started on it, even if we don't immediately get the benefit of that extra 1 cent. So I'm all in favor of it. Go for it.
All right, thank you. Councilor Payne, any comments?
It's 2 questions. Are you thinking of the 75 million as sort of a hard limit, or is there an anticipation that, as with all projects, there's some room anticipated for unexpected cost increases, or it going beyond the 75 million, or are you thinking that again as sort of just like a hard limit.
Is that for me, Councilor Payne?
Yeah. And just in terms of, when you're looking to the designs, do you anticipate that it's even possible that it goes above that, as is obviously happens with big projects sometimes?
Sure. That's always a risk. As you recall from the two joint work sessions that we had, we were showing you two numbers. We were showing you kind of today's high dollar numbers from the supply chain issues. And then we were also inflating that even beyond that. The $75 million number is today's inflated number. And I did that to reduce the confusion over the discussions of it, but also knowing that $3 million has been allocated in 2019 to start the project, and that could be that cushion if we do have those overruns. That's number one. Number two is this is a total project cost. So part of the soft cost, we've called them, which is 27.5% of the hard construction costs that you would pay the contractor. That includes the owner contingencies that are designed exactly for those overruns that do occur. So the expectation is that for the 75 that is being asked for in the CIP starting in FY24, that it would cover everything without having to come back. And it's important to set it now because the decisions that we'll make over the next year in design, that's the opportunity you have to save money. The earlier in the process to make those decisions and get estimates, the more you can react and save real dollars versus doing it on the other end.
Then I know you said this, but I just missed it, is what was the goal in terms of the timeline of when construction starts to completion? Was it 3 years from start to finish? I just missed it in my notes.
That is correct. Hopefully it can be done a little sooner, but we are working within the confines of the school academic year. So the new construction, in rough numbers, the new construction should take 2 years to do. We could then move the existing Buford students in 7th and 8th grade into the new construction and take a year and renovate buildings A and B. At that point, after 3 years or in August of 2026, we could move 6th grade up and achieve reconfiguration and swap 5th grade and pre-K at Walker.
I don't want to jump in on Michael's time, but just to that point, because that's actually something that some parents have asked me, the kids that are going to be going through those grades during reconfiguration, could you just one more time just reiterate what it's going to look like for them? So you have a rising 7th grader. Just if you could just one more time just kind of step through that, because I'm sorry, I forgot that was something I just wanted to emphasize because the public has been kind of asking about that. What happens for my kids that are actually going to be going through during those years?
So I think if you are in 1st grade right now, you will start in the new middle school. Beyond that, you would be coming through the system for a project that is in construction. Again, I think 3 years is an appropriate amount of time, and it's enough time to be able to do it right, where you are isolating construction. And that was part of kind of the whole approach of how we went about doing it, where we would build on the west side and keep it away from instructional spaces as much as we can. And then also why, wait until the very end to try to bring the 6th grade up. But there will be grades that come through that are there on construction sites. We do this all the time. It is done across the Commonwealth of Virginia all the time. It can be done safely. It can be done in a way that also provides some educational opportunities to involve the students in the process of how we go about designing and building, which we already started this summer by teaching summer school at Buford. So there's opportunities, not just impacts.
Sorry, Michael.
I guess just the two comments I would have is one, as others have said, I think to the extent that it's possible, maximizing mission, net zero and having it be as environmentally friendly and forward thinking as possible is really important. And obviously we have to set, some hard limits, but if we're going to go all in, we should do it right, particularly in that and other areas. If we are going to pull the trigger and go all in, it doesn't make sense, I think, to sort of, cut corners there if there's $1 million or so here and there, recognizing, we do have to set some hard limits and work within it. And second is just as I've said before, I think for the community is just that, this is an extremely expensive project, and that's not a bad thing. It's been delayed for so long that it's inevitable and necessary, but it is expensive because of that, which again is not a reason that it shouldn't happen and isn't important. But I think it's just going to be very important if we're committed to making it happen, which I think we all are, to just confront it honestly and figure out how we're going to make it happen. And I just think on council's end, we haven't quite figured it out completely yet. I know we've made some moves cutting West Main Street from the CIP, the parking garage, but those are just starts to get there. And certainly tax increases are going to be part of it, which I'm comfortable with. But there's still going to be a lot more work to figure out how to make it happen. And I think we're just going to have to take a really honest, clear-eyed look at our budget as part of being committed to make this happen, because we obviously have a lot of other big priorities too. This will be the biggest in our CIP budget, but we've got the goal of $10 million a year in affordable housing, public housing redevelopment, Friendship Court redevelopment. And so I think it's just important we find a way to make sure that all these things are able to happen. And I would just, as others have said, it's just so important for the community to add their voice to try to make that sales tax increase in the General Assembly possible, because that would just be such a huge positive game changer and just make it so much easier for us to figure out how to put everything together and make it work in our budget. Not even just for this project, but I think for other school infrastructure down the line, because I think that would be about $10 million a year just to school infrastructure if the General Assembly lets us do that. So I would just reiterate again how important that is for everyone to advocate for that and raise awareness about that, to at least try as best as we can to get the General Assembly to allow it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McGill, any comments?
This is definitely something that I'm for. I do want to make sure people are very clear about the 5-cent tax, which in order, because of the way we're going to have to borrow, is going to really equate to a 15-cent real estate tax. I'm okay with that. I'm not, but I really want people to understand what that means to their personal budgets. It's gonna be important that people understand that, because it's not a small amount, and it does add up, and it will be coming all at once versus being incremental. Again, that's if we don't get the 1-cent sales tax. If we get the 1-cent sales tax, then. But it is also going to mean that there's other things in the CIP we won't be able to do. We won't be able to move on them. And it will also affect what we can do towards things that are not the CIP. Again, I'm not saying this is not an against. It's just, it's really important that we see the whole picture for all of this. And so I'm just using this to make sure the public is informed.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor McGill, just for clarification, it's 5 cents for the school reconfiguration portion.
I think the point
that would work out to about 3.5 million a year, and you're not going to be able to build that school in 3.5 million a year.
I think what our budget team and if Christy wants to chime in, go ahead. I'm not even going to try.
I understand that, and again, I'm completely grateful, and I realize there's a lot of work on your all end to figure out the budgeting piece. And I know that when we had our work session last time, the slide that presented 5 cents for the school reconfiguration, 5 cents for the rest of the CIP, and then 5 cents potentially to cover the 4.5 million, I guess, for the operational part of the school's budget. And my understanding, and Ms. Hamill, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the way that was configured and presented was based on the timing of when we needed the construction to begin as well. And because we need that money up front. Is that correct? But I guess the point I wanted to make was that it's 5 cents of that is for the reconfiguration portion of the schools.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to look at in terms of the tax increase. It's hard to look at one project and parse out what a tax increase is just for one project, because we have a pretty comprehensive CIP. I think what we have spoke about last time is that we talked about tax equivalents. And so roughly 1 penny is about $845,000. Debt service on about 75 million is roughly $6.7 million a year, so roughly 8 cents. The reason that we keep tossing different numbers around is that we do have debt service fund balance. We also have transfers that are built in the general fund and growth. And we also have existing debt service that ebbs and flows with payoffs and things like that. So, what we talked about was if we were going to do a school reconfiguration project and along with the other CIP that has already been approved, in order to pay that debt service, we're looking at an equivalent of about 10 cents on that piece. And then the additional 5 cents was the additional increase that we were looking at on the operating side for the $4.5 million increase that was funded with the one-time CARES money. So it's hard to parse out and just say is it a 5 cents? 5 cents is not equivalent to an annual debt service payment on roughly $75 million. And so we do have to look at the CIP comprehensively.
Absolutely. Thank you for that explanation. And again, the fact that, schools are considered part of the infrastructure of the Charlottesville city is so important. And so we appreciate all of you looking at this and helping us move forward on this for the city and for our students.
So all of you have heard these comments a lot. I had hoped that I would be a part of the conversation to that first class going into the middle school as a member of council. And since that is not going to be the case, based on my recent decision, I still will be in the community. So hopefully we'll still be at times, weighing in here. But this is a major stretch. And so I think that's what everybody has been attempting to convey the entire time. And as I've stated, from the many projects that happened through the year, I used Johnson as an example while I was sitting in the auditorium doing my niece graduation, who's currently at Buford in her first year, and understanding, where the $1 million a year gets us based on those projects. I think I was at Buford maybe 93 as a student in that time frame, and knowing besides some of the changes with like the STEM labs and things like that, there's a lot of things that look like they did when I walked those hallways and when I sat in those classrooms. And as someone who spent a lot of time in that area because of my work and would see teachers. I'm thinking now at Buford, Miss Muse, she is there early before it is even light outside, during certain times of the years, preparing for her students. And in a corner classroom, you can see when her light goes on. And I had 2 children who sat in those classrooms with her. And so I know how dedicated she is as a teacher. And so our students and our teachers deserve healthier buildings at a minimum. But again, we all know the difference between when people have suitable learning environments and, design that inspires. To get us there, we're all going to have to work really hard. Councilor Payne mentioned the Affordable Housing Fund that's at 10 million, but it needs to be probably a $20 million minimum for us to really make the impact that we desire to make or have stated that we want to make. I've said this many times, but every year that operation budget for the schools just increase. And last year, as I pointed out before, I didn't vote for the $4.5 million increase because it wasn't clear how we were going to pay for it. Amongst other things, that wasn't the only thing I didn't vote on, but we're talking about schools right now. And so I think it's gonna, we end up in a place, and we heard some of that language today, where it immediately goes to what is a couple $1 million more. And I think we just had a conversation with the Botanical Gardens where we said we're not going to be able to do these things in the CIP that at this time and for probably the next 5 years or so. So I just hope that everyone keeps that in mind, because we do have the mentality here that we can just add a little bit more. But for the foundation of this project, when we started talking about it, the equity, looking at schools, how schools have been maintained, like Venable versus a Jackson Valley and Johnson, which kids typically have walked the hallways of those schools, who their parents have been. The same thing applies to Walker and Beaufort. And if the environment hadn't been created where a lot of parents were pulling their kids out and sending them to private schools, I think there would have been an uproar in this community a long time ago about the conditions of those buildings. And so we need to, keep that front and center. But if we only develop those 2 new school buildings, and we know that's not even enough, we still have to have the conversation about sending the 5th grade back, what that looks like, and whether the infrastructure at those current elementary schools can uphold that increase. And that's something that we're not really even going to see until those students, are in those buildings. That if we're not looking at this as a holistic approach, then the needs where the kids spend a lot of time too at home and out in the community, if they're not met, the kids that are going to show up in those new buildings are not going to be prepared to learn no matter what building you design. And so that is why all the dollars matter. Council is going to have to weigh the request for this major project along with requests like the one that was presented before us tonight for out of cycle funding. And if you're putting those things on hold, then the conditions that the kids come to school from and go back home to, they won't be ideal for the learning environments that we're trying to create. So I just hope that we keep all of those things in mind, because staff will keep trying to figure it out as the requests come in. But what they're going to be trying to figure out is what they can cut. A lot of things that are going to be cut, that's going to be at the top of those lists, I'm concerned that they are going to help us meet those same equity issues as the reasons that we've been talking about, that these rehabs and new developments need to happen. And so I've stated before, with the schools, while that timeline for the, what's happened at Walker School while Beaufort is starting and preparing for pre-K, I hope those discussions don't lead to increase in operations, and that if we come to an understanding at some point in the process while we're having those discussions, that starting that pre-K program, which we're going to immediately want to expand, because that's been the whole reason for doing it, that if we get to that point and it's going to lead to a request for increased operations, that we have to put those things, on hold to make sure we're not a community that likes to do things slow once we've decided to do them. But a lot of people, even the ones who've been chiming in about reconfigurations, are not the families, that both have been in the schools under the conditions of the current buildings and are also not the families that need the most assistance. That if it doesn't come from the city government, it's probably not going to come, to them. And so I just would like for you all to ensure that there's a holistic equity focus in mind as you all contemplate additions, net zero operations at other buildings, like all of those things, because they will factor into that big picture that council should be considering when they're trying to make this work. Counselors, there can't be a 5 cent, 1 cent, 15 cent, no increase if the families who are already struggling with the tax rate are not going to be able to afford their taxes and ultimately are displaced from the areas. Because then the same kids and families who've been filling the schools in the past, they won't be here. So it'll be a totally different demographic. And so as you're talking about increase in taxes, I think we're going to hear more from the public, because once they receive their assessments, while there's a lot of engagement, I think that, a couple years ago when the assessments increased drastically that year, that we got a lot of feedback from the public who hadn't been paying attention and wasn't expecting it. We're getting that feedback with FLUM right now. And I expect that even though there are a lot more people paying attention right now, they won't be. There are a lot of people who haven't been, and once they get that tax bill, they will start. So there'll have to be some, a lot of public education around the why to people who may not be paying attention at this moment. But council, the grant programs that we have in place, you'll have to expand them and figure that out in the general fund budget, which we're saying right now the money doesn't exist. But we'll have to figure that out as we are talking about any tax increases on real estate, or the very families that we're talking about. They won't be the families at the schools because they will be pushed out of the area. The census, whether people think is accurate or not, it shows that Black families who have been the families that have primarily been the ones remaining at Walker and Beaufort, and that history goes back to Brown versus Board of Education, they are leaving the area. And so we want to work to prevent that as much as possible. And so it's no way that grant program is not going to be able to not be expanded at the same time. So I hope there's some advocacy that continues on council around that. And I had one more thought, but I didn't write it down. But we can't do everything at once. I hope as we comb through the budgets for operations and the CIP dollars that are already allocated towards the school, that if we find any savings there, that it's direct, that council sends that money to the school reconfiguration to pay down that debt instead of, putting it towards something else. All right, any other comments or questions?
The only other comment is we obviously can't control this, but if Congress actually passes an infrastructure bill or the additional bill on top of it, and a big if that happens right away, thinking about how even indirectly we can use that money to begin to make this much easier to do in our budget, even if it's just offsetting other infrastructure projects that were baked in that aren't schools, but just sort of thinking about before even maybe new expenditures, how to use it to make this easier to accomplish.
Okay. All right, so where are we in the process? So is there a motion?
I move we adopt the resolution to express approval for the Charlottesville City School Board to proceed with the design concept process for a school reconfiguration project at a projected cost of $75 million.
Second.
All right, council, any further discussion? No? All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us this evening, and thank you all again for all of your hard work. And again, this is a vote, but we know there are many more votes for allocation and dollars and things to come. And so I look forward to watching that process and getting both of those buildings.
Thank you, Mayor Walker, and thank you for your support and advocacy throughout this entire process. I appreciate you, and thank you to council.
All right. Well, you all have a good evening. All right. Next up, are we supposed to take a break at 10? No, okay. Next up, we have the Albemarle County Regional Jail Authority update.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mark McCoomer. I'm the Superintendent of the Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail, and I have Tony Bell from Mosey Architects here. Mayor, thank you for inviting us here tonight. Tony and I are here to talk about the renovation we're looking to begin on the jail over the next 5 years and the community-based corrections plan we've also implemented. Some quick background on the jail. Was built, the oldest part of the jail was built in 1974. There have been 3 additions to the facility, but the original portion from 1974 has, for the most part, gone untouched for almost 50 years. We've actually had 3 community engagements. And of those, we have learned that the community would like to see increased outdoor recreation, increased programming space, ADA compliance, enhanced housing space, increased bathrooms and showers, increased mechanical efficiencies with the HVAC system, indoor air quality, air filtration, increased parking, family-friendly visitation areas, enhanced inmate, staff, and visitor safety, comfort. There are many more caveats to those topics, but those are the main ones we hope to address with the renovation. In addition to the renovation, we're also looking at a planning study to determine if we need to add any additional beds to the facility. That is a long process that Mosley has been contracted with in order to undertake. We will be meeting with the community, stakeholders, the courts, public attorneys, defense attorneys. We'll be looking at programs and recent law changes to determine what kind of growth, if any, we'll experience inside of the jail, and what things we need to take place in order to accomplish those needs. If you don't mind, I'm going to turn over to Tony Bell to talk about the CBCP process. Tony.
Good evening, Mayor Walker. Here to answer any questions you have, but briefly, we can just walk through what the process entails. The process, the community-based corrections plan needs assessment and planning study, is dictated by the Code of Virginia and the General Assembly. As the schedule dictates, we will submit the CBCP planning study needs assessment at the end of this year. And in the spring of 2022, the Board of Corrections and the Board of Local and Regional Jails will begin reviewing those documents. They'll approve the needs assessment, that's the forecast portion, in May of 2022. And they will review the planning study and review what implication it has from an economical standpoint and approve that document in September of 2022. It then goes on to the Treasury Board for the bonds for the reimbursement, as well as the Department of Planning and Budget. They'll review it and they'll cast their approval in October of 2022. So by the end of 2022, it then gets passed on to the General Assembly and the governor. They review it, and by June of 2023 is when the dollars are seen in the governor's budget for the reimbursement of the project. Now, the state is bringing forth 25%. So for every dollar that the locality would spend based on those improvements, the state will bring forth 25% or 25 cents on the dollar for those improvements to be incorporated. Now, as far as what the community-based corrections plan entails, the needs assessment, currently the jail's rated capacity is 329 beds. The recent average daily population was around 305, with another 50 on HEI or home incarceration. We haven't gotten the completion on the projections yet, but it's not strictly based on just growth. It's based on growth as well as whatever programs the local community choose to employ, whether it be pretrial programs or post-trial programs. In recent conversations we've had with your Commonwealth's attorney, as well as the Commonwealth attorney of the county, they are very bullish on opportunities that we can use as alternatives for incarceration. And one that has not even been implemented at all to date is what's referred to as a day reporting center. And they were both very optimistic as far as those opportunities and what those opportunities could entail for your community in terms of keeping the population low at the regional jail. As far as the process we followed with regard to stakeholder involvement and interviews, as the superintendent said, we've had 3 community meetings so far. We've had several community interviews. These are more one-on-one, 2-on-1 interviews to get the input that the superintendent was sharing. And then we're also having stakeholder interviews. And these are folks who are directly involved in the process, or staff who are working in the facility, inmates who are at the facility, to make sure we have their input as far as what these improvements may entail. Again, this is all for the betterment of the staff and for the betterment of the citizens who find themselves to be at the jail, to make sure that when they have their day out of jail, they can hit the road with reduced recidivism and great opportunity on the other side. So, Superintendent, was there anything else you think we ought to discuss, or any questions that the City Council would like to voice that we could hopefully respond to?
All right. Thank you. I'll, open it up to council as the council liaison to the jail, to a CRJ board. I haven't been to the community meetings, but I, have been updated on the process except for those matters, and understand, again, hopefully you all just heard the conversation that we discussed in terms of budget and just where we are there, but also as someone who has had a significant number of people who have spent time in that jail. And Martin, the calls that I still have sent from people reaching out, the conditions have to, change there too. And I think direction that, that we're discussing at this time to increase the internal space, but also provide opportunities for recreation, just access to the healing powers of the sun that people who are incarcerated do not have right now, is just major. And so I know that this is not even a request that the council is currently considering, and is not currently in the CIP. And so that is something that's gonna, come up. But as long as we are sending people, to the jail, that doesn't seem that that's going to change, anytime soon, that we need to make sure that that space is as healthy as possible. I don't do that any differently as the space comments that I just made. So I'll just say that to start and open it up for counselors for any questions or comments that you have.
I guess a couple questions. One, do you have any sense, even roughly, of the cost of it and how much of that would come to Charlottesville?
We don't yet. We're still very early on in the planning process. As you can imagine, we've just begun the study. It should be finished sometime around December, but again, that's just to seek funding. We won't know exactly what. Mosley is not the architect who will be designing the facility or the renovations. They could be. We'll be putting that out for bid once we get approval from the state. But at this point, we really don't have much of an idea. Tony, do you have a ballpark that you feel comfortable throwing out right now? Or
I don't, Superintendent. Obviously, we could take some shots in the dark, but those would be very, very premature, and probably ill-advised, because our focus.
I think so too.
Our focus is on improvement to the facility. Focus on programs. Focus on recreation. Focus on infrastructure. As Martin said, improvements to the HVAC system, improvements to the plumbing. So we want to make sure that we get the maximum benefit from any dollars that are invested by the three communities that are members of the jail, to make sure we get maximum benefit for those dollars invested. We realize how hard dollars are to come by, that the city council is juggling many different priorities. So, we know dollars are hard to come by. We are going to sharpen our pencil as we move things forward with regard to the study, and make sure that we have the input and the highest priorities represented in whatever we would recommend.
And I will say that unlike the school that the city is 100% responsible for, in this situation, the cost will be divided amongst the three jurisdictions, and there will be some state funding allocated. That being said, the city's portion, as we sit here today, would be approximately 38% of whatever the state doesn't pick up. So let's say it costs $100 million. It does not. I'm just saying the state picks up $25 million. The city's looking, at approximately 38% of the remaining $75 million. Again, not a real number, just for math.
And then a second question is, is this plan looking to increase the number of beds? I know you said that's not really the focus, but is that something that you're looking to do, or is that an unknown?
No, at this point, we're just trying to be responsible users of taxpayer money. And if we're going to do this renovation, let's determine now, while we're doing this, if we need more beds, let's add them now while it's cheaper and while we're doing all of this work. But no, the intent is not to increase beds. The full intent of doing this study to begin with was to actually address some of the renovation needs of the older part of the facility, daylighting, improved ventilation. The pandemic has really brought that to the forefront. Outside recreation space, more programming space. I mean, that place was built almost 50 years ago. Those things were not thought of for sure. Matter of fact, they weren't thought of in the last almost 20 years. So.
Yeah, and so I guess.
Payne, can I just chime in on that? If you remember that during the presentation last week, Joe Platania talked about that they were committed to not expanding and advocating for not expanding the number of bids. So there's a lot of, especially, and I think he said that Jim Hensley too was committed there, but I know at least from our area, there's a lot of interest from citizens, the staff and council liaison to the board for that not being prioritized.
And I can say that both Jim and Joe are on the record as saying they do not want to see an increase in beds. And as long as they're in office, they'll do everything they can to keep the population low, which right now, when I left this afternoon, it was the lowest it's been in almost 20 years.
Yeah, and that's going to, my final comment was going to be just that, I think our goal has to be and should be decarceration and looking at alternatives to incarceration and decreasing the number of people in the jail rather than increasing beds, and certainly not having that be a budget priority, especially when we're looking at schools, housing, to be increasing incarceration. And that's really important to, keep that as the number one focus of not increasing beds and incarceration. The flip side of it is, unfortunately, as we work to decarcerate, that there's still going to be some people in the jails, and we don't want the conditions to be dilapidated and not have those resources and opportunities as we work to decarcerate and provide as many alternatives to incarceration as possible. But I think it just absolutely cannot be the priority to expand beds and incarceration.
Oh, I was going to say something similar to Michael. I just want to emphasize again, I know the conditions in the jail are not good. The old building, lack of funds going into that. I know that inmates don't have good recreation outdoor space. I know that there are mold issues. I know there are air quality issues. And I think it's very important that we do something to make sure that if someone's going to jail, they're not going to jail to get sick with something else. That we treat people as humanely as if it's our own child who broke the law and is now in jail. And it's very important. I'm much more concerned about the quality of the space that comes out of than expansion. And we also do have to look at what this price tag is going to be. We have a gazillion now, it seems like, projects that have been delayed and delayed and delayed for decades, and they're all coming due. I've heard very good things about the HEI program through COVID, and that has done very well. And I really hope that we continue to go with that as much as we can. I think it's beneficial to families, it's beneficial to people, and hope that that is part of the whole figuring, knowing that as we are coming up with this new look at the numbers and whether or not expansion is something that's necessary, that the HEI is really given a good run for the money there, and that it's given, and same with hopefully even further decreases and arrests now that marijuana laws have, that marijuana is legal in the state of Virginia. Up to an ounce and everything, but yes.
Thank you.
And I do want to be clear. I have made a commitment over the last 7 years to reduce the jail's population, and I've worked closely with Jim and Joe to continue doing that. As long as I'm superintendent, that will be our goal.
One question that I had, I know you don't want to, for very sound reasons, throw a number out there, but can you give us a rough idea of when the construction might have to begin? Are we talking about something that's going to be hitting our budgets at the same time as we're starting the school project? Are we looking at 2025? What are we looking at?
Tony, you want to jump on that? I know it's a 5-year process, Tony, but do you want to talk about when it's going to hit the budget?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Obviously, we are looking at multiple priorities here in the city, juggling multiple needs and limited means available to us. So, no matter when we forecast these expenses to come online, I'm sure there'll be many other competing needs at whatever time that is. So, we talked a little bit about timeline. So June of 2023 would be when the city, or I should say the Regional Jail Authority, hears back from the General Assembly that, the money is there We've approved the project, and we will step forward with our 25%. It would likely be at that time that the board authority would then say, we are now ready to move forward with design, because most folks don't want to do that process at risk. Having that 25% behind you is of great benefit to move the project forward with confidence. So you're probably talking about a year of design process. So from June of 2023 to June of 2024, bid then the project through the end of that year and start construction in 2025. So it would be 2025, 2026, which would be when the project would be online for construction. I know that's basically when we were talking about the completion of your school, your middle school project. But that's probably about the time frame, maybe a little later than the school project. And we haven't talked about the details of it, but the way the process works is the localities put the money up front, and then they are reimbursed by the Commonwealth at the completion of the project. But again, all those numbers have not been fully revealed in terms of the design process. And, it's likely going to be a phased project, much like your Walker School project, your Buford School project. It's going to be coming in phases, and, it's going to lengthen a little bit the process, but maybe also make it more affordable in doing so.
So it sounds like we would be confronted with decisions beginning roughly in 2023 to end up with a whole lot of money being allocated by about 2025.
Yes, sir. That's about right.
Okay.
And that's moving as quickly as possible.
I understand.
Councilman, because like I said, most folks don't want to, implement projects, start moving projects forward, knowing that the Commonwealth may be stepping forward with 25% of the cost to help these localities out.
Okay. Our capital improvement plan is a 5-year document, and we often put in the 5th year, we often put like hundreds of millions of dollars out in the 5th year, knowing that in the next 4 years, we'll figure it all out. Right. It's get a little guidance on how we ought to design that plan. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other comments or questions?
Mm.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you both for the joining us to give the update on that. And it's really, I always love to hear lowest population today. It's 20 years, so that's good news. So I'm glad to hear that. And I know it's been a long day, so thank you all.
Our pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you.
Okay. If we could just do 5-minute break, I do need a quick break. All right, 5 minutes. All right. And for Counselor Payne. Counselor Payne, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Next up, we have discussion about the termination of the chief of police. And I will turn it over to Chip.
Hey, Mayor, thank you. My understanding is, you still have several questions. I've tried to explain both at previous meetings, at closed session meetings, and in other public statements, just leading up to the decision that I made with the police department and needing to move in a different direction. That led to the no cause termination with Police Chief Brackney. While I think and had been very supportive that a lot of effort and improvement and positive movement had been made in bringing the police department into 21st century policing is kind of the term given, but bringing a more fair, just, and equal policing for our department had been occurring. I also became aware in trying to do research after it became public of two different surveys that had been taken of officers, neither of which were scientific type surveys, but still enough information from our officers that there was quite a bit of discontent and distrust and lack of confidence in our police department. And so with that, with discussions with officers, with other city leaders, department heads, with regional individuals that I believe and trust in, it became, to me, evident that some type of a change needed to be made, that while we'd been making strides in one area, the implementation into the department itself with the officers was at jeopardy. That was then exasperated in those discussions with finding out that several of our departmental leaders had intended to leave the department very shortly if things continued in the manner that they were. That gave me, again, even heightened concern. I thought that would lead to further chaos. I made the determination then, based on everything that I just stated, plus other interactions over the last couple of weeks prior to that, based on the Police Benevolent Association, the PBA's survey and information, as well as the internal survey, and a lot of the discussions that were occurring and how we responded to some discipline actions with some of our SWAT team members. I've said all along, I continue to say and will continue that I think Chief Brackney acted very appropriately in the discipline measures. I upheld everything that was disciplined by the police department and by Chief Brackney, and will continue to do so. But the changes that I felt were necessary were coming from the department themselves. And then I did make the decision that I thought an immediate change needed to be made. It was very, I thought clear to me that it was for the good of the department. It was good to make a change then for the longer term improvement, but something that needed to be done immediately. And so I did. I have said that I wish that some things had been different. I should have had a better relationship with Chief Brackney, that I could have identified some of these needs earlier and we could have worked together on those. But at the time when everything came together, I just felt it was in the best interest for that termination. I understand very clearly the form of government that we have with a city manager form of government. I know that it's the council as a whole, or a majority of the council, that helps set the direction that I need to follow for both the city and for our department. And at any time I'm not following that direction for the majority of council, I would expect and I would take the responsibility for any advisement you would give me, any discipline you would provide me, or any termination that would be required for not following that direction. I would expect the same from my department heads, and all except for the 3 that I would be required to receive approval from council for, that it's my job to make sure that each of the departments are moving in the direction that I think council needs to go. And then I need to be following the direction, and it's on my shoulders, and I have to accept the responsibility should I waver from that. I accepted it for the police department with Chief Brackney's termination. And if it's something that is not, that you as a majority feel is not in the direction of the city, I'm certainly willing to take the responsibilities for that. I've got some of the answers. I think I've answered most of the questions that have been provided. I can say some that I don't believe that I have had for you that I would like to answer now that you all have asked is, one is that, yes, I have fully supported the discipline for the SWAT team members that were made. Their actions were clearly not what's expected, not only from the Charlottesville Police Department, but in fact, any of our Charlottesville offices. I've not overturned any of the police department's disciplinary actions in my 8 months here. As far as the PBA, I had 2 meetings with their representative, Mr. Michael Wells. One was when he initially told me that they had done a survey. I had no documents from that. Just he had verbally expressed to me what some of the findings were, and that the council and I would receive a written copy later. I then had a second meeting of about maybe 30 or 40 minutes where Mr. Wells played a recording of a discussion he had with Major Jim Mooney. I didn't receive that recording, and I didn't find anything in that that was really damaging to the department, to Mr. Mooney, or anyone else, quite frankly. And so that meeting was cut short, and I heard no other tapes. With those recordings, there was never a quid pro quo arrangement with the PBA regarding those audio recordings or videos or any other information that they had that they felt relevant towards the Charlottesville Police Department. I never agreed to do or not to do anything based on those. The question has been risen about the August 20th press release. I think I've expressed this prior, but just to make sure, that was a combination of Chief Brackney, Major Mooney, City Attorney Robertson, and myself all contributed to that press release. It went out unsigned. It should not have gone out unsigned. I did approve it and should have had my name on it. Major Mooney's retirement. He submitted his paperwork on August 31st. In a discussion with him on September 1st, he agreed to utilize a 6-month retirement allowance to stay on with the department until an interim police chief could be hired. That limit that's allowed in our retirement plan expires in 6 months. In approving that, I did allow, and there was an allowance, it is an allowance by our current city policies that a less than 30 days notice was required for his retirement. Major Mooney was also allowed to retain his payout of vacation pay, which we do for all employees. And if in fact he did come back to work for that 6-month period, he would be eligible for the same retirement plan that he had as an employee. Those were 3 things that I provided to HR just for assurances. Mayor, you had asked about the number of CPD officers and employees that had left over the last 3-year period. All total, 100 employees have left the police department. There have been 74 new hires to offset those 100 employees. And of the 100, only 93 were resignations, retirements, or behavior related. 7 of those 100 were transfers. I believe they were crossing guards or I believe they were crossing guards, as well as a military leave. So those are the numbers over the last 3 years. I'm just looking to see if there are any other. I think those were the major questions that I had received. I will be glad to answer anything else that I can. Clearly, I've made the statement before that a number of the conversations I've held were held in confidence. I didn't feel that people would be able to open up the way that they should if they thought in any way that I would be, talking about who said what at a later date, and I'll maintain that confidentiality. But we'll still try to answer questions without breaking that trust. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Counselors?
I guess I can start with just a lot of thoughts I've written down, but I think to start one, I think, a major concern there's been is, as I've said before, given the timing, the concern that the decision is driven by the PBA in recent disciplinary actions that had been taken. And I think on that count, it has to be stated that one, the PBA as an organization is one that is not friendly to reform, like those organizations across the country are not friendly to officers being disciplined and held accountable for mistreatment. And I think it should be said, if any decision is made based on the PBA or based on the disciplining of officers having gone too far and this being a reaction to that, it's not an acceptable direction in terms of what we would need to see from CPD in sort of the vision we have there, at least for me, and I would hope for others as well. And it sounds like, from what you've said both now and in the past, is that, the decision was not driven by a disagreement over discipline having gone too far, and not driven by the PBA. And what you've stated is, it's the number of officers leaving in the surveys. But I just think one of the difficulties, we're going to have to confront is that I don't know if it's possible in the past or in the future for there to be discipline and reforms going on and not having officers leave the force, and to not have those things in tension with each other. I know it's something we've seen in police departments and cities across the country. And, I think it's important that we have to be open and supportive of, some officers leaving the force as we move to a different model of policing. And, our goal has to be focusing on reforming how policing is done, incorporating more non-police services in terms of things, things like we saw last week in the presentation in terms of Marcus Alert system, incorporating in some way human socials and social services, and that there are going to be officers who don't want to adjust to those changes and don't want to adjust to discipline, and that, there's going to be folks who leave the force, and that's something that we have to, I think, accept as part of the changes going on. I think it would have, I think I would have liked, I understand in our city manager form of government that, technically, this decision goes to city manager, but, just given the direction, I think it's important to have included more counsel in terms of just being able to even take a more holistic approach of the data and some of the unanticipated impacts that there could be in terms of the Imagining a Just CIVO working group, the Marcus Alert group, and just the impacts that we can have there, as well as to just have more of a holistic upfront conversation around, I think, some of the realities of what reforming and changing the department is going to entail, again, in terms of officers leaving. And I don't know how possible it is to make significant changes and not have officers leave and just have that be a difficulty. And I guess, the final thought, just beginning, my thoughts is, I have a major concern in just in terms of the signal that seems to have been sent to, some members in policing in the community that, even as you said, the decision was not driven by not supporting the disciplines of officers. I'm very concerned that the signal has been sent that, it's time to go back to, or at least advocate going back to, older models of policing that we know haven't worked. And I know this is, been a very fraught and difficult conversation, but there's no way around it. And I think, the point that, the mayor raised and others have raised early in this meeting is a very important and true one, in that, for myself, for other counselors and city leadership, the decisions that happen with policing are just not going to impact us in the same way they impact a lot of other community members. And, I am concerned when you see, the statements coming from the PBA and council meetings, some of the things that have been said in the press about, Black neighborhoods having more crime and therefore needing, more police presence, the belief that, we need to return to over policing and models that haven't worked for addressing gun violence either. In the past in cities across the country. And I don't know. I mean, I think at a minimum, we need to see some kind of work plan or strategic plan or something in terms of how do we provide as many not even just assurances, but guarantees that we don't return to these older models of policing, and that we don't allow this to be seized by people who want to see policing return to older models, and that we don't have a return to over policing. And as I've said in past meetings, just some of the specific things are, what is the police department's relationship with Jade going to look like going forward? Is it going to return to how it was in the past, which I think is unacceptable? What's the approach to policing of protests in public events in terms of ensuring that it doesn't go back to use of force or tear gas that we've seen in other cities across Virginia, whereas we've made, I think, big strides in terms of focusing more on de-escalation and not escalating use of force on the part of police. And again, how are we going to be able to have a department that is supported in making reforms through the difficulty that could create for some officers? And I just think, a clear strategy and plan to prevent that from happening is very critical, because I think the signal has gone out that it's time to go back to older ways of doing things.
I would like to kind of build on what Michael is saying. I do think it is very important that the message goes out to our community that we won't be going back this way. It's, as the mayor has said, it's not my child who is going to be targeted as much. And it is very important that we recognize that our own DNC, our own stop and frisk report showed that there is disproportional policing. And that as we move forward, we are taking the good things that Chief Brackney brought here and also building on those in our community as a whole. I like this idea that Michael's bringing up about writing down what is our strategy going to be to ensure to our community that we aren't going back to where if you're a Black man in town, you're going to get a DNA swab and potentially get it 4, 5, 6 times. And I know that is the intent from having talked to you. I have seen the team that you're building in City Hall. I believe that you are focused on a team that wants to bring Charlottesville into 21st century practices on a lot of things, including a teamwork environment. And I hope that we can kind of put that maybe down in writing as a plan to help people see where we're going to go from here.
I certainly agree with what my colleagues have laid out, and do think it's important that we are really clear with the community on where we go from here, but also certainly agree with what Vice Mayor Magill just said about just the importance of continuing to build the team. And I agree. I think that the team that I feel confidence in the team that you're building, but that this is a team that's going to work together and work together effectively across many fronts. And but I just think it is so important. Like I understand like the feedback we heard from a community member around the optics, and at the same time, I certainly have know from the conversations that have been had both publicly and then one-on-one that I understand where that's coming from a public standpoint. At the same time, I understand why we are where we are, and so, but full in support of what my colleagues are saying around just the importance of us really making a statement as we make this transition to where we go from here with our police department, that we're not condoning any of the behaviors that were rightfully dealt with within the police department, and that we are committed to a very different way of policing in the city of Charlottesville. So just wanted to echo those comments that have been made.
Yeah, well, the other thing I would say is I think we just have to, it's very important to be aware and accept that I think when changes and reforms are being made, I think there's a very real, maybe inevitability that, you know, those changes being made are going to lead to leadership being targeted by the PBA and targeted by people who don't want to see reform happen. And that's a reality we have to confront.
My thoughts this evening are, first of all, to reinforce what has been said before, that when Chief Brackney explained to us in closed session on August 16th, I believe it was, what the evidence was of the SWAT team officers' conduct, showed us a few snippets of videos, did not show us everything. But I think every counselor in the room, every senior management person in the room was satisfied with the chief's decision. I think it's fair to say that none of us had any tolerance for the kind of stuff that we were being told was going on. The issue, you know, it is, as we've noted before, it's not our decision to hire or fire, or it is to be involved. It is our decision to be involved in the hiring, not of the firing of a police chief. The issue, the only issue for us, quite frankly, is whether we fire the city manager for firing the police chief. And And I want to say very clearly that I think that the answer to that has to be no. I think that Chip Boyles has, in spite of very significant headwinds, has made a lot of progress on the goals that we had set out. We've got new people in some crucial department heads, made some good decisions about other staff, the deputy city managers that we've got, Sam Sanders, Ashley Marshall, I'm very impressed with. We've done a good job of, I think, hiring a really good NDS director. We've done a lot of good things, and Chip has been crucial in that. And I think that, you know, we told him the first thing that his first job was to be basically repopulating City Hall. And I think he started on that and started very well on that. So and beyond that, I will say, I'm not terribly anxious to keep reliving the past. I think we need to be looking forward to, as Michael pointed out, how we make it clear to everybody that we're not trying to go back to old ways of policing. We've heard from the folks at the jail numbers are down, and I think we all welcome that. We've heard from the Commonwealth's attorney that the philosophy of prosecution has changed in many important ways. We all appreciate that. The direction of 21st century policing, to use the Obama Holder report from 2015 as the model, to go to a guardian mentality rather than a warrior mentality. That's part of what the problem that these videos and text messages and so on for the SWAT team showed, was too much of a devotion to the warrior mentality and not an acceptance of a guardian mentality. And so that's another, again, it all fits into the overall picture that I have of, I want to move forward. I think that we had gotten to a point at the end of August where we had significant questions about whether we were going to end up in basically with a police department in chaos. We need not go back and revisit that. Again, for me, it's sufficient to say that we're headed in the right direction, and I think we should be paying our attention to what do we do to make sure, as Michael said, that we make sure the message coming out of this time right now is one of commitment to a new style of policing, a commitment to a new style of justice, a commitment to change in all of that. And having talked with Chip about that, I know that that's part, and that he's committed to that as well. And I'm anxious that we get to moving forward on some of these things, because we just haven't been able to for quite a while. Anyway, there are other things we could talk about, but in terms of what's useful to talk about at this point, given the decisions that are available to us at this point, that's really all I've got to say on that.
Is there any response to the questions that they asked before because I have some different questions.
No, Mayor, I didn't really hear very many questions in there, as much as, you know, in agreement. I think not just with myself, but with our leadership team, that commitment is there. In agreement of, you know, wishing things that had been different. Really did not like the fact of, as Mr. Payne had said, that the PBA's response a lot, I believe, I don't know this, but I do believe their initiative came about from the discipline measures that were being taken. I don't like the fact of how the information came about, but I don't think that, it could then be overlooked once the information was there, just as the internal surveys that had been taken, that those could be overlooked. So I think, that's the only things that I think I could respond to.
And just briefly, the final thing is I think there has to be an acknowledgement and some kind of work plan, strategic plan, I don't know, but and also to confront, any changes we do going forward that one, a lot of trust in the community has been broken. And two, again, the reality is I think, the PBA and others hostile to reform, targeted the chief for taking disciplinary actions and making reforms. And that dynamic's not going to change.
All right. So, counselors, I hope that you all understand how you don't repeat history. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. You have to learn from it. So maybe because I was in the dark, but unless you have more information than I do, and then unless you review that information through an equity lens, you all should have some different questions. Okay, but I already got worked up for one time today, so I'm gonna try to keep it together. So I think I would like to start at the beginning of the process and back to as the person who first reached out to Chip and what I expressed to you all that I saw in Chip from it, observing him at the Planning District Commission, which is not what I see here. And this hasn't been the first time. Chip, I have said to you in meetings several times about your response to certain items compared to the previous city manager. Is that accurate? And how similar they are?
Yes.
Yeah. So just want you all to understand that this isn't a new conversation, and it actually factored into my decision that I've been struggling with all year by now, because even when other counselors, I won't mention any names, but everybody know who's been here with me the longest, could change course on people, ignore them, and then come back full force once she decides to jump back in. It's always been a different response. But I think that what people will find when they look back is that I have always operated from a place of integrity. I've always listened to people when they brought concerns to me. I've always asked questions based on their concerns, and my relationships with anyone, even long-term community members, have never influenced whether I had an open ear and I tried to look through everything through the lens that I would want someone to apply to me. And I'm not doing anything differently here tonight. And I have tons of examples if you need them. You know, I'm always prepared. Okay. So based on what I saw and thought you would bring to the table, I want to just start with those questions. So first, in terms of just the internal survey, when did you receive that internal survey?
Man, I don't know. It all happened over a couple of week period, so I can't say. I mean, I just don't know the date. Probably even within, I mean, that's something I could find out easily, but I just can't answer.
So, Mr. Boyles, you've had that internal survey for months. per my notes.
For months?
Yes.
No,
The internal survey.
I received that after the PBA survey. And I received the PBA survey the same time that council did.
So you were unaware of the internal survey before a couple weeks ago?
No, it's been more than that. It had to be in August.
Okay, so August, you did not have the survey before that time?
Right, but I got it. It was after the PBA survey.
The PBA survey was given to us August 10th, if that helps.
Okay.
Okay. So based on having reviewed that survey now, what are your concerns from the survey?
Both of those were a lack of trust in the leadership of the department.
Okay. So I haven't seen the PBA survey. We just got their overview. Is there something different that I'm missing from that?
There's a full verbatim.
Huh?
There's a full verbatim available. I think it was published publicly.
Oh, yeah, but we don't have the actual surveys.
I'm sorry?
Do we have the actual surveys?
I'm saying that there was the output of that. There was a summary that was given to council directly. And then I know I requested like the full amount, and I know that it was published by some media reports of the entire output, including verbatims for that survey. Yes.
Okay, well, I missed that. But they never sent that to us.
I received it upon request.
Okay, Mr. Boyles, you have reviewed the PBA survey in entirety.
Yes, ma'am. And I've got a copy here.
Okay, so the PBA survey, you know how many were all those who participated current officers?
Yeah, none of that data is not in there.
So you have no idea who completed the survey?
Nope. As I mentioned, I think in both of those, very unscientific surveys.
Okay. But do you think, okay, I'll save this for after my internal questions. So the internal surveys, the lack of trust in leadership, and what was that based off of? Like, how did you arrive from looking at the surveys that the chief was the issue based on those surveys?
Well, it was most of the survey was built around the command staff, and answers were regarding the individual command staff, but it was just an overall leadership from both the questions that were included in the survey and then the chance for the officers to comment.
Okay. So unless I missed something, the chief is mentioned by name twice.
That sounds about right. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Is that inaccurate? Okay. So she's mentioned twice. So what then led you to believe that she was the issue? Based on
She's in charge of the command staff.
Okay.
And as well as I was comparing the internal survey with the information from the PBA survey as well.
All right. So I don't understand that. You have an external survey from an organization and you have no idea who completed those surveys. And you have to be saying that you can trust the sources of that survey. So are you feel confident in Mike Wells' intentions?
No. No, ma'am. What I tried to state earlier, and probably did not do a very good job of it, was that I do believe that there was enough information provided in the surveys I do not like what the intentions of what I believe the overall surveys were for. But between that, the internal surveys, that gave me enough that I wanted to talk to individuals to receive further information and input and opinions.
And so, what do you think that Mike Wells' intentions were?
It appeared to me that it was focused on Chief Brackney. Now, what the end result would be for Chief Brackney, I could only guess, but I definitely believe that it was intended to highlight Chief Brackney in a less than positive way.
So only to highlight, he didn't make it clear to you that he did not think that she should be in that position.
That was the impression I got, but I don't remember him saying it specifically.
So the internal surveys, you were concerned about command staff, and then you put one of the command staff members in charge of the organization.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were not concerned with that individual?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how did you arrive at that space where you were not concerned with that individual?
The internal survey was really geared, and there were a lot of instances where certain command staff were identified, where they should be, what their weaknesses were, who officers would like to work for, things like that.
It identified who they would like to work for?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Who they would prefer as a supervisor.
To replace the chief or just?
No, ma'am. But for divisions.
So did you ever discuss the survey's results or your concerns about them with the chief?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
Trying to think of, there's probably several reasons. That was where I've mentioned earlier, I wish I would have had a better relationship, that would have been an easy conversation, and I didn't take it.
Okay, so let's talk about the relationship. So you've been here, and how many meetings have you and the chief had?
As far as meetings with just the two of us, 4, 6, something like that. The chief was very good about coming in and sharing information. Very good, and most of our conversations were more in that manner, for which she was very good about.
So she would pop into your office to talk with you about policing?
Yes, ma'am.
So these issues arose and you didn't afford her a conversation to talk with her about the issues that you had come to learn and create a plan with her to rectify those issues?
Right. I did in one of our meetings, after a lot of this started becoming evident, I asked her about preparing a plan to try to address some of these items. The response was that a plan just really wasn't needed, and what did I have in mind to put into a plan, which I would be the last person that should be at, maybe not the last, but I would not be a great person to ask, what items would be needed, what I was expecting.
So you all discussed an improvement plan that you asked her to create? Is that right?
I asked her for a plan for making changes in the department. And one of those occurred in a group meeting we were having. It was during the discipline efforts. It was a lot going on, a lot in a short time.
Mhm. So with the discipline efforts, you asked her to come up with a plan related to,
Just how we could move forward with the department.
and do you remember her response to that question?
Her immediate response was to ask me what should be in that type of a plan.
And that was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know what her concerns were? Do you remember?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the immediacy of the decision, in the op-ed piece, you wrote that the CPD was gripped in chaos.
Yes, it was my understanding that some of the leadership positions were not going to be staying if Chief Brackney were staying.
Okay. And this is again other than the person you put in charge.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of 6 people.
No, ma'am, more than one.
So 2 of 6.
Okay, 2 of 6.
Are all of those 6 gonna leave?
No, that I was not aware of that.
Okay. So you consider 2 of 6 people chaos? Because I mean, at this point, I don't even know. I have notes. But it doesn't even like there's a point to these notes.
No, I think it extends beyond. It's the statements from the surveys of people looking for other jobs, wanting to be out of the police department. It's a combination. There is no smoking gun, I think, in this, which would be the kind of a 4 calls kind of an action. Okay. A combination of a lot of things that made me believe that yes, we were headed down the wrong direction.
Okay, and what thoughts did you give to the fact of the changes, like Councilor Payne was talking about, the effects that those changes would have on morale issues? So for instance, we did a survey, 360 survey for city manager. We asked questions in those surveys. A lot of times staff members said to us that council is a problem. They specifically outlined quite a bit that Councilor Bellamy and myself were an issue because of race talk and comments along those lines, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of people agree with them. And there's been a lot of people working to make sure that I wasn't sitting as a member of this council because they thought that their perceptions of me are more important than whether we create an actual equitable community.
I get.
So the same thing, these kind of changes, based on what Mike Wells said while he was here, people would have a hard time with them. It is not easy. Albemarle County isn't doing this. So if people said, I'm gonna go to the county, if a job opens up there, it would be easier for them to go there. So I'm just wondering, how much did you factor in that type of information into your decision?
I did think about it quite a bit. For me, it is a very fine line and a very fine balancing between, achieving the department that we need with maintaining it while we're making that progress. keeping officers in place, keeping our streets patrolled, keeping our streets safe. You know, it takes a balance on to me, both sides. And that's where we were not in balance.
Okay. So are you in agreement with the comments that the parents made that came on earlier? Is your statement like our streets are not safe? Are you equating that to Chief Brackney being in a leadership position while that
No,
was?
ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I do think that, and I don't know that we wouldn't have been doing the same patrols or not. I do think that things are going good. I do think that officers right now, are the morale is better, which does make job performance better. But no, I'm not trying to be in agreement with the parents that were on earlier.
I just want to read a couple of these. So again, I want to say, first of all, not all of these were negative. Their agreement there, that there were in these surveys, that not all of them were negative. Is there any that anybody else would like to highlight, or is it just me? Because I put stars on them when they were important. This officer talks about support in the field. They said command staff doesn't appear to support each other or the patrol officers that are on the street taking all the actual stress. They then says that there have been a lot of mandatory trainings telling officers how they need to be better, and no one ever states that the public has to stop acting, I think they were trying to say irrationally. Then they talked about just how their feelings were from the public. It says that, again, notes, they want to let officers know that they're behind them. And they go on to talk about the turbulent times, the rallies, and all of that stuff. I feel the chief talks support, but I don't see it in action. So what was she's attempting to say it, but they are not seeing it. Did you ask like this particular officer to elaborate? This one says that secret backdoor surveys is not support. Do you know how these surveys came to be?
No, ma'am.
From my understanding, there was an officer who was interested in getting feedback from other officers, and the chief okayed the survey to be released. Thought it was a good thing, didn't have any control over the process. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. And then there's my understanding afterwards, nothing was done with the surveys.
Okay. Do you know why nothing was done?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is Mooney on with us today? Do you want him to answer that?
No, ma'am.
You don't want him to answer?
Well, no to both, I think. I think he is not on.
Okay. So the majority of these comments talked about boots, right? Are you in agreement that that was the number one complaint from these officers?
Boots were very, very big.
Okay. They talked about cattiness among officers. So some of that feedback that you've been receiving, and maybe from some of those same officers, that this other officer, who also didn't feel supported, by the way. So this is not a favorable thing on command staff, but they also did not think that, they thought it was cattiness among the staff. Morale at the department is extremely low for various reasons. This person said, the same person who said the previous comment that I said that they waking up and coming to work every day, but they do it because they have bills and they want to support their family. But you have no idea why this person made that comment, and you all don't think that's important?
I think you look at surveys as a whole. You can't try to decipher each one.
No, I think you, Chip, there, so, and then I'm gonna just read this one, because this is another one. Building leaders, not just themselves. There was concern about what if you remove all of those specialized departments like SWAT, JADE, they don't have anything to move up into. So their understanding of policing was being challenged. They didn't see room for growth. And it says, captains, don't forget where you come from. Those type of comments. So even the person that you put in charge has had a lot of dealings with what happened with these surveys. And so I think it would have been worth the conversation, even though I have very different opinions of what has happened and why it's happened. An understanding of that is for you to have had that conversation. This says leftist citizens complaints. And there was a lot of these in there. Council, particularly me, being an issue. The response to rallies, all of those things. And so you read this and you arrived at the fact that the police chief was the person, based on what you read in here, that needed to go.
What I read in both sets of surveys, yes, ma'am, as well as my conversations with others.
Without even knowing who participated in one set of the surveys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. In your op-ed piece, you talked about regional stakeholder groups. I sent you an email and asked you how many times you had met with Gary Settle from the Virginia State Police, Ron Lance from Albemarle County, Tim Longo from UVA, or any designee. And what was your response to that?
I haven't had meetings with any of you. Asked for emails, texts, phone calls, something like that. And I said that I had none.
Okay. About policing in the Charlottesville?
In the region.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if it wasn't those three individuals, who were you talking with about regional?
I've had conversations with a number of people, none of which were through emails, meetings, text, regarding policing in the region, but none that would respond to what you asked.
So my follow-up question about your calendar.
Right.
It's going to show some different results than you have shared?
No, ma'am. My calendar will not.
So again, all three leaders of surrounding localities, you're saying that you have not talked to them about policing, or you have? Because I think that's important.
Yes, ma'am. My conversations with any of the people, which I've stated before, were in confidence when it was about this subject. I feel comfortable. I feel very comfortable with the people that I spoke with, that they gave me very good information about our department and our leadership and the relationships with the law enforcement agencies of our region.
Okay. But it wasn't the leaders of those law enforcement agencies.
It was people that I feel very trusted of the information I received.
Okay, Chip. So since all of these people are secretive and you think that's okay, because would you want us to make a decision about whether you stayed here or not based on some random conversations we had without talking to you about them?
That's a decision you all. As I stated earlier, I'm here to fulfill the direction of council. I took this job knowing. I think I've even stated, for me, there's a job evaluation every other meeting. I accept that.
So if you don't want to talk about the who, do you want to talk about some of the concerns that were brought up?
I can just say that it was not positive relationship. I mean, that was the biggest thing. That's what's standing out in my mind right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are any of y'all concerned about the topics that led to a decision being made at a time when it could have been different? When a survey that's led by a police union where he's stating that he doesn't think they had the best intention, whereas I've stated before, and do you still feel the same way about that, Chip, that Mooney was not compromised in any way?
I do not think that he was. From any of the information, anything that I heard, I did not find anything compromising.
And we think we've already acknowledged, like, the timing of some of these things is really certainly sends the optics that we are trying to, I think we all as council have said that we want to make sure that it's clear to the public that's not the direction we're going. But for me, who's been here longer than even Mr. Boyles, these concerns are not new. They're not new to the city manager. They're not new to two city managers. They're concerns that have been there. And so I just think that the focus on this one point in time is kind of, unfortunately, just taking over versus just these longer term concerns that are, and I've said very publicly in this space, the concerns I've heard the majority haven't even been from law enforcement, but just people trying to work together to try to better for this community. And if we can't share spaces and be able to be collaborative, what do we have? I mean, we have that problem in this space, which is infuriating at times.
So, Heather, you believe that based on all of the information that you gathered, that the reason why Chief Brackney was hired, and based on the fact of how difficult it is going to be able to find a police chief who is reform-minded and has the skills to actually execute those things, that is more important than the people's feelings and their concerns were more important than that?
I actually believe that we have the ability to recruit someone who can be reform-minded and also work well.
Can you tell me more about why you feel like that?
I am not in the position where I want to be getting, I just think this is a personnel decision. I think that
No, Heather, I think it's important. We're talking about learning from history, right? So this is a decision you support, I
do support this decision.
Okay, you've looked at the landscape and you feel like someone is going to want to join this community as a police and implement reforms because they're going to learn something that isn't already public about what Chief Brackney was doing, that would make them feel like they would not be targeted for the same reasons in the future?
I think that there can be a lot of differences in candidates that can do that work and make it successful, and that will bring them to the table. Yes, I have confidence in that.
Okay, based on what?
Based on how I saw this individual presenting themselves in a way that was very challenging.
Okay, again, so.
I would rather not get into this.
Okay, but one more question. Did the way this individual presented that was challenging harm anyone?
Like physically?
Huh?
Physically?
No, tell me.
Like,
so how did it harm someone?
Like, what do you mean harm? How are you defining harm?
No, however you define it. You're the one who has the emotions behind it.
I'm really struggling with the narrative here, especially when we hear from people who had a lot of their own criticisms over long periods of time, and support people who also had their own criticisms. And I'm just trying to figure out how we're here.
I know that is something that's true. Chip thought the same thing, which is what Tanisha brought up. Y'all thought that you could do this in that moment, in that time and space. And I think for the reasons that we all know that you all made that decision, and no one would care.
I don't think no one would care. I actually don't even think that was the reason for the decision. I think the decision was made because it was a critical decision point, or else everything Chip has ever presented to me illustrates that he is very thoughtful in his decision making. But under certain circumstances, people can be pushed into having to make a decision. And I think that's ultimately where it was. And as I mentioned, I don't think he's the first city manager to have to weigh this decision.
Okay. So the last city manager was weighing the decision based on the press conference with the Unitarian Church incident. Right? Or did I miss something else?
I was talking about previous to that.
Okay, but that was the last issue.
That was the last issue. I don't know if a decision was ever contemplated to be made. Yeah.
That I was blamed for stating publicly. Support. And so again, we're back to Chief Brackney standing up for her officers, and that being used based on the public not wanting that to occur, being used to define her moving forward.
I think the criticism there was more how we're communicating with the public, and that's been a concern of mine. How we're engaging with other groups that are trying to do work and partner with us.
So were those individuals the individuals of the neighborhoods that are police the most?
I'm sorry, who are you referring to? Yes, in the case of, you're talking about just generally speaking, meetings that groups I'm referring to, the initial CRB is one of them, yes. Okay. The initial CRB, not the existing one.
And are you talking about more than Jeff Bauer's points of?
No, I'm just talking about just the dynamics of we need to be able to stay in spaces together and try to work through our differences and try to make some progress. And walking out of those engagements is not a productive way to conduct ourselves. And I think we have to also recognize when constituents reach out to us, as you and I do every day, people reach out to us very critically, how we respond to those constituents. And sometimes I think that some of those approaches have been things that I don't support that were taken.
So Chief Brackney had a meeting with Chip after Chip discussed that there was going to be a press conference, right? You all were leaning towards having a press conference, and then something occurred where
Which press conference? What are you referring to? I'm not clear.
A press conference after the August 20th press release.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Chief Brackney arrives at a meeting, right, Chip? And you have changed course at that time, that there's no longer going to be a press conference.
Yes, we had a disagreement over wanting to show the videos that you also saw in your closed session.
And you have stated in the past that she wanted to show them, Newberry wanted to show them, Mooney did not want to show them, and you were somewhere in the middle, right?
Yes, and I decided I didn't want to show them.
Okay, but before that meeting,
Yes.
she thought that you were in alignment with showing them.
I was willing to compromise to show them.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you're not being the one targeted, and if Mooney now doesn't want the videos to be shown because whatever Mike Wells has on tape for him, of him, why wouldn't she be upset? Like,
I wasn't even referring to that meeting. I'm aware of that meeting, but that's not the meeting I was referring to.
so you're referring to the meeting that when you had John Blair go to Jeff's house over a weekend to discuss?
I'm talking about a meeting that happened at City Hall with multiple members of the initial PCRB, and at the time a much earlier city manager.
Okay. So Heather, because was you in the meeting?
Yeah, I was. I arranged the meeting, actually. I was trying to provide some common ground for these folks, and
was that the meeting that Jeff was in with you, Bowers?
His name is Josh Bowers, yes. And
Josh, whatever.
There was another member of the PCRB.
Who was the other person, Sarah?
Miss Baird.
Okay. And was that around the time for the weekend incident?
No.
Okay.
Separate time.
And do you want to talk about what Chief Brackney was upset about?
It was the way that Mr. Bowers presented himself in the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
And she left the meeting.
So how did he present himself?
I thought not dissimilar to the way I felt that she was presenting herself, but there's just kind of a raised tone and just frustration coming out. And then we were really hopeful that we could make some progress. And I was just, and there was frustration by the whole group that there was a departure at that juncture.
All right. I have some comments about that, but I'll wait. So in this, it says strain relationships across government, community, religious, and regional stakeholders. And I think I've covered, we still don't have any information about what those conversations were. I have been in meetings with Josh. I have emails back and forth with him. And I have been clear about that we are not someone's doormat.
How do you feel about responding to a constituent who has criticisms about a decision by CPD, and then a leader in this organization responding after looking up where their place of work is and copying their manager because they didn't like the feedback?
Okay.
That's an example. It's not appropriate.
Okay, do you want to pull that email up?
I'm happy to find it.
The public thinks about
I think
that?
it's necessary right now, but I'm happy to find it. I'm just saying, like, you just are trying to pick specific examples. I don't want to go down this path with you.
I'm not. I was open to whatever you all presented. I asked and allowed you all to talk first because I'm just
You're trying to be respectful.
Okay. Excuse me?
We're trying to be respectful of the process. This is not the appropriate forum to get into all of this.
You are not trying to be respectful of any process. I have been on this council with you. I know how you operate.
I'd like for us to move on.
So, Chip, can you talk a little bit about why you changed course at the August 20th date from that press release to the 23rd?
Well, from that meeting was a good indication, similar to what Councilor Hill was just talking about, where when we began to disagree over the videos and other issues, Chief Brackney just left the meeting, which again gave me concern of being able to work in with that type of interactions, with that type of relationship.
So what did you share with me about her leaving the meeting? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry, I don't.
So do
I'm sure you.
remember talking about her feeling targeted?
Yes.
She had been targeted since she's been here?
Yes, and she has expressed that to me in earlier meetings, very much.
No, but
And-
you wasn't talking about what she's expressed. You were saying that that's what you understood.
Well, that's the reason I understood it, was because she has told me, on several occasions, just the experiences she's had since her very first day, of being targeted, and receiving verbal abuse from citizens, beginning with the very first day. So, but my knowledge of that comes from what she's told me, and I certainly believe it to be true.
So someone else left that room too.
Yes.
Said about the same reason, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
And he came back, and was a very instrumental part of the conversation from that point to the end of the meeting.
And then you followed up with the chief, correct?
Yes. A couple of days later, I think we met.
And did you talk to her about leaving the meeting?
We talked a good bit about my concerns. I don't remember exactly all the details of it.
All right. So clearly there were at least two of you counselors that had more information than at least I did, and it seems like Counselor Payne did. And there is no way that you can understand clearly. Matter of fact, I gave you this book, Heather, to little clip before, but I want to read something from it. White Rage, and in this chapter, she's talking about President Obama, who people usually discuss when they're talking about respectability politics as someone who had that pretty down pat. Heather, if you had talked about like your conversation with Chief Brackney at, I think, the United Way event, and that how you felt about her has been pretty spiraling downhill, because it doesn't take
that event
to be in your feelings since that event, and your relationship with a person like Josh, and how you got in your feelings, not about whether the PCRB should be power should be expanded or anything like that. You have worked harder at your assessment of the police chief than the reason that the PCRB has been established. So since you feel very, I hope that you will bring that same energy to the discussions about the expanded powers for the PCRB that you've brought to this conversation about whether the police chief should have kept her job or not. So in this book, it says Black respectability or appropriate behavior doesn't seem to matter. If anything, Black achievement, Black aspirations, and Black success are construed as direct threats. Obama's presidency made that clear. Aspirations and achievement of these aspirations provide no protections, right? It goes on. The next discussion, she talks about 2015, June 2015, South Carolina. You all know what happened then? Okay. Heather, you know? Okay. It goes on to talk about how George Zimmerman fueled his actions, right? And I could go on through the whole book. But the point here is the primary concern all of you should have had. All of you. is whether the policing practices that have happened to date would not have happened, would continue to happen under her leadership or not. That should have been the primary focus. After you said that, then at least if you thought that she should not have remained in the position, you should have had a conversation with her. Also, I think one thing that is missing that, Chip, you have not explained to date. And I really want you to go back and look at when you received those surveys, because you didn't just get those surveys. We have talked about those surveys before. We have talked about them. So if you had the surveys or not, if you had been having meetings with the police chief about the concerns that you had, my concern is, why did all of those concerns come up around the same time as the PBA? And then the fact that someone who was going out the door, who has been compromised by the PBA, is the person. Lloyd, why are you shaking your head?
Because I don't think it's true.
Okay, but I'm gonna take care of that later.
Well, okay. You ask why I'm shaking my head. It's because it's not true.
Okay. And so I want an apology from you later, okay? I've asked you this before. When you were wrong, just own it. So I'm just asking you, when you realize that you're wrong later, you just apologize.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's see what happens.
All right, thank you. So I think it is very important for you all to understand what you seem to have factored in this decision. I can go on about every city manager that has been here, and you're never gonna, and I told you this, Chip, you're never gonna live past this decision. Whether you have people internally who are concerned about whether they are bold with you because of how you're gonna respond. I read the clip that I read from White Rage, because if any white person feels threatened, even if it's in the most respectable way, Black people will limit their feedback. People are, oftentimes, I'm sitting in a room with them and they can't believe that no matter what the situation, how outnumbered I am, I will still say everything I'm thinking. I don't care who I'm in a room with, over Zoom and in person. They don't expect it from us, ever. And so, yes, have I made 100% of the right decisions? No. Have you all made 100% of the right decisions? No, you haven't. But again, your white gaze gets to determine who wins in a situation like this. And the fact that none of you understand what that means, but other people around the world understands what that means, okay? People who are working on police reform understand what that means. Let me share, because Lloyd loves an academic that he feels is worthy of his admiration. Let me get to it because I wasn't planning on sharing. I'm inviting you to speak at the Harvard Kennedy School Speaker Series, Reimagining Community Safety. It goes on to talk about, I recently read about the transitions taking place in Charlottesville with the recent departure of the chief of police and with the impending departure of me. The events that have unfolded in Charlottesville and elsewhere around the country remind us of the many potential barriers around the country that exist that can effectively block or thwart efforts towards a safer, more just and equitable community. It's a long email, okay? So while you're a little closed-minded, because that's what happens when you're trying to change system, you all are just looking at a limited amount of information. And you also don't have the fear and the sense of urgency that we wake up with every day because our lives are always on the line. There are people, and that's just one, all over this country. I was invited last month to Germany to speak, okay? There are people all over this world who never gonna call any of y'all to ask y'all what y'all thoughts are, okay? And the information that you all have presented publicly, it does not hold water, okay? So you all have contributed to, okay, the upholding the foundation of racism in an institution that people are either murdered or under the threat of it every day. And if nothing else speaks to the messaging that's going out, those two parents who spoke at the beginning of the meeting, what Mike Wells came on here and said, with the other speaker who praised Lloyd and Heather and then talked about those great statues, that is your legacy, whether you like it or not, because your actions are immoral. And people who dig deep know that.
I hope people dig deep. I really do.
And Heather, they're not gonna care that somebody, that a white male was upset during a conversation when he exhibit the same characteristics. They're not gonna be upset about that. They're not gonna be upset that you were in your feelings. They will be interested about a police chief who, when internal employees talk about whether or not they had a good conversation with her, it's when she says things like, no, just because white, upper middle income and whoever else is on the downtown mall wants to walk around drinking, when we have tried to arrest people for drinking is a problem, that people call her hostile. Because I have a list, because I ask questions. Something recently came up when the PBA when those interviews was happening. You went to Chip about that, right? Didn't you go to Chip?
About what interviews? I'm sorry.
About the PCRB interviews and the questions that Chief Brackney asked during those interviews.
The questions. No, the questions were discussed at the beginning and they were settled upon. I'm not really clear on what you're saying.
You didn't talk to Chip about?
Not about the questions. No, my feedback was around something else in that process.
Concerns around when she brought the questions up, right?
No, it wasn't about the questions. It's about the fact that the majority of the group was interested in getting another person through to the third round. No one local, just putting those things out of there. And that's where the majority of the group was coming from. But there was a lot of pushback from one person on the panel about that. And I was frustrated that it almost went in that direction. And then the rest of the panel coalesced around that, no, it's actually, we really do want to talk to this person again, despite the fact that there might be some resistance. That's what it was about. It wasn't about any questions.
Okay. And so you felt that you needed to bring him into.
I don't even remember if I said something to Chip. I know I was concerned about it.
Okay, you did. Anyway, moving on.
Wait, I'm not allowed to have a relation. I mean, he's the person I talk to. He's the person that is accountable.
No, you have a lot of complaints. You voice them all the time.
You clearly do as well, Mayor.
I do. But I'm telling you that out of what I heard came out of those discussions and the concerns, I went to Chip and I asked him about them. And I asked him, had he talked to the other leaders that were involved from staff? And if he thought that it should warrant a conversation happening between those two individuals. Chip, do you remember that conversation?
I remember us talking about it, Mayor.
Thank you.
I don't remember the details of it, but I definitely remember.
So I'm just saying, I always go to everyone trying to figure out a solution, not to let things linger and make sure that people are having conversations. As I told you all earlier, whether you find them difficult or not, you have to have them. That does not mean that everybody will agree And it doesn't mean that you'll like everything that's said. But you would rather be on a council where nothing gets done because it doesn't affect your life versus you being uncomfortable sometimes.
It's absolutely not true. And I certainly, it's one thing I do try to do.
It absolutely
I do it much quieter is I really put a lot of time and energy in trying to get people to come into the room together and work through their differences. That is something that I certainly have made up at the forefront because we do need to make progress. And right now we're not making much progress. Are we able to move on? It's 12:10.
Are there any other comments? No? All right. Next topic, PCRB. And Heather, you do not work to get everybody in the room. We can talk about even people who were considered themselves your friends that you ignored when the previous city manager was here.
I get in trouble for not listening to people who have feedback, and I get in trouble for listening to people who have feedback. I cannot win with you. I was trying to give the former city manager
why
a
you
lot
cut
more
them off.
leeway. And now I'm actually just listening to people and trying to translate what I was hearing and weighed in on that decision. I literally cannot win. I am darned if I do, I'm darned if I don't. And I'm just done. I'm so done.
Anybody want to lead this discussion? Because I think it's pretty settled. So.
Lloyd and Michael, I know that you've met with the executive director and you had some of the conversations with members.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess just I could give my thoughts. Met with the new executive director last week of the PCRB and reached out. Haven't talked to everybody on the PCRB, but tried to reach out to everybody. We've talked to a majority of folks. I mean, I guess just my general thoughts are, one, I think, it's clear that the behavior of the chair in terms of the public statements and the approach, it's just not at all what I want to see from the PCRB. And I think it's created, a situation where, a lot of community trust has been lost in terms of the impartiality of the board. I think, at the NACOL trainings and through, primarily NACOL trainings and just going through other PCRBs in terms of the approach of how board members take, I think is almost, particularly once they're able to get their the ordinance and bylaws passed and are beginning to do hearings, is doing really serious work that requires impartiality, requires trust across the board, and almost the board members need to be, thinking of themselves as like they're on a jury or something in terms of, if you're on that board, you're dealing with such serious stuff that, your impartiality and your neutrality in terms of not weighing in on things, not publicly attacking elected officials is very important. As anyone who watched the last PCRB meeting knows, the board is pretty split. There's folks who feel, if council wades in to make a change, they're out. If not, there's a lot of people who feel like, well, I'm out too, or have a lot of concerns. And I think that those concerns are justified in terms of, I think, what I think we would need to see from the board is if they're weighing in on anything relating to policing, to, one, communicate that through the work of the board in a report that's involving the whole board. And that way, anything you're communicating is looping in everyone on the board, and you're able to communicate through the work a more time-intensive, holistic approach in terms of whatever you're communicating, to have looked at the data, to be able to communicate that. And I think in the absence of that, it's clear that it's, created, real challenges, I think, for the trust of the board. And again, it's not the kind of conduct in terms of neutrality that we need to have board members have. The challenge I see is again, you know, in the conversations I've had, and you even watched the last board meeting, is that the board is pretty split. And there's, I think, at least half, maybe a majority of the board, but certainly at least 3 people who, you know, if we unilaterally make a removal are going to leave, and then we'll be in a situation where the board, you know, is basically falling apart and doesn't have a quorum, is not able to meet. And I think just the challenge is, one, I think, you know, we could say, you know, the board falls apart, you know, as the new executive directors come on, and we're hopefully getting close to getting the ordinance and bylaws over the finish line, which I do think is important to try to have happen before January, just because any new council coming on is going to have, you know, a learning curve, just getting up to speed on the whole process. And as anytime a council changes, you know, you don't know exactly how they're going to vote or look on it. So I think, you know, getting it done before January is important. And we could say, you know, we make a removal and the board falls apart, and that's, you know, we'll just reconstitute the board. But I think, you know, at this point, you know, if we're going to do that, I would like to have, you know, a lot more conversation, both with the board and among ourselves, of what would we even do to reconstitute the board. I think at a minimum, there needs to be a code of conduct and ethics for the board, in terms of clearly written out expectations of, you know, when you're on this board, how do you need to conduct business? How do you need to communicate anything related to the business of the board? How do you communicate outside of even board business to some extent? Because again, this is a board dealing with some really serious stuff in terms of hearings, even if it's just recommendations of discipline. It has to be very professional and neutral. And there has to be a code of ethics that is clearly outlining specifically how board members need to operate. And I think it's also, you know, I think it would be prudent to have, you know, a clearer process for what removal of board members is, even if it's the board itself making that decision, or if it's just as council that making that decision. So I guess those are just sort of my overall thoughts right now. I mean, I think, again, at a bare minimum, it seems clear to me that there has to be a code of conduct in ethics. And I think it's something the board needs to publicly address and confront, you know, in terms of, you know, I don't think we can just pretend all this didn't happen and didn't affect the trust and neutrality of the board. And again, you know, were we to remove any board member, I think that basically means just reconstituting the board. And I don't know, without further discussion with the board and among ourselves of what that means and look like, that's, you know, something I'm ready to do right now, just in terms of, you know, if this board can't have a quorum, if it's not there together, you know, I don't know if we're going to get over the finish line of the ordinance and bylaws. But just my opening thoughts overall.
I know this whole situation has also caused me to think that we need to extend this idea of a code of ethics and procedures to all of our boards and commissions. I know we had the Human Rights Commission was concerned about a member a while back. That member chose to resign. However, this is not the first time. And because we don't have anything that lays out what these expectations are, we're causing people to assume they know what we want. I mean, I know we have a long list of things we're trying to catch up on. This, you know, kind of falls. We've tried to focus on our boards and commissions before, trying to look at what is it we're actually tasking with all of our boards and commissions. But it's, I agree with Councilor Payne on this idea of a code of ethics that makes it clear to people what's expected and how they can and cannot use their position on a board.
I had a few thoughts consistent actually with what Councilors Payne and McGill have said. I watched that meeting in real time and was frankly amazed at Mr. Brown's statement and amazed that he thought it was an appropriate thing to do. I did not think it was appropriate. The question is very simply, what do we do? Do we kick him off the board as a consequence? And I will say, despite what Ms. Redinger said a couple hours ago, it is a First Amendment issue. I went looking at the First Amendment cases. I consulted with some First Amendment experts, and I also got the opinion of Lisa Robertson on the matter. And Lisa is really very knowledgeable on First Amendment things. And I'm not going to bore everybody with on the one hand, on the other hand, suffice it to say that it's a confusing muddle. There is no case that's directly on point and that tells us much. But the one thing that is clear to me is that if we are going to do something that limits or punishes or attaches a consequence to speech, that should be the last resort. It should be only when the situation is very clear. And if we punish someone for the content of the speech, that is exactly what the First Amendment is intended to deal with. I agree with the analogy. Actually, I would say rather than looking on it as a juror, we should look on the members of the PCRB as judges. I say that because jurors often say things before they become jurors, and those don't necessarily disqualify them from service on juries. But of course, they don't usually comment as they are making decisions, as they are awaiting to make a decision, whereas a judge is always on the clock, so to speak, and which is why judges may write letters to the editor talking about the UVA basketball team or something, but they're not going to write a letter to the editor talking about issues of crime and punishment. The notion that judges speak through their decisions has its parallel in the notion that a PCRB speaks through its reports. This is actually a thought that was given to me by our new PCRB director, Ansel Aguilar, when we were meeting last week. And he said his experience with the Fairfax PCRB, again, was that the board speaks through its reports. If they're going to do a survey, do a study, do an investigation, and issue a report, that's now something to talk about. But otherwise, at least on matters of crime, punishment, policing, and so on, and members of the PCRB should, as a general proposition, not be offering their opinions. We need the PCRB and the council to finish the process of getting an agreement on the ordinance, on the procedures, on a code of ethics. There is a code of ethics that NACOL has put out there, which is adapted, I think, almost word for word in Fairfax. It was what Mr. Aguilar gave us. And that's pretty common. At the moment, the one thing that really needs to happen, that the PCRB really needs to do the next thing on their job list, is to develop at least some kind of procedures so they can have the one hearing on the one case that is in front of them, and we've got to get that done. We need to finalize the ordinance. We need finalize longer lasting procedures that would govern under the new ordinance, and then the code of ethics that would attach to that. The overall goal, seems to me, is that we want to have a PCRB that is made up of people whose objectivity is not in question. When a member of the PCRB makes a statement about police and policing, they are sure to cause someone to question their objectivity. The catch is that we have not made that a rule. And I just can't see punishing somebody for violating a rule we've never articulated. And so my belief is that we should do nothing. The question has been, should we kick Bellamy Brown off the PCRB? I think the answer is very clearly no. Should we do something that sets out this code of ethics or a sense of what is proper behavior for a member of the PCRB? Absolutely yes. I think that the PCRB, I think probably the Human Rights Commission has the potential to doing some adjudicating. Maybe a different standard would apply for those two bodies than might apply to, the CDBG task force or something. And I say that not to demean the CDBG task force, but just to say that they're not in the same boat. They're not going to have somebody's case in their hands. And that's my feeling about what we need to be doing, is to move on to get to where we've got those procedures approved for that first hearing. Let them have that hearing. Let us go ahead and do the other things we need to do. But that the issue of kicking Bellamy Brown off is a sideshow that is just one more thing that's getting in the way of trying to get something done here.
Well, the last thing I just throw out there is, I don't know, I've heard this idea and, I've tossed around in my mind. I don't know if it's a good, bad, and different idea, but I just throw it out there as something to think about. Is, rightly, my concern is if the board falls apart right now, we're not going to be able to get over the finish line of the ordinance and bylaws and hearing procedures, and that's going to be dragged out past January, who knows how long. But just throw it out there as an idea to brainstorm and think about is, if the board gets over, if we can get over the finish line of adopting those and empowering them to, at that point, basically look at reconstituting the board. Anyone on it could apply again, but basically looking to, again, reconstitute it. If the concern is that given everything that goes on, it's just not going to be able to build trust across the community enough to have enough people believe when they're launching complaints that, it'll be impartial, and they have confidence going to the board to do that. So again, very open to all kind of perspectives on that idea, but I just throw it out there as something to think about.
That's actually the one thing I was just going to add, because I certainly have relayed that thought also to Michael and to Lloyd. That I think that would be a good opportunity just for whatever council is at the time, just to kind of reevaluate given the new powers and reconstitute the board. And it would be a natural progression. And if there's changes that are desired, then they can be made.
And I think one thing that would have to, be acknowledged is that this energy started with Mr. Brown not a year ago. It started, I have an email from him where because I searched, I think it was March. I have stuff all over the place because I wasted my entire weekend compiling evidence that didn't matter. And I knew that when I was doing it. But anyway, where he sends us an email, he puts out some pointers about equitable, just, fair policing, some links he wants us to look at. And then he says, apologize, Dr. Brackney. I left you off the email, those fingers typing faster than my thoughts or something like that. You all remember that? If you go back on his Facebook page, there was nothing before the middle of July. And I have had negative interactions with him before, so I know what they look like. And they are loud and he's very vocal about them. So had he been concerned, just as we know about them now, you would have heard about them then. And so I think the fuel for this is what the concern should be. And then the platform he used. And then again, unless you all were okay with that based on who was being targeted, you have now opened the door up for it to happen to anyone in the future, unless you put these things in place. And even putting those things in place, you still set a precedent.
I just want to say I'm very not okay with what happened. I was not okay with that chair position being used for that. I was not okay with how then that turns around, making people feel that the PCRB is not a safe place to receive complaints. I don't know where this crosses over into free speech, and it's not clear that we don't have these expectations of our board members. So I want to rectify that so this kind of thing can't happen again. I want to change these systems.
And so I just want to be clear. I'm thinking of Sister City Commission. Heather, you know, because you talked to them, right? Some of the women on those boards were very critical of me in the past. And I think people should be able to. We are in this position. People can be critical of us. Should they use the platform of the board that they are on to be critical? That's something that is different and that we all should be concerned about. He's a citizen, so that feedback is going to happen. When his positions can influence whether someone is fired or not, whether that energy is then used by the city manager, and that whether the PBA feels like it enhances their influence, that's the issue here. And so I know the desired result has been achieved. And I know that all the members that'll be on council in the past and the staff that Chip is okay with being there, it won't be allowed to target them in that way, and you all will handle it differently. But even the acknowledgement that it played a factor in the outcome of the current chief is also something, no matter what you say, the entire community is aware of the truth. And as Mr. Frazier put in an email earlier, that you all are listening to a vocal minority. There is no issue. That is the scene you have set up. That is no different from those parents that spoke up earlier. And in all of the time that we've been having conversations about systemic racism, and you all don't understand when it's at play, it's just completely baffling to me.
I'm also baffled by other things, but also baffled.
Heather, so that is just as unclear as Chip has been about why he fired.
I think that I also agree that in these positions, we should not be influencing these types of decisions, but we have no further to look than this body where individuals have influenced decisions. And I just think that it's important that we just keep some perspective on the precedent that we set for everyone else who we have appointed.
If you were trying to be clear there, I do not know what you are still talking about. So if everybody else got it, it's just not clear to me. So again, I didn't bring this topic up because I thought that anything would change. I put that in an email to Mr. Brown earlier today that you all were CC'd on. And the fact that you all are okay, well, let's just say at least two of you are okay with the outcome and him being able to influence it, right? Then
I don't believe he influenced the outcome. I just don't.
He believes it. That's your friend.
That's fine if he believes it. I don't agree with that.
Okay. All right. But you understand that he said that publicly. He's claimed it as an accomplishment.
I've seen that he has written that on social media, yes.
Okay. All right. And so then again, this is like I told JJ Davis earlier today. You get to tell me because you know more than we do, apparently.
I'm just sharing my opinion. Have I lost the ability to have an opinion on any of these things? That's where I'm at. I mean, I think that the next 5 meetings, I'm just going to sit here and not say a word because I don't have a voice. I've expressed concerns about having a voice. At this point, I don't know what more to say.
And you know, the first time you said that when it was not true, it took everything for me to keep those members from that board from coming to tell you that that was a lie and that you talked in every meeting.
think you understand like
What you
what I
mean
mean by
by-
having a voice. I don't think you understand, and it's fine because I'm fine not
Okay.
having a voice right now. I'm
Well,
fine
you
not having a
talk
voice
all
right
the time, and you are able to influence
I
the
talk all the time.
because
it is 12:35.
based on chip notes, based on the notes, you were the first person that he came to talk about firing the police chief. Okay?
Talking about after it happened, because we never discussed a firing before it happened.
Okay.
We discussed other exit strategies, but not a firing.
Okay, well, maybe that day you were discussing other exit strategies. It's blacked out for us. But the fact that you were discussing strategies and you've been in the room discussing strategies a lot.
Trying to keep the ship afloat.
Okay. So anyway, you said trying to keep this ship afloat? Is that what you just said?
Trying to keep any ship afloat at this point because I feel like we're drowning.
Okay. All right. So again, back to that point and the fact that a member of the board, and as I think I put in the email today, Lloyd, you expressed that you had a conversation with Mr. Frazier before he applied. That sent some red flags to me, but he interviewed and presented very well. And I thought that his contributions would override what I thought about the statements that you made at that time. Since he's been here, not just with this incident, but even listening to him in another recent engagement, my original thoughts were accurate. Okay. You all, as I told you today, you can't control everything, and you're going to have to let some stuff go if you're really going to make an impact on the people's lives who are most negatively affected by this community. Heather, your kids will be fine, no matter how frustrated you've been over the past 4 years. You don't have to worry about any of these decisions impacting them. I don't know how many times I need to say that to you because you clearly just don't understand it.
I understand that my kids will be fine, but I also understand a lot of kids aren't going to be fine. And I remain committed to that work, even after December 31st, because I understand my kids are going to be fine. And that's not fair that my kids are going to be fine. And so many kids aren't. They're born into situations that they have
If you
no
understand
control over.
that, then the decisions you make show that. You don't support any kind of exit strategies for anyone based on how you personally feel.
It's not about how I personally feel.
It is. It is.
Are we really going to get into things that are personal? I mean, I'm just done tonight. I'm done. I don't want to argue anymore.
Can I finish my comments? So the PCRB, all of the discussions that are about to be had, they're coming up. So you all remember that. And the reasons why you may want to expand powers or not, just for moving forward, how the police feel about that should not factor into that. Even those are the type of conversations I have had with Chief Brackney, okay? It's not about them. She's on here, you can ask her. And so when someone is appointed to a position to ensure that that happens, and you have 3 of those board members who I'm sure knew the motivation behind Mr. Brown's energy behind getting the chief removed, and they all make statements of support, then you have a problem, and that needs to be changed. All right. Any other comments? No? All right. Any other business? Mr. Willer, we can open it up for public comment.
If you'd like to address council, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press.
You're muted.
David's going to bring up my volume. Can you hear me now? If you'd like to address council, click the raise hand icon or press *9 if you're on via telephone. First person up, Don Gathers. Don, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. This entire thing has turned into a freaking Greek tragedy. I don't understand how we can base someone's continued employment on what the people that work for them think. If that was the case, I would dare say that there are numerous supervisors, managers, directors that would be out of a job. I just don't see how we can, that just seems like a deep, dark hole that I don't think we should ever go down ever again in life. And even, excuse me, Michael, you used that same analogy for stating that we can't do anything with the CRB at this point because of fear that the board people will leave. Well, we can't let that board be held hostage based on the decision that either needs to be made or not needs to be made. So I really hope you all will take some strong and firm consideration in those things moving forward. The damages have already been done. You can't unring that bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. That damage is already out there. What we as citizens need to know and need to see very viably at this point is what are you going to do moving forward? And this is yet another council meeting that's not been revealed. It's sad, but I guess it's just where we are. And while I understand the need and necessity to address the school concerns, I'm wondering about the $123 million. And if that's a reconfiguration, what would the cost be for 2 totally new buildings? Would we, and I understand about the available land and all of that, but I'm wondering what the cost would be to just build two brand new schools up from scratch. And if that has been a consideration or thought about. All right, that's all I have. You all have a good evening. Thank you.
Next speaker is Myra Anderson, who will be followed by Tanisha Hudson. Myra, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, so I have a few things that I want to address. And the first one is a comment that was in the Daily Progress from Councilor McGill. And it says, I do believe the city manager when he says the PBA survey didn't have anything to do with the decision, and there were other factors. Now, we know that has been proven to not be true. And I want to know at what point or does the council at all intend to address the fact that was not true? That was not a true statement that Chip Boyles made regarding the fact that those surveys weren't taken into consideration. No one's asking that question. Secondly, I want to go back to the statement, the press release on August 20th. The city council, city manager understand that the Charlottesville community expects a unified organizational approach to dismantling racism and eliminating police violence. And then it says, this cannot be done without discomfort. And the city officials responsible for undertaking this work will not be popular among individuals whose behaviors is being required to change. We must continue to build on the progress that was made, and it goes on and on. This is a very powerful and bold statement that was made on August 20th by the city manager, by city council. My question to all of you is, from this brave statement on August 20th until September the 3rd, How did you lose your bravery? How are you not standing by the statement that you made, which already outlined the fact that there was going to be pushback and people were going to be uncomfortable? How did you stop being brave? And then the lack of transparency from the city manager alone, I don't know if he has memory issues or exactly what's going on, but it's just baffling to me that some things can be remembered and some things can't. So, Councilor Hill, you talk about us moving on. How can we move on when we don't have answers to these questions, when you guys haven't been transparent, when the city manager hasn't been transparent around all of this stuff? You can't just sweep it under the rug and say, okay, we're moving on. It doesn't work like that. You guys have lost the trust of the most marginalized people in this community, and it has yet to fully be addressed.
I was kind of think it actually was my quote about, I said that I did not believe it was a direct impact without other factors. And I do remember, because I've actually talked to the progress about just that was misquoted in a way. And I said, they asked me if they wanted a correction. And I just said, I think that ship has sailed, and I wasn't, if it comes up again, then yes. But it was just more of a point of just saying that there were a number of factors, which I've said again and again.
But that is not the first time that was said.
I'm just saying that my quote.
Well, I'm just saying, I went through all the meetings. So Chip originally stated that the surveys were not a factor. And then that changed. So you all should keep up. It's a lot of hours to go through, but it's there. And if you want me, I went through each meeting, made notes, went back. This takes a lot of energy. Read articles and listened to interviews. Okay.
Our next speaker is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
First and foremost, Heather, you clearly understand why the city is where they are. You helped get them here. You talk about being collaborative, but you're only collaborative to get your friends, Baxter, Policia, and many more what they want. You don't believe that you should be influencing these positions, but weren't you influenced with the decision to remove Richardson and Brackney? Because you played a little part in him not finishing out his scheduled work. Right? Okay, I thought so. You and everything related to the city, Heather, but a church repenting your sins. Michael, I need you to focus on race. Say Brackney's name. Say she was targeted like other Black leaders. Cena, tonight you understand reform issues and don't want them to end. Saying that the chief did good work, but last month you supported Chip and it was his job and decision to fire her and you stood behind him. Lloyd, on WINA, you said you knew she was going to be fired and it was coming down the pipeline for months. Which one is it? Did you or did you not know?
No, I did not. That's
Good job,
a
rehearse.
misquote.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me and reclaim my time, Brian. Chip, the audacity of you. We had 2 conversations. You defended her on August 19th against the PBA in a 23-minute phone conversation that we had. August the 30th in a 13-minute phone conversation. Another 5-minute conversation on September 1st and September 2nd, a 14-minute conversation. All 3 of those conversations going from August 30th to September the 2nd, you disclosed personnel information. You and Mooney. You lied on TV, you lied in the newspaper, and I have recorded conversations and text message, both from you and Mooney. Both, that I've already shared with other people because I'm going to expose y'all. It's not fair. You need to leave tonight, Chip, because you know you messed up. You wrongfully terminated her because the boys in blue wasn't satisfied. You lied trying to ride a wave, you and Mooney both, that she wanted to disclose personnel information and personnel information was discretionary. You lied. You tried to use the community as bait, and it came back to bite both of y'all. Now offer her job back, and you step down. Take your little crew with you. Take Ashley and Sam Samuels with you. And Ashley, why did the Human Rights Commission do nothing to support Brackney? Aren't you here for equity, lady? Don't you stand for equity? Chip, did you ever think that Brackney was asking you about the plan to cover her bases and protect herself? And then for you all to say the morale in the police department when you know that cops left for higher salaries, and Mooney shared that because he said that somebody left to go to Louisa because they was paying more and giving them a company car and giving them other added benefits. So y'all got to pick and choose the lies. You all sound stupid.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Then I just want to say, I know it's this is what happens when these type of things happen, that other people get tossed into that. And I don't think that's fair for Sam and Ashley to be evaluated based on Chip's poor decision making. And I just want to say that. I think my record has been clear in the past about I don't just support anybody because of anything when doing this work unless they are going to ensure that the work is done and done well. Equity lens, viewed through an equity lens, and that people are taken care of. So for anybody who would say I'm taking up for them because they're Black, I just want to clear that up. But I do think that, Chip, this is a good time for you to understand the decision you made and how they are now labeled under your actions. And I don't know whether they had anything to do with it or not, but probably not. Based on, I don't think that you would admit to people the reason that you made that decision. Or if you did, it would be someone like Heather.
Next up is Harold Foley. Harold, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Good morning. Oh boy, this is crazy. First of all, I want to say this. I am here on behalf of the People's Coalition. The People's Coalition for 3 years, almost 4 years, been pushing for a strong PCRB. Most of y'all know this on this board. But I want to say this. Mr. Frazier is wolves in sheep clothing. And Lord, you can tell him that. Because we brought him in to not drag him in the community or out in the community for supporting what Beverly Brown did. But I want to ask you this, Lord. As a lawyer, do you think it's okay for the director of a board to go talk to someone's client and try to put a wedge between them and their client? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, ask Jeff Vogel what happened, okay? You have someone on that board who is so toxic that he sent me a message saying to me, I'm less than a man because I won't talk to him. I won't talk to him because I don't feel like it's necessary for me to have a conversation with him. He brought the words PBA out his mouth. So, for those who don't know the history of PBA, the first iteration of the PCRB that y'all talked about, Miss Katrina Turner got a letter sent to her wanting her to get put off the board by the PBA, right? The PBA wanted her off the board. Can I say that again? The PBA wanted her off the board. But now y'all are in bed with the PBA. So we had two dilemmas here. One, the chief did her job by firing those folks who was harmful to our community, right? But you will never find a chief like her again. Two, Mr. Brown poisoned the well for the PCRB. Regardless of what y'all do, You're not going to have anybody who wants to be on that PCRB because what happened and what's happened. You know, Michael, you said, well, we should be careful, you know, not to put Mr. Brown off the board. But what about the ladies that doesn't get respect on that board? So when they leave, you still don't have a quorum. I'm really confused. You know, I thought this city was so progressive, but that's a damn lie. This city is more conservative than anything in the world. Yeah, it's a false blue line. Really, it's a red line because y'all scared as hell to do anything that's progressive. Kind of like Congress. The progressive is moving along, but everybody else don't want to. This is what Charlottesville is. They want to move along, now they stop. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcia Geyer. Marcia, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to start by saying that I hope the level of sheer hate coming from certain members singular of council would be a little bit truncated. I mean, a little less. Turn the volume on the hate of white people down, please. It's just not appropriate to go on and on and on. You are not God's gift. You don't know everything. Now, one idea for you all, this is picking up on something that Michael said earlier, would be to hire a dedicated grant staff member for the energy, climate, and other federal grants that are probably coming. You could probably get a lot more money if you had somebody who was up to speed and focused on getting the grants. The other thing was, this is a little bit of history. Starting in 2012 till 2014 or 15, there was a high school student, and then he was a freshman in college, at Albemarle County, who was intent on getting solar on the Albemarle schools. And by God, he won. He brought a lot of people behind him. And then the county needed a way to finance it. And they got the PPA law in Virginia changed so that governments could apply to use this mechanism. Then in more recent years, it got to be that PPAs the terms could be borrowed from one very successful PPA to another one that didn't have to go through the whole process, which is time consuming and all. So now that was something Albemarle County did that was really good. Charlottesville now has the chance to do something equally good with this zero energy part of the school, of the two school modernizations. The fact that you can use a PPA means it's possible to save a little money up front because the vendor pays for the capital costs and charges less than Dominion. It's a contract. You can negotiate it that way. It's always done that way. And then 20 years later, just get 10 seconds. 20 years later, there's a buyout, a depreciated rate, and the electricity becomes essentially free.
Have a good evening or morning.
Our next speaker is Katrina Turner, who will be followed by Jeff Fogel. Katrina, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Katrina Turner. I would just love to have 3 wishes right now. Because my very first wish would be to turn every last one of you counselors black for a month and let you walk in the shoes of a black person and then see if you still have the attitude that you have right now. Heather, I really want you to walk in a black person's shoes because you wouldn't make it. You would kill yourself before you walked in a black person's shoes because we have struggled our whole life. Okay, you got a good, easy life. You need to walk in our shoes. Bellamy Brown needs to go. Lloyd, this CRB was not formed to have sympathy for the police. Bellamy Brown has literally tainted everything that so many people have fought so hard for. You, Lloyd, did not sit on that board voluntarily for all them hours. And thank you, Mr. Foley. Yes, the PBA came after me, trying to put me in jail because they thought they knew what they knew when they didn't know shit. Excuse my French. Okay. So all this in the PBA and everybody talking to the PBA, and you think that the information from them was something that you should have used against the chief of police. And like I said again, I didn't get along with Brackney, but she was fired, should have never happened. The whole time, Mr. Boyles, you sat there and you explained why you fired her. I never heard anything about the people. I never heard anything about the concerns of the people and our complaints about the police department and what was going on and what we were going through. The only thing I heard was all the complaints from the police. How is this supposed to make the community feel? How? Where are we at in the factor of anything that's going on with the city right now? Because it seems like the citizens aren't even being thought of right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Fogel. Jeff, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. Mr. Boyle, I still have trouble putting together your claim, belief in police reform, and the fact that you look to the Virginia Association of Police Chiefs to either fill an interim position in the city or a permanent position. And even though I raised this when you were present before, I never heard your explanation. And as I said before, the only explanation I can come up with, unless I hear it from you, is if you are true to your beliefs, you just didn't know what you were doing. And any professional, certainly in a managerial position, has to know what they know and what they don't know. They have to know what they're capable of doing and what they're not capable of doing. And if you're not capable of doing this, look elsewhere. Lloyd, I'm curious whether you thought that Mr. Bellamy Brown's threat to me to go talk to my client, who he knew since childhood, to tell him that I was doing a terrible job for him and to urge him to fire me, whether you thought that was protected by the First Amendment. I thought it very curious, your argument about the First Amendment. I wonder, for example, whether you've ever read the case out of LA, Garcetti case. And if you did, apply it to this situation, and I think you would learn that you're on much weaker grounds than you believe. Your reference to looking to the city attorney is almost amusing on the First Amendment. I think I've been here 15 years. I don't think the city's won a single First Amendment case. I know I've won 4 of them. So the quality of representation that you're getting out of the city attorney's office is either very low, or they're doing something just to make a point and losing and spending money doing it as well. So I don't think under Garcetti that there's a right to speak by a board member utilizing the platform of the city and utilizing the money that the city puts forward in order to create that platform. So I don't see him being that issue being a hindrance, and you're doing the appropriate thing. Whether or not he's capable of doing any job at all, I assume he's incapable of being a hearing officer in the one complaint that I have pending now for over a year before the board. And if you want to talk about competency, well, I received a phone call from Mr. Brown around February asking if I would agree to hold off on my hearing until July. I said no, I wanted to pursue it. Guess what? Didn't hear a word since. And now it's been a year and a half later. I haven't heard a word about if I'm having a hearing, when I'm having a hearing. So if you look at the question of competency, you might take that into consideration as well. So I really think you ought to do something. But again, if you don't do something, that's doing something as well. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nancy Carpenter, who will be followed by Ange Khan. Nancy, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for staying up late. I'm speaking to you right now as the person you selected to be on the board to represent a social justice organization that assists folks who are oppressed by our law enforcement system. And I think you've heard from many, many folks tonight, this late, that would be part of that constituency. But the one thing that, I wanted to remind you, and I think you heard about it, was that our chair deliberately said he was going to tank, someone's being the attorney for someone who has an active complaint. They have an active complaint to the PCRB, and they are using their bully pulpit through social media to threaten to take action and tell someone who has an active complaint with the board to choose a different attorney based on some specious relationship growing up. Okay. And you also, there's also been talk about how many of the other board members knew what was going on. And they absolutely did know what was going on with the chief, or at least Mr. Frazier did, because he made a public comment on Mr. Brown's page September 25th about a lame attempt by the mayor to suggest that you are a self-hating Black man. Ridiculous, not the Bellamy that I know. Too bad the full story of the chief's firing will not be public due to privacy concerns, but the outcome of her firing is proof that you were right about her needing to go. Your refusal to be the puppet of the mayor and her followers sure pissed them off. Once again, no good deed goes unpunished. Stay strong. So when Mr. Boyles is saying he can't relay certain conversations due to the confidentiality he wants to maintain, it seems like that confidentiality does not manage to make its way to other private citizens. Now, I don't know if there's something wrong with that. I think it's a little weird. I don't think it's right. And I also want to say I thank Mr. Foley for bringing up the misogyny that the women have felt from this chairperson, which is not something that you all can control, obviously. But it does need to be said that Mrs. Johnson, Mrs. Gilmore, and myself have felt that, okay? And I will probably be asking for group therapy, for Mr. Aguilar to set up some group therapy for us, because I think we're going to need it in this iteration of the board. You're right, there is a fracture. We're going to try and make it better, but there has to be some concession by the other party. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ange Khan, who will be followed by Abby Guskind. Ange, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Oh, good morning. Sorry, I was almost asleep.
let me find what I wanted to say. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm really concerned that the city manager is in bed with the PBA, along with the chair of the PCRB and other anti-police and or accountability orgs and or agencies. Both should be removed immediately. They do not serve the best interest of the community. On another note, I find it really upsetting that Chip Boyles back in August cited against releasing video cam footage of an incident regarding the police. I'm thinking this is the standard. This is going to be the standard going forward, and that we cannot have that. I also would like to ask, where's the SWAT video? I think the public deserves to see that. And when you're referencing a SWAT incident continuously to the public, we should be able to see that video. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abby Guskind, who will be followed by Zy Bryant. Abby, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Oh, gosh. Mr. Boyles, I am just deeply disappointed, and I can't wait to find out, first of all, who authorized the joint agreement between the CPD and UVA police. Was it yourself? Was it was it Mooney? And I believe that I don't understand where the UVA students are better than the young African-American children here in the community that deal with the shooting and the violence every single day. And just until this evening, I mean, I'm a mom myself, but just all of a sudden, these moms decided that they needed to voice themselves this evening. And I don't believe that Chief Longo is the point person to be dealing with this either. I know it's really late. There's so many things that have already been said. How the PCRB is being handled, the people that spent hours and hours trying to develop this so they could move forward, so the community could actually go to people and have some honest conversations. That's already like discredited. And Bellamy Brown, he's just complete dirt, and he needs to be removed. The way that he has treated these ladies on this board is disgusting, and something needs to be done. He needs to be removed automatically. But Mr. Boyle, I don't know if you're not keeping track of your answers, if you are keeping track of them, because they're just not making any sense. How you believe that the PBA is going to help and not hinder, and why Chief Brackney was fired because of the reasons that you've given, it makes no sense whatsoever. I think the city deserves more than this, and we're getting nowhere. And I want to know when your evaluation is going, when we get to find out based on your performance, which isn't too good right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zy Bryant, and then Gloria Beard. Zy, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. Zy, can you hear us? We'll come back to her in just a moment. Gloria Beard, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, can you hear me?
We can. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I stated this before. I have never heard of a leader being fired without anybody knowing about it. Usually, I worked for the state almost 30 years, you all. And if somebody in leadership was doing wrong or suspected of doing wrong, they would give them, they'll sit down and talk, or even instead of firing them, they would put them in another position. Well, Chief Brackney was fired and then it came out in the paper and nobody knew about it. What kind of way is that to treat your leadership? Now, I hope it wasn't because she was a Black leader. People don't like take rules and like I'm so upset that I'm still keeping on my words. But people don't like to see a strong Black woman in charge. I raised 3 sons, and I was a strong Black mother. And I know my kids stayed mad at me because I had rules in my house and they knew they had to follow. So I don't think these policemen wanted leadership under Chief Brackney. And that was so bad. That I can't get over that way, the way that she was fired. Do y'all think that's great? Y'all think that's okay? I mean, everybody, it seems like all these Black people done left this, I don't know how many of them left. So I heard 9 the last time. But don't you see that as a racial problem? And I don't know where my NAACP people are, because if I was on that board right now, I'll be putting something in the paper. That sounds like a racial thing. And no whole lot of Black people supposed to be leaving one place. I ain't heard no whole lot of white people left. Y'all got to do better. This looks awful to the city. I know they want us gone because they wouldn't be building these high-rise apartments and big overpriced homes so our taxes can go up. And I guess they want our homes because we're close to the university. So does that mean you want all Black people, Black and brown people to go and all poor white people? And it's going to be a town full of white people with money. I have somewhere to go. So I'm not threatened by that, but some people don't. It's not fair, the strategy they're using in this town. I've been in this town 40-some years. I'm from Stanton, and you know what Stanton is about. It ain't much better. But I learned all this racist stuff when I came to Charlottesville and at the University of Virginia Hospital. That's where I retired from. And I put up with it because I had 3 children I was raising. And I wanted to work and take care of my kids. I didn't live on the system. So y'all got to do better. Y'all supposed to be our leaders. And I don't want to be identified as a Republican. I don't want to be identified as a Democrat. I want to form another party. Any ideas? Any suggestions? Thank you all.
And we'll try Zy Bryant again. Zy, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay. So I wasn't going to speak tonight because essentially, I don't have the extra time to go through the meticulous details of this reality show of the city council. But after spending the last 7 hours listening to the back and forth, I decided that I should say something. So these are the 2 things that I want to address. And this is a side note before I even start. First of all, I don't even know who called in and told Nakaya to turn down, Mayor Walker to turn down the hate of white people. But that speaks for itself. And I just feel that proved her point that she's been making all night. So the first thing that I want to address is the turnover of Black leadership is absolutely unacceptable. And so for the councilors who claim to desire progress, they have to understand that progress will not come until it is no longer the responsibility of private citizens to spend hundreds and thousands of dollars requesting documents in order to gain an ounce of transparency. Additionally, I would say that only white people have the luxury of taking positions of power, failing over and over again, and then having the opportunity to start anew. And I would cite Cheese Longo in this particular example. Just yesterday in a meeting with a bunch of Black students at UVA, we had a conversation about the dragnet. And we were taking part in a sexual assault training, and we were learning about how can you be your best version of a bystander on grounds. And the dragnet situation came up as a side note. And I remember everyone gasping in the room when they found out what that meant. And I think for the white parents of white students who spoke up today, their reality is absolutely different than that for a Black student. As someone who grew up in Charlottesville, born and raised, and is now a student at UVA, I understand that I walk into rooms with that simple knowledge. However, there are white students who will never understand what a dragnet is or even the effects of it. Most of these students have the luxury of not having anyone in their families being affected by Charlottesville police, by Chief Longo and his tenure, or by the decisions that you all make because they are in their bubble of UVA. So I would ask you to stop considering those with privilege over those who are the most marginalized in our community. You guys always do it, whether it's the developers downtown, whether it's Heather's friends and their special interests, or whether it's the developers who come in and who make decisions on behalf of communities and do things that we never asked for. And I know everyone's gonna look confused because y'all always do, but what I'm saying is the records are clear, the documents reflect this, and we know, again, that the turnover is absolutely unacceptable. So Miguel, you're gonna have to get a backbone. Michael, you're gonna have to get a backbone. You guys have, from day one, been the sway votes on council, and more recently, you guys have disappointed us over and over again. I never had high expectations, but you continue to embarrass yourselves and embarrass the people who voted for you. So moving forward, please just take a moment to take out your white fragility and set your own issues aside. That would be great to stabilize the city or whatever you guys say that you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more hands.
All right, so I have two things that I would like to play for to close out. Mr. Willer, can you give me a thumbs up to make sure that the sound is clear on this?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I think the other thing that had him caught in the middle too was that he has ties to all of these officers like Michael Wells, who taped him with telephone conversations. And I think he may have also been afraid of what may have come out of those conversations if they weren't heard in entirety. And I think he was talking in confidence to a person who you couldn't do that to.
So that's already, boy, you owe me an apology. And here's the second one I want you to hear tonight.
I can't defend just going back and forth because this Wells guy, all he has in his sights is the Chiefs badge. He is living 24 hours a day, 7 days.
Somebody just called me.
To try to get her fired. And I honestly, I mean, he can say all he wants to. I think he could care less about the officers. For him, it's a mission.
So that's just two to wrap up the comments tonight. I don't expect you all to care. So let me tell you what happened with me, and then we can go good night. Because I don't think at this point you all have showed clearly who you all are. Okay. I received information from a police officer, Heather, the different ones than you or Chip talked to, who discussed that you all were planning to fire her. So knew ahead of time that was the conversation. Whether you knew or not, I'm telling you that the city manager had been having those conversations. And at least Mike Wells and at least Mooney and the situation they have, the only thing that I did not know and I still don't know, and I think you all should be very concerned about, is that there are tapes, there are recordings, the incident that Chip has discussed with the chief of police, the timing of it, all centered around the concerns, and he has admitted today, surveys that he didn't even think that the person got from the best interest of the police chief. So at the time when I received the calls and started getting information, based on another employee who had shared things in confidence with me, and I had shared them with Chip, and then they told me that it had got back to their superior in a different way, I thought that things were a little shaky. And it turned out that I was correct about that. Now, you all will be able to spin the story any way you want to spin it. Okay? But the bottom line is the reason that she was fired, the urgency around it at that time is undeniable what that reason was. Because unless she had done something that day or that week, which she hadn't, and I have that too, the only thing that would spark that kind of urgency is Mike Wells and whatever went on with them.
I definitely disagree with that. He even admitted it with Ms. Hudson, like that Mike Wells, and he said it earlier. He's like, yes, I think all he wanted to do was to get her fired, which I believe made it even more challenging of a decision for him because.
Okay, Heather.
I'm just saying, like that's what he's already stated this to us earlier this evening. I don't understand.
Today was the first time
that he stated that Mr. Wells was interested. Well, I mean, I don't remember when it was brought up.
I kept asking questions. He also stated earlier, Lloyd, did he or did he not, that Mooney was not compromised and there was nothing concerning on those tapes.
I think what I heard.
Again, Heather, you can't spin it. Did he or did he not say that he didn't think it was anything concerning regarding Mooney?
He heard it and said it wasn't concerning. What I heard in that tape was that Mooney, that if it's taken out of context, some things could be concerning. But and I was just relaying what was said in those tapes, and I didn't think there was anything either.
This is what I told.
I'm just your narrative.
No, Heather, let me finish.
All the time through this.
You're going to take the clips. It's more of them. You're going to take them any way that you want to, okay? And that's your business. The bottom line is the reason that it was done. Unless you know it and are going to keep saying other things for the same reason I told Bellamy Brown earlier, that you repeat a lie long enough, it becomes a truth for some people. I have all these notes that I went back every time there was a question asked and what the response was. What is on record? You've been lying. He's been lying.
Okay, Nakia, like this is not.
Right. That's it, Heather. It's you. That's it. And so
I don't understand. I'm just trying to make sense of like.
Listen, if Mooney was concerned about what he had been recorded on, and if he then was going to retire so that those tapes would not come out, or Chief Brackney had to go based on what would be learned off of those tapes, who is the issue there? Who is the issue?
I'm honestly not following like this.
I know you're not.
I'm just not.
The incident that Chip talked about with Chief Brackney leaving the room, she was upset because of what she thought that she had been getting heat from, including what the PCRB member had been doing for months. Okay? There is a press release that is favorable to her. If they then at that point start receiving threats from Michael Wells, there are more Michael Wells comments, so that is not the only one, okay? If Mooney is concerned, yes, of course, Chip has said there wasn't tapes, he hadn't heard them, and now there wasn't anything concerning on it. If the person who was recorded thought there was something concerning on it, who do you then listen to? What he told us or what he said the person thought, Heather? I'm done. It's 1:30. I told my friend. When this information comes out, you all won't be looked at. You all, white people, have the ability, no matter what was said, to spin a story any direction that they want to. People are going to look and say, she has the audacity to be privately recording someone. That's what you're going to hear tomorrow. That's what you're going to hear later tonight.
Everything they say, even in the private home, is like,
Again, not the content of it, but what it said. Okay, if you want to make the point about that one,
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Said that he didn't believe was just clear.
I'm not.
Comments or questions?
The only thing I'm trying to say is that this decision to me was never in a very finite period of time. It's been something that has been considered and would continue to be considered, and some acute things happen where a decision had to be made. And I do not believe that it was influenced in the way that you're presenting by Mr. Wells.
And the acute things were what, Heather?
That multiple people came forward and felt that there was going to be an exodus of the police department. And then there was also people that are partners around the region and internally other leaders in the organization that had just hit their limit.
So they talked to Chip between August 20th and August 23rd.
I'm just saying, I don't look at it in this one little window. I'm just saying, obviously some things happened and I don't even know about those conversations because he hasn't shared all that with me and I don't want to know. It's not my job to know.
All right.
But there's clearly was a momentum of things imploding within the police department that he felt there was a sense of urgency and it needed to be addressed. And it was echoing other themes that have been raised over a period of
around
time.
protecting Mooney.
I'm not protecting anyone.
No, that's what his motivation was.
I can't speak for anyone's motivation.
All right. And he apparently can make up anything he wants and you all are going to believe him. All right. Have a meeting adjourned.